the energy. The huge beluga whale raised its tail sideways, driving the whirlpool to form a horrible column of water, and attacking Hemingway overwhelmingly. The huge mermaid incarnation of Hemingway floats calmly on the sea. The fish tail of the lower body is immersed in the sea water, leaving only the graceful upper body of the human body on the sea. The turbulence of the surrounding sea can't affect her at all. Any turbulent waves will stop a few meters in front of her for no reason. The storm has stopped. This is the natural characteristic of mermaid Wuhan. The sea is her world. Facing the menacing water column, the huge and beautiful person raised his slender arms and padded forward gently. Boom! The incoming water column disintegrated, and water splashed all over the sky. How is this possible? Han Base was stunned when he saw this place, his long-awaited moves. So he was slapped and slapped casually like this. Did you guess wrong? Is he really Wuhan real body? Impossible. My induction is not wrong. Hambas, who doesn't believe in evil, once again mobilized his spirit power, and the sixth spirit ability turned the river to the sea, giving him the ability to manipulate the sea. It can control the sea and form various attacks. Even in the Soul Sage, his Soul Sage is also one of the best. Not the weak. The sea was tumbling and turbulent, and then turned into a snake like a living thing, tens of meters long. Snake vomited softly, and under the control of the beluga whale, he twisted his body and rushed towards the mermaid. Facing these snakes, what the giant mermaid still did was just lift up his slender hands and lightly photographed them. Bang! 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 The huge sea snake that seemed to be full of deterrence turned into sea water in a slap like this. I see. This time Hambas finally found the key point. He found that it was not that the opponent was really so strong, but that he was controlling the sea, and the opponent was far stronger than himself. So when his sea water creation faces her, it will be easily slapped away. In the past, after he opened the martial spirit real body, he cooperated with the sixth spirit ability to turn the river into the sea. In this sea, there are rare enemies in the Soul Sage level, even if it is a weaker Contra. Sometimes you may fall into trouble. Don't think that the ability to manipulate sea water is weak. Hambas just encountered Hemingway, a nemesis with a mermaid spirit, if he was replaced by someone else. Face all kinds of attacks formed by turbulent and endless sea water. It is impossible to be as easy as he is. The greatest possibility is to be defeated in the endless sea water attack. Hey! Since the sea is not good www.readaloud.com, then just head on. After figuring out the joints, a fierce light flashed in the eyes of the huge beluga whale, and the turbulent sea water around him helped him. Then, with mouth full of fangs, he rushed towards the huge mermaid like a gallop. This is going to be a close hand-to-hand fight. Now that Wuhanzan is turned on, not only can he use all his spirit abilities at will, and the attributes of the whole body have been greatly improved. Hambas didn't believe it, and he couldn't capture him yet. Little did he realize that Hemingway was not surprised but delighted when he watched the white whale attacking from a distance. Want to fight melee, right? Head-to-head combat is good, he is least afraid of hand-to-hand combat. Don't look at the posture that he is now incarnate as Princess White Star, with a soft and weak appearance. But do you really think that her tens of meters tall figure is not suitable for display? Anyone who is confused by Princess White Star's frail appearance and thinks she is a delicate woman is a big mistake. Boom! Bang! The huge white whale ran into the mermaid, but was blocked by its wave. The big beluga whale glowed all over, and a scaly blue scale instantly covered the whole body, greatly increasing its strength. Then the lightning probe opened its fangs, biting fiercely at the proud fullness of the mermaid's chest, without any scruples. The huge mermaid princess frowned subconsciously, but she didn't intend to be gnawed by the fangs. But it's too late to block with the hand, but fortunately there are armed colors that can be used. When the thought moved, a layer of golden light instantly covered the fullness of the chest. Boom! Click! The big beluga whale's big mouth full of fangs bit down, and even made a loud noise. It is conceivable how terrifying the lethality is. If it is bitten, the meat on the chest will get into its mouth. P.S. Ask for votes, ask for collection. Chapter 25, Fierce Battle. The big white whale opened its mouth full of fangs and bit down. But fortunately, the golden-armed dominance came into play in time. A layer of golden light was covered, and the soft chest was covered with hard armor in an instant. The beluga whale bitten by one bite didn't feel any softness at all, only felt that what he had bitten was exactly one piece. Hard steel. Crack. The extremely hard-armed color even directly shattered the mouthful of the white whale's fangs. Roar. The beluga whale could not help but let out a roar, only to feel that with the broken teeth, there was not only severe pain. My mind is also buzzing because of the counter-shock force. It's now. A fierce light flashed in the sea-blue beautiful eyes of the giant mermaid, and the huge but slender right hand stretched out. 2 slender fingers among the 5 fingers showed golden light, and they pierced fiercely at the deflated nostrils above the whale's head. If it can be stabbed this time, the armed domineering attached to the can penetrate directly into the body of the beluga whale from the vent hole, directly destroying its brain. One hit is fatal. Don't think about it. At this time, it seemed that a fatal crisis was sensed. The beluga whale almost instinctively gathered the soul power in the body, compressed and condensed crazily, and finally gathered in the vent hole on the top of the head and sprayed out. Boom! A water blue beam of light burst out from the vent hole in the head of the beluga whale. This blow brought together the highly compressed soul power in Hambas. Once it broke out, it even formed a terrifying shock wave, spreading in all directions. Before the fingers of the giant mermaid pierced the vent hole, they were shaken away by the sudden burst of water blue light. The shock wave that sprayed out immediately shook his huge body into the air. The beautiful pink fish tail came out of dehydration, and the entire huge beautiful body gracefully soared in the air, like a fish jumping out of the water. But although this picture is very beautiful, it is very unfriendly to Hemingway, because at this time he is in a mermaid state and has nowhere to take advantage of him in mid-air. Even if you want to use the moon step to move in the air, you can't do it. After all, there are no legs. This is one of the disadvantages of being a mermaid. Hey, there is no way. Looking at the vent of the white whale below, the light gathered again, and it was obvious that he had to give him another shot while he was in the air. Hemingway had no choice but to lift the transformation state. After all, he didn't dare to guarantee that he would be intact when he was hit by the water blue beam of light head-on. Even with an armed colored body, it feels choking. I saw the elegant mermaid soaring in the air bursting out like smoke instantly, transforming into the image of a white-haired boy again. Uebu. As soon as he recovered, Hemingway stepped on his feet repeatedly, trying to escape the danger. But it's a pity that at this time the power storage in the vent hole of the white whale below has reached its limit, and a beam of water blue light burst out. Boom! There was a loud thunderous noise. A beam of light a few meters thick rose into the sky, and the water blue light shone around and plunged into a bluish world, and at the same time the speed was too fast. The scope of the beam of light a few meters thick is too wide. Hemingway couldn't dodge at all, so he was rubbed by the beam of light. The horrible aqua blue beam of light soars into the sky. Is like a pillar of dingai that can pierce the sky. The net above couldn't stop it at all, and when it was rushed by the water blue beam of light, it was easy to break through. The heaven and earth nets that can block the soul sage can't even stop the blow of this blue water pillar. Hemingway was sweating all over his body, and he was very thankful that he hadn't held it up just now, otherwise he would even have an armed and domineering bodyguard. Being hit by this water blue beam of light head-on, I'm afraid I will be beaten to death. Especially now, even though he was not hit head-on. He just wiped a little edge, but the power of a little bit of leftover material from the blue light column of the water still shook his body overwhelmingly. A trace of blood couldn't help flowing from the corner of his mouth. With this blow alone, he suffered serious internal injuries. The power of the Soul Saint really is not something I can directly resist now. Once it becomes true, even if it just wipes the side, it almost hurts me. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the water blue on it. The color beam dissipated, and a huge hole appeared in the center of the net. There was a flash of joy in my eyes. It was God who helped me. Uebu. Hemingway's footsteps were repeated in the void, and the whole person quickly soared into the hole in the sky. At this time, he no longer had the mind to continue fighting, and it was indeed the best strategy to take a 36 plan. Want to escape? It's just a delusion. The beluga whale, who was a little tired from sending out 2 big moves in a row, saw the scene above, and a scorn flashed in his fierce eyes. I sneered in my heart, and I didn't even bother to stop it. Instead, Chu stayed on the spot and seized the time to restore the consumed spirit power. Over the sky. Seeing that the hole in the big net is getting closer and closer, Hemingway's footsteps are falsely stepped, and a trace of joy appears in his sea blue eyes. But at this moment, the huge snare made a jitter. Immediately, the net of dead objects seemed to have life, just when he was about to break through. The hollow area pierced by the blue water column. UU reading www.uuganshu.com's network cables are constantly squirming, and they are entangled in an instant. Repair the net that broke a big hole as before. Hemingway's eyes were splitting, and he could escape to heaven. As a result, at the last juncture, he was disturbed by the Soul Emperor who had been hiding in the dark. At this time, Hemingway regretted it very much. When he was in the sea just now, he didn't use the ability of sea sensing to find the Soul Emperor and kill him first. Otherwise, he would have escaped a long time ago. Land feet. With the last glimmer of hope in his arms, Hemingway lifted his foot and kicked in the air. A golden slash burst out of the air, slashing towards the indestructible net. Boom! The armed sword shot down on the net, causing it to ripple. But this thin, seemingly fragile net has always been extremely tough. There is no sign of being torn apart at all. Seeing this, Hemingway can even feel the water and blue light jets from Humbatha's move just now. How terrible the power is! If he hadn't rushed out of the transformation state just now, being hit by the water blue beam head-on would definitely be a serious injury and dying. Even if it is armed with color as an armor body, it is useless, because the level difference between the two of them is so huge. Hemingway is only a 39th level soul venerable now, able to use his physique to use the 6 navy styles and the uniqueness of the domineering armed color to force him out of the martial soul. It's already very valuable. If it hadn't been for the mermaid state to control the sea, and to wipe out Hamba's advantage of being in the sea and being able to manipulate the sea, the battle between the two would have ended when Hambas became a martial spirit. PS collection is so small. Ask for a ticket. Chapter 26, Pretend. After working hard, he found that he could never break this layer of heaven and earth net. Hemingway also calmed down, and gradually realized that even if he could escape the net, it would be of no use. He was in the vast ocean. Even if he escapes, where can he escape? Escape into the sea? How long can the spirit possessing a martial arts support? What if these people catch up from behind? Can't hide. Can't hide. Hemingway found helplessly at this time, and in the end, he wanted to break the predicament he was facing at this time. The key lies in Hambas. You must deal with him first before there is a possibility of escape. Fine, it's better to fight back than to escape now. Hemingway, who was in the air, cast his gaze at the beluga whale below, thinking about it. Seeing and hearing the domineering slowly unfolding is different from armed color, which consumes soul power. Seeing and hearing color consumes his mental power, and if it is just using the scanning function without prying into the spirit of others, the consumption of mental power is not large. At this time, he started to see and hear and domineering, but he could only cover a mere 120 meters in radius. This is the limit he can achieve at this stage, and he wants to cover a wider range. It is necessary to make a breakthrough in the spirit power level to drive the improvement of spiritual power. Or maybe the soul has been promoted for some reason. Below. The beluga whale floating on the surface of the sea finally recovered slightly from the loss of successive magnifying moves, watching it step on in mid-air. Obviously, he didn't intend to transform into a white-haired boy who looked like a giant mermaid anymore, knowing that the opponent was scared by himself in the battle just now. Now it is estimated that I want to use the small size to attack myself remotely in mid-air. Hey! Ignorant kid! I thought it would be able to avoid my attack. Hambas sneered in his heart. Without any hesitation, the spirit power surged in his body. Suddenly the sea surface that had calmed down a little, began to be turbulent again. The ability to manipulate seawater is partly the function of the sixth spirit ability. But what is more is that his martial soul body itself also comes with some ability to manipulate seawater and turn rivers and seas into the sea. After all, he is the overlord whale in the sea. Although his martial arts are just ordinary whales, not high-level sea soul beasts like the deep-sea devil whale. But no matter what, he is also a whale, and he has too many advantages in the ocean. Boom! Boom boom boom! The tumbling sea suddenly burst, jetting out a stream of water, and it was overwhelmingly attacking Hemingway. Hemingway, who had expected him to do this a long time ago, didn't panic at all, but closed his eyes gently. Entrust the perception to the domineering of seeing, hearing and color, abandon the vision of the naked eye, and use this life and death crisis to hone your domineering of seeing, hearing and color. The domineering color of seeing and hearing covering a radius of 120 meters can clearly feel the trajectory of the water column, although the speed of the water is very fast. The angle of the attack even hindered the direction of his avoidance, but under the induction of the domineering and observant, it was not a problem. Hemingway closed his eyes, used the moon step to volley and stepped on the sky, constantly jumping from side to side in the air, and easily dodged the water column after another. Some really dense water jets can't escape, so I relax my body and display paper painting to make my body move with the wind like paper. Pass through the narrow gap of the water column. There is no drop of water that can get on his body. How is this possible? The Humbus below only found it unbelievable. How could anyone escape such an intensive attack? The most unbelievable thing is that this person seems to be so relaxed and unrestrained. Damn, I don't believe you can escape it all. The big beluga whale has a fierce face. Increasing the output of soul power in the body, and suddenly the surrounding sea is except for the continuously erupting water column. There are also more water snakes that are purely condensed from sea water. These water snakes seem to have their own lives. After breaking through the water, Fiteng entangled in mid-air, constantly attacking the grey-haired boy from tricky angles. But, it's useless. No matter how many water jets, no matter how many water snakes. All of them couldn't be contaminated on the white-haired boy with his eyes closed, and even a drop of water couldn't splash on him. Hambas looked crazy at this scene. I thought that with the strength of his soul sage, leading a group of subordinates to arrest a 12-year-old boy in a mere handful of things. I didn't expect to just play. The 4 Soul King's men were killed on the spot. The combat power of this boy who is only 12 years old is even more terrifying. At only level 39, he can get a tie with himself under normal conditions. It is a monster that has been rare for thousands of years. Then he didn't want to play anymore, he moved really. The Wuhan real body was launched. I thought I could win him this time. As a result, he became stronger, and his opponent also became stronger. It's like a slippery loach, you can't catch it at all. After a series of blows at this time, Hambas seemed to be a little bit red-eyed. Gradually, he no longer considers the issue of consumption. It seems that he just wants to do his best to catch this slippery little loach. Boom! Boom! Rumble! A column of water rose up into the sky. A water snake soars into the air. Even in the later period, there are all kinds of fish. www.readaloud.com. All kinds of fish. The ability of manipulating seawater is used by Hambas, and various seawater changes, and the water creations flying in the air form a visual feast. But even so, there is still nothing to do with the white-haired boy walking in the sky. Sometimes his body is fluttering like fallen leaves, sometimes like willow branches swaying in the wind. With a very strange body, he escaped the dense water creation attacks around him. Gradually, with the passing of time, there are fewer and fewer water creations around it, and it seems that the spirit power in Hambas is gradually weakening. Finally, the water creations of various marine animals disappeared. In the end, only pure water column bombardment is left. Hemingway, who closed his eyes tightly, dodged more easily, but Hums underneath seemed to lose his sanity at all, and was still crazy, controlling the water column to attack the person who could not be attacked at all. The aura of the beluga whale became weaker and weaker, and the fluctuation of soul power gradually became weaker. Obviously the spirit power in his body was about to bottom out. Looking at it like this, Hemingway seems to be able to drag all of his soul power into Hambas, and then calmly get rid of him. But as a pirate who has been traversing the ocean for many years, how can Hambas be so easily influenced by angry emotions? As expected. Soon, when Hemingway jumped to a certain position because he avoided the water column, anomaly changes suddenly. Rumble. The seemingly calm sea around suddenly burst into blue light. Was accompanied by a loud bang. Countless small streams of water rose into the sky, intertwined, and the fusion, finally turned into a big net. In the net, one person is trapped. Chapter 27, Integration. Within the net of heaven and earth, the turbulent sea gradually calmed down. The water column that was still gushing out just now disappears and is replaced by a vast web. This net body is azure blue, and it looks like it is composed of pure water, but from the blue light that blooms on it, it can be seen that this net made of water is by no means an ordinary net. It's that simple. At this time, Hemingway was trapped in this big net. He has completely become a fish in the net. Ha 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 ha. The big white whale opened its huge mouth full of mutilated fangs and laughed, looking at the white-haired boy trapped in the water net, full of joy that finally got his wish. Is not easy. Is really not easy. In order to weave this big net, Hambas deliberately pretended to be irrational, constantly manipulating the sea water, and wasting his soul power. On the surface, it seems to be furious with incompetence, but in fact, every water creation that has been evaded did not disappear after falling into the water, but lurked in the sea and waited for his call. Countless water creations that fell into the water quietly formed a sturdy and terrible big net, waiting for the big fish Hemingway to enter the net. Ha ha ha! Run, go on! The beluga whale laughed wildly, slowly controlling the shrinkage of the big net, and saw the water net surrounding a radius of tens of meters began to shrink inward, constantly moving toward the white in the net. Fat boy is approaching, the more it shrinks, the deeper the color of the water net. This big net has condensed the vast majority of Hanbasi's previous soul power. As far as the degree of sturdiness is concerned, even the outermost net is far incomparable. After all, this is a condensate of a soul sage with half of the soul power, which is definitely not comparable to that of a soul emperor. Finally, the water net condenses into a round one-person high cage. Hambas controlled the net cage and slowly approached him, until he almost reached out to reach him before stopping. He looked at the white-haired young man in the cage who still had his eyes closed even in this field, mocking. Said, "Why, our Prince Di was so scared that I didn't even dare to open his eyes. Aren't you quite capable before? Why are you dumb and deaf now?" Hambas unscrupulously vented his previous aggrievedness. For him, Hemingway at this time was already a fish in the net. He couldn't make any threat to himself at all, of course he had to show off his might and vent his anger. "I said it before." The white-haired boy finally reacted. He slowly opened his blue eyes like a sea, staring at the big white whale with two pairs of eyes fiercely, looking at his triumphant posture in scales and armor. In an unsentimental tone, he said, Dai Yuhao is dead. My name is Hai Ming Wei. The words fall. He stretched out a finger gently. The golden fingertips seemed to be sick and slow, and slowly dotted on the forehead of the beluga whale through the gap of the cage. The ultimate profound meaning of 6 types 6 king spears. A kind of coldness deep in the bone marrow madly swept the soul. Hamba's 2 huge pupils instantly shrunk to the size of a pinpoint. I only felt that an unmatched sharpness flooded my mind from the fingertips on my forehead, deep into my soul. This moment, the memories of the past scenes of Hamba's flashed across his mind like lightning. It was all the memories of his first half of his life. From the beginning of his life, he had to be a pirate in order to survive, and he couldn't bear to kill. Later, he became numb and got used to the blood. Constantly looting the passing merchant ships, looting the fishermen in the surrounding islands, murdering, robbery and rape, everything is done. If there really is such a thing as good and evil in this world, he really deserves death. There was a slight sound, as if a bubble burst. Hemingway slowly retracted his hand. The huge white whale in front of him looks intact, but the 2 huge eyes are gradually losing their looks. The light emitted from the water net cage that besieged him gradually dimmed, losing the control of the master's mind, and his spirit power began to dissipate and return to heaven and earth. These water nets naturally also gradually collapsed, and finally turned into ordinary sea water and fell back. The sea. With the sound of falling water at the end, the turbulent sea finally calmed down completely. In the distance, the edge of the sky and the earth. On that huge pirate ship, many pirates looked at the strangely calming sea, and their hearts were a little hairy. Especially seeing the huge beluga whale incarnate of his own boss still motionless, I felt a little flustered. There is an inexplicable ominous premonition. Shouldn't. No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The head of is the soul saint. How could it be defeated by a mere soul deity? Absolutely impossible. The pirates subconsciously do not want to believe in such unthinkable things. Fighting is really the only way to improve your strength. Looking at the great white whale whose eyes had lost its luster in front of him, and its huge body was slowly disintegrating, Hemingway couldn't help feeling a little when he thought about what he had gained at this time. Not long ago, he was completely determined after the last battle. Close his eyes, and leave the perception to the domineering of seeing, hearing and color. In that constant avoidance, not only the use of seeing, hearing and color becomes more and more skillful. Even the Navy 6 styles, which are already well known, are constantly avoiding. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com is gradually getting through. Gradually, his whole body and mind were immersed in that unique state, which was a state similar to epiphany. I just feel that what I have learned in the past is constantly innovating. Bring him all kinds of wonderful insights. In the end, not only did he see and hear that the domineering reached a new level, but he was able to vaguely predict the next move before the enemy's move, and even the Navy 6 styles were thoroughly integrated. Has derived the ultimate move of the 6 Navy fusions into one. 6 King's Spear. The so-called 6 King's Spear is a technique that uses all the power in the body. Ordinary people use only a small part of their physical power, and a large part of their power is left unused. The function of this trick is to guide this part of the force, remove the restriction of the body's instinct, and release the hidden energy in an instant. With this burst of power that is several times or even dozens of times more than usual. The previous light finger is not just a finger, it is actually the concentration of the whole body's strength, and the limit is compressed and condensed at the point of the fingertip. The power of horror erupted from this. The power contained in that finger, when it is touched on the forehead of the beluga whale, burst out instantly. That fierce and violent force formed a shock wave and penetrated through the body, instantly engulfing the whole body. Didn't give him half a chance to block, half a chance to react. Destroyed everything in his body in an instant. Cut off vitality. On the surface, the beluga whale incarnation of Hambas seems unscathed, but in fact, whether it is internal organs or bones, everything is between Hemingway's understatement of the finger, and it is quantified as flesh and blood residue by the frenzied violence contained in it. 6 King's Spear is such a domineering skill. Chapter 28, Speechless Tears 0 Lines. The huge white whale gradually began to shrink, and finally changed back to the appearance of Hambas, but at this time, his eyes were furious, his expression seemed unbelievable, and it seemed to be relief. Looking at the appearance in front of him, it seemed unscathed, but in fact, it had already turned into a pool of rotten flesh in the soul sage corpse. Hemingway said with emotion, "At any rate, you are also a generation of soul sages. You are too lonely on Huangchuan Road. Let your subordinates accompany you on the road." The words fall, began to glow, and then turned into a beautiful mermaid princess Baxing. I saw the dark and shallow pink fishtail of her lower body immersed in the sea, silently, opening the sea's ability to sense. With her sea blue eyes, she looked at the big ship on the edge of the net in the distance, and looked at the young people on the pirate ship who had seen the boss turn back to humans and became a corpse floating on the sea. Slowly raised the huge pink fishtail in shades of shades, a series of water droplets flowed from the almost transparent tip of the tail. Gently flicked in the air. A wave of ocean waves accompanied by the fish tails, frantically sweeping away. Boom! The horrible tide drowned the pirate ship crazily. The terrifying impact contained in it directly shook everyone on board to death. This is the mermaid spirit's innate ability to manipulate sea water. Just gently shaking that beautiful fish tail can cause various sea disasters. Of course, no matter what talent ability is activated, it needs to consume soul power. It cannot be made out of nothing. The strength of all moves requires energy. The more energy that can be provided, the more terrifying and powerful the power is. Today's Hemingway's ability to manipulate sea water can only be limited to 1 acre 3/4 of land in this heavenly net. In the face of the vast sea, his current strength is still too small after all. Okay, Xiao Xiao is done cleaning. There is the last one left. Hemingway clapped his hands, and immediately under the effect of the ability that he had secretly activated. Somewhere in the distance, the sea suddenly began to spin, and then a cage made of water condensed slowly emerged, and an old man was trapped in it with his eyes closed. It was the old Soul Emperor who disappeared into the sea after activating the net of heaven and earth in the first place. I've eaten Hemingway who lost his life on the sea a long time ago, so the old man was left behind. It was just to let him guide his way in the sea. He was really fed up with not knowing the road and wandering in the sea casually. When he wanted to come, since the old Soul Emperor is the deputy head, he has been a pirate for a lifetime. Then he can definitely understand the chart and definitely point him in the right direction. What if he doesn't cooperate or deliberately points in the wrong direction? Hemingway said that under the influence of his domineering look, no one can pretend to be in front of him, stealthily, and slippery. If you want to yin him, it is millions of years too early. By the way, the boat should still be usable, right? Hemingway suddenly remembered something, and he thought. I saw the sea in the distance began to roll, and then a giant steel creature was pushed out by the sea. It was just now that he overturned the pirate ship by a wave. At this time, when the corpse on the pirate ship was still sinking in the sea, he had controlled the sea and swept it away. Therefore, the entire pirate ship is clean at this moment, except for some water stains, and all aspects are considered good. Hemingway exited the transformation state and gently jumped onto the pirate ship. Then the cage that imprisoned the old Soul Emperor began to deform and turned into a wave with a strong blow. Threw him directly onto the pirate ship. Boom! The old Soul Emperor smashed heavily on the deck of the pirate ship. The impact of the fall finally made him slowly wake up, slowly propped up with his hands, when he saw the empty pirate ship and the white-haired boy who was walking towards him. I understood everything at once. The entire Beluga pirate group, except for him, was defeated by this white-haired boy who was only 12 years old this year. Even the head of the Soul Saint died tragically at the hands of this white-haired boy. Want to die or to live? Hemingway walked to the old Soul Emperor and asked in a non-sentimental tone. The Soul Emperor old man looked at him and laughed instead, and laughed madly. Ha ha ha! Hemingway frowned, and said coldly, "What are you laughing at?" "Ha ha," the old man laughed, "laughing at your death, I don't know yet, ha ha." The old Soul Emperor laughed wildly. "It's like a madman who doesn't care about life. Do you really think that we are the only one to catch you? Ha ha." The old Soul Emperor laughed out of breath, staring at him maliciously in his dim old eyes, and said gloomily, It's just the vanguard, there is a group of pirates who are not weaker than us right behind. Now, they should be coming soon." And Hemingway, who had always seen and heard the color enveloped the Soul Emperor old man, could clearly feel that this old man did not lie at all. There are really many chasing soldiers behind. Suddenly his face changed completely. Coincidentally, there was a loud noise suddenly outside the net at this moment. Boom! It was just a blow. www.readaloud.com. The net of heaven and earth covering the sea area of 1 kilometer in an instant collapsed into fragments, slowly dissipating between heaven and earth. Without the net of heaven and earth to block the line of sight, Hemingway could finally see in all directions the many pirate ships that were encircling him from a distance. There are at least a dozen pirate ships. The pirate flag hung on the top of each pirate ship is different. The only thing in common is that there is a wave of spirit power that is not weaker than Hambas spreads unscrupulously. This means that there is at least one soul saint on each of these dozen pirate ships. More than a dozen soul saints. Hemingway only felt his heart and liver tremble. Just solving a Hambas, it almost used all his skills. In the end, luck was overwhelming. Years of accumulation triggered a state of epiphany and realized a powerful trick. Only then was it possible to kill with one blow in the right time and place. To be honest, being able to kill Hambas was pure luck. It really took up too much luck, after all, if it weren't for his arrogance. "I think I have the chance to win, and I won't let him have the opportunity to get close and get so close." As a result, the one-finger six-king spear that was caught off guard was killed instantly. Opportunities like this occupies too many factors of coincidence, and it is a situation that cannot be replicated. If there is another soul saint, he may not have been able to fight. What's more than a dozen soul saints will come together. The most excessive thing is that these soul saints also played gang fights. Oh my God! Hemingway only felt dizzy for a while. Could it be that heaven is going to kill me? Hemingway looked up at the sky, looked at the pure and flawless blue sky, and felt that at this moment there was an impulse for 1,000 words and tears. Uncomfortable. I want to cry. Chapter 29, My Life is Over. On the pirate ship. Looked at the grey-haired boy looking up at the sky without saying a word. The old Soul Emperor gradually stopped laughing wildly, and then asked a little curiously, "What are you thinking about? Do you want to catch it with your hands?" "I'm reminiscing about my life." Hemingway sighed with emotion, then turned his eyes to the old Soul Emperor, and slowly said, "Since you are destined to be unavoidable, then leave you useless," etc. The old Soul Emperor, who realized something, just started to say something. A flower exploded from the center of his eyebrows. The head was blown by a finger gun. Slowly retracted the blood-stained finger, and gently flicked away the blood and brains on the finger. Hemingway, who knew that he could not escape, was not hysterical at this time, but walked to the bow of the ship very calmly, just waiting for those silently. The pirate ship surrounding him approached, and the whole person was like a silent stone statue. The pirate ships surrounded from all sides gradually surrounded the pirate ships where Hemingway was in, forming a huge circle. At this moment, all directions were blocked by huge pirate ships, and the siege was airtight, and there was no way to escape. On a dozen or so huge pirate ships, those greedy eyes stared straight at the center. The white-haired young man standing on the bow seemed to want to swallow him directly. 00 total, there are hundreds of people on the scene. Each of these ships has a soul saint, a soul emperor, a number of soul kings, and many pirates. Being watched by those greedy eyes, everyone can get hairy. It seems that today is really my fate. Feeling the pressure from all directions, Hemingway was deeply moved. Unexpectedly, he was a dignified traveler who spent 6 years on the desert island. After going out to sea after a bit of self-preservation, it turned out that as soon as the game started, he was faced with a terrible scene of being surrounded by more than a dozen souls. This thief god is too unfriendly to his foreign visitors. I will receive a box lunch as soon as he comes out. He is probably the most unlucky traverser. By now. Hemingway calmed down on the contrary after knowing how bad things he estimated today. Because he knows that panic is useless at this time, the more critical the juncture, the more calm he must be. Only then can there be a ray of life. He began to think carefully about himself at this time. In addition to the armed color and the 6 navy styles, what other cards can deal with the current crisis? The ability of meatball fruit? No, this is useless. Although it claims to be able to bounce off everything, even concepts can bounce off, but this just means that the future potential can achieve this step. It's not that he can bounce everything right now, but that he is really so good. When fighting against Hambas, there was no need for danger. He directly slapped his martial arts souls out, and turned him from a soul master to a mortal on the spot. The reality is that the stronger the soul master's strength, the greater the resistance to his flesh ball fruit. Therefore, the meatball fruit ability at this stage can't be used to fight against strong enemies at all. Then, use the Mermaid Princess Martial Soul's ability to summon sea soul beasts to control a bunch of sea soul beasts to rescue? This is also not good, it is also restrictive. First of all, if you want to summon a sea soul beast, it must be within his sea sensing range before it will be controlled by him, which means that there is nothing outside the range. But now his ability to sense the sea can only cover the sea area of thousands of miles, which seems to be very vast on land. But as far as the sea is concerned, the sea area of thousands of miles is nothing more than a small place that can't even count as a chestnut in the sea. Therefore, if you are lucky, you may be able to happen to have a powerful soul beast within the scope of this 1,000-mile sea area. But it is more likely that they are weak soul beasts, and maybe even a little bit of exaggeration is not even a half-soul beast. Anyway, it all depends on luck. In addition to the limitation of distance, the age of the soul beast to be controlled is also limited. If the strength of the soul beast exceeds him too much, then it will not be controlled by him. Controlling the sea spirit beast does not mean that it can summon the sea spirit beast arbitrarily regardless of age and strength. Otherwise, Hemingway would not have to spend 6 years on a small island, and he would directly summon a bunch of 100,000-year-old, or even million-year-old soul beasts. Wouldn't it be beautiful to sweep the sea as soon as he appeared? The reality is that the level of the sea spirit beast that Hemingway can control cannot be too far from him. With his current level, he can only control sea spirit beasts for about 10,000 years at most, and there are still restrictions on the number. It is not that you can control as many as you want. With Hemingway's mental power at this time, it is the limit to control 10,000-year-old sea spirit beasts at once. Otherwise, how could he not know the reason why ants kill more elephants? Summon tens of thousands directly, no, hundreds of thousands of year-old sea spirit beasts are enough. If he can summon dozens of 10,000-year sea soul beasts, then these pirates in front of him are nothing to be afraid of. So regardless of the ability to control the sea soul beast, it seems invincible, but the specific power that it can have is tied to Hemingway's own strength. The higher the level, the higher the number of soul beasts that can be controlled, and the number will be more. And it also depends on luck. If there is no powerful soul beast within the sea's sensing range, then even if it can be controlled, it will be useless. After counting down the abilities he currently possesses, Hemingway reluctantly discovered that in the current situation, apart from fighting these pirates, there seems to be no second way to go. At this moment, the pirate ship surrounded by the front suddenly separated slowly to the two sides, and then a pirate ship, which could be called the largest pirate ship in the whole scene, slowly sailed in from the separated road. The pirate flag on the top of the ship was depicted with a head. The fierce deep-sea monster whale surrounds the scene of the skull. See this iconic pirate flag? Hemingway couldn't help but gasped. Because he knows so well what this pirate flag represents. Magic Whale Pirate Group. The most vicious and most powerful pirate group in the entire sea. At the same time, its leader is also the uncrowned king recognized by all the pirates in the entire sea. The Pirate King. Contra. Hemingway closed his eyes feebly, even if he didn't feel it carefully. He could also feel that with the approach of the big ship ahead, a surging and terrifying aura was overwhelmingly oppressed. This level of aura is far beyond the Soul Sage. Obviously it was definitely Contra. The current situation, the arrival of this Contra is undoubtedly even worse. A Contra, plus a dozen Soul Sages, plus a large number of Soul Emperors, and a number of Soul Kings. There are also the following small class Spirit Masters. Hemingway can tell. In order to catch him, these pirates are almost dispatched. The Star Luo Empire has really lost its blood. A wry smile appeared at the corner of Hemingway's mouth. In order to catch his little soul sovereign, a 12-year-old boy. As for this, you guys. You pirates don't talk about martial arts. Purple Whale is very excited at this moment. Because the reward target is right in front of me. As long as the reward target in front of you is captured alive, hand it to the Star Luo Empire. Not only can you obtain many soul bones and soul ring hunting opportunities, more importantly, you can also obtain the title of Star Luo Empire. From then on, enjoy the shelter of the Star Luo Empire and no longer need to be a precarious pirate. How can all this not excite him? How can he not make him ecstatic? The daughter Zi Genzu next to her saw her father's mouth cracking. She couldn't help but said silently, "Dad, didn't you just catch a 12-year-old kid? You laughed so disgustingly. The image of Contra is gone. Girl, you are still young, you don't understand." The exaggerated smile on the purple giant whale's face eased slightly, but still smiled and said, "Being a pirate has no future, and it's precarious. Don't look at your dad now, who is very beautiful now, and you are still called the Pirate King. But you can't figure out what it is. At that time, it provokes unpleasant people, and it's not surprising to be hit by someone to kill. Pirates are not a good job after all." At the end of the day, he seemed to remember something in the past, and the smile on his face slowly disappeared, sighing. Scream. It's full of complex and unspeakable emotions. It can be seen that he is also a person with a story. So, this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity must not be missed. He said, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. There was a terrifying aura pervading his whole body. That is a brutal and iron-blooded power. Being able to mix to this point has become a Contra under the title. The experience of the purple giant whale is also legendary. If it is compiled into a novel, it is also a hot-blooded article. Each person's experience is unique. The world never revolves around one person, everyone is the protagonist in his own life. Yes, I don't understand. Purple Pearl rolled his beautiful eyes. Yu reading www.yuyukanshu.com puffed up his cheeks and muttered, "What's wrong with being a pirate? I think being a free pirate is also good. I really don't understand why you want to go so much. When you go there, you will be under the control of the Star Luo Empire. Wherever we are happy in the sea and do whatever we want." Ugh! Hearing such innocent words from his daughter next to him, the giant purple whale couldn't help sighing and shook his head without saying a word. I wonder if I protected her too well? Did not make her aware of the sinister world. The sea is far less beautiful than she had imagined. A lot of dirty, sometimes it can destroy the three views of ordinary people. Purple whale for the only daughter, Purple Pearl, is simply a jewel in the palm to pet. Since she was a child, she has not suffered much, let alone any setbacks. She also didn't let her know about the dirty things in her pirate group. As a result, she became a small white flower. The mind is simple and does not know the world. Such an innocent girl. If you don't have the protection of your old father in the future, how can you survive on this cruel sea of cannibalism? Can she adapt to the truth and cruelty of the sea? The giant purple whale didn't dare to think about it, he thought it was good for his daughter. After this incident, she should really start to know the cruelty of reality. And let her understand that reality is far worse than she thought. The Soul Master realm is far from being so clean. The world is not as beautiful as she imagined. A good person is destined to not live long in this world where the strong are respected. P.S. There are more than 3,000 words in this chapter. Ask for votes, ask for collection. The data in the new book is poor. Chapter 30, it and number 039, s definitely not something in the pool. A vast expanse of sea. More than a dozen pirate ships form a circle, and a pirate ship is firmly enclosed in the center. At this time, the circle formed by numerous pirate ships made a gap. Immediately afterwards, a giant pirate ship that was much larger than the rest of the pirate ships on the scene slowly passed through the gap and drove into the circle. Head towards the pirate ship in the center. One big and one small, the distance between the two pirate ships keeps getting closer. The two people standing at the bow of the ship are gradually able to see each other more clearly. Hemingway stood on the bow like a javelin, his waist straight. Even in the face of today's desperate predicament, his face did not show the slightest timidity. If you lose, don't lose. Although he was indeed a little embarrassed in his heart, he knew better that no matter how pitiful he was, it would be of no avail to the status quo. These knives lick blood, and the fierce pirates will not look at you and let you go. So instead of showing weakness and losing the body of being a traverser, it is better to face your own destiny calmly. Hemingway looked at the big ship on the opposite side slowly approaching, and those standing on the bow became more and more obvious. Among them, the sturdy middle-aged man exuded a powerful aura. There is no doubt that it is the contra-purple giant whale who is known as the Pirate King. Is really strong. There is a kind of iron and blood exuding all over his body, and he is fierce and fierce. But at this time, Hemingway's attention was quickly attracted by the heroic girl with long purple hair beside the giant purple whale. Don't get me wrong, he didn't like the beauty of this girl. But because he saw a glimmer of life from this young girl. The relationship between these two people is father and daughter. Hemingway's domineering experience covering a radius of 120 meters can clearly sense the love and indulgence of the purple giant whale to the purple-haired girl next to him, this feeling. There is no doubt that it is the feelings of the father towards his daughter. Perhaps the breakthrough for his escape this time lies in this purple-haired girl. And when Hemingway was playing Xiaojuju in his heart, the distance between the two pirate ships was getting closer and closer, and finally stopped when they were about 10 meters apart. The giant purple whale and the others took a taller ship, so they stood at the bow of the ship in a condescending posture, looking down at the other ship, Hemingway standing on the bow. The two sides are facing each other far away. A member of the Magic Whale pirate group, except for the father and daughter of the giant purple whale on the bow. Behind him there are two Soul Saint deputies, as well as a number of Soul Emperors, and a number of Soul Kings. The manpower is extremely luxurious. Looking back at Hemingway, he was alone. The difference in the number of people on both sides is extremely huge. But Hemingway, who was at a disadvantage in every respect, stood alone at the bow of the ship, but he was indifferent. That handsome face was calm, and his whole body exuded an aura that was not weaker than that of everyone on the other side. One person can match thousands of troops. The aura of the Contra and the many Soul Emperors on the opposite side were suppressed. At this time, the two giant purple whales and purple pearl father and daughter on the pirate ship, accompanied by the approach of the ship, finally saw the true face of the white-haired figure standing on the bow of the ship. Only one look. The purple giant whale had an idea in his heart: this child is definitely not a thing in the pool. He has crossed the ocean for decades, and has never seen such a unique temperament. It's almost like a natural strong man, just standing there motionless like that. There is a mountain of indifferent and resoluteness, like some squally rain, tornado, and tsunami. All can't shake his body. If this young man can escape this time, his future achievements are absolutely limitless. The giant purple whale clearly realized this when he saw Hemingway's figure clearly. As for the daughter Zi Genzu next to her, she was not as far away as her father thought. When she saw the white-haired figure standing on the bow of the ship, she had only one thought. That's so handsome. So manly. Even if Purple Pearl is not a nympho, it is not a superficial woman who only looks at her appearance. But when I saw the figure standing on the bow of the ship, I was inexplicably shocked. Facing the siege of many powerful people, even the Contra can stand proudly and unyieldingly in person. The self-confidence and strength of the powerful have deeply affected her. From childhood to adulthood, Purple Pearl was pampered and sheltered by her father as a Contra. All the men she faced had all flattered her. Over time, in Zi Genzu's heart, there was also some prejudice against men. Think of men, just like that, everything is a group of humbly soft-footed shrimps. Not as good as her woman. But until today, when she saw this man, all her past impressions about men were all broken. It turns out that this is the real man. A trace of blur flashed through the purple eyes of Purple Pearl, and only felt the heart beating slightly faster, and an unprecedented feeling filled the heart. This year is only 29 years old. The 18-year-old girl finally understood for the first time what it's like to be emotional. The two sides looked at each other for a long time. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. In the end, the giant purple whale couldn't bear it and spoke first. To be honest, you are very different from what I imagined. The giant purple whale stared at the proud and unyielding white-haired boy on the bow of the opposite ship, and a flash of admiration flashed in his eyes. Surprisingly, he said, I thought you would panic and run away in embarrassment when faced with this scene, but I didn't expect you to be so calm. It turned out that you were a hero. I didn't expect to catch a soul lord in my area, which could bother the famous pirate king. Presumably their rewards are of great significance to you. If not, you would never lead your men to go out. Hemingway's pair of azure blues, there was no shock in his eyes, and he said in a flat tone, but even so, it is absolutely impossible for me to get caught. Look at the traces around. Hambas has been killed by you. The giant purple whale looked at the numerous floating corpses on the surrounding sea, and a flash of horror flashed in his eyes. When he looked at the white-haired boy standing on the bow again, he was already looking at a real monster. Killing the soul saint with the strength of the soul lord, even if you may have tricks, it is enough to prove how terrifying your talent is. If you give you more than 10 years, I am afraid that even I may not be your opponent. The purple giant whale's gaze at Hemingway has completely changed at this time. There was also a heartfelt love for talents in my heart. If it wasn't that the title was too important to him, he might give up capturing him at this time and instead recruit him into his own pirate group. Even let him be his own son-in-law, the future successor may not be impossible. After all, Hemingway's record is really terrifying. As long as a genius like this gives him time to grow, his future achievements will be limitless. PS2 more. Ask for votes. Chapter 31, The Pedigree is Supreme. The purple giant whale looked at Hemingway, only feeling extremely sorry. It is a pity that such a genius who should have been as dazzling as the sun above him, but now he doesn't even have a chance to shine. Is about to fall. The glorious future has not yet begun, it is about to end. Oh, you look like you are destined to not be able to catch you with your hands. The giant purple whale looked at the white-haired young man with cold eyes and a calm temperament, and sighed, "That's it. In that case, let me capture you. The old man's dignified contra is not considered to have insulted you. The purple whale intends to personally capture Hemingway. I was afraid that he would be caught at the last sight, it was a foregone conclusion, unbearable, and brazenly committing suicide. Was captured back to the Star Luo Empire after all, thinking with his toes to know how miserable the end would be. Sometimes suicide is a relief. Secondly, the giant purple whale felt a little sorry for such a genius who should have been destined to be brilliant, and felt that he shouldn't just lose to a group of trash fish. And to end his future in the name of his own contra, the Pirate King, is not insulting him. Hemingway was not surprised but delighted when he saw that the giant purple whale was going to capture himself by himself. Of course he knew that he was definitely not Contra's opponent, but had other plans. Facing the Soul Saint, he can barely contend 1 or 2, but facing the Contra, and he is still a Contra of the assault system, want to win? Are you kidding me? It's good to be able to block the next or 2 moves. The most important thing is that he now has the spirit power in his body that has already consumed most of it after the previous battle. The body is also a little tired, but fortunately, the exercise of adjusting gravity all year round makes Hemingway's endurance very good. He has no other advantages, but is long-lasting. At present, the body can stand up to it for the time being. But the consumption of soul power is gone. At this time, he estimated that the spirit power in his body was only about 20 to 30% of that in the heyday. Faced with Contra in this state, he himself didn't know how many tricks he could hold. He hoped that he would be defeated if he didn't meet him. Of course, Hemingway actually had other plans in his heart. The purple whale chose to take the shot himself, but it was in his arms. Let him have more confidence in the possibility of the success of his next plan. Boom! The purple giant whale jumped, straddling directly more than 10 meters, and jumped onto the ship where Hemingway was. The surrounding pirates saw that the boss was going to take action personally, and they didn't say anything, but silently drove the ship farther away, so as not to affect the battle. Did not stop until the ship was about tens of meters away from the center. The many pirates on the ship began to watch in silence. And Zi Zhenzu could not help but feel a little worried when she saw her father want to do it himself, and looked at the white-haired boy. I hope my father will act lightly later. Standing at the bow of the ship, Hemingway turned around and looked at the tall and middle-aged man not far away. The spirit power that was already ready to go suddenly surged. A flow of air was stirred up all over the body, and the fluttering clothes looked extraordinarily compelling. Purple Giant Whale smiled at this, obviously not taking this duel seriously at all. However, out of respect for this young man, he chose to possess his martial spirit. I saw a huge whale phantom with a sapphire color all over his body, and then merged into his body. Suddenly, he saw his muscles swell in an instant, and his whole body abruptly reached a height of 3 meters, and his skin turned blue. The aura that he exudes is far from that not long ago. The martial soul was also the soul sage of whales. Hambas can compare. Because the spirit of the purple giant whale is not an ordinary whale, but the noble among the whales, the deep-sea magic whale. The name of the magic whale pirate group comes from this. With this super-sea soul beast as a martial soul, it is no wonder that the purple giant whale can have the achievements it is now. In this world where pedigree talent is especially valued, the quality of Wuhan determines a person's future achievements. Doluo continent is a world where blood is supreme, and I have never heard that the waste martial arts soul can be counterattacked by the grassroots. Such things can only appear in dreams. At the same time, the 8 soul rings of white, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, and black appeared around the purple giant whale, and a terrifying sense of oppression came upon you. Hemingway felt the terrifying pressure coming, and he couldn't help but feel a little heavy in his heart. The strength of Contra is really terrifying. I hope he won't survive a few rounds later, otherwise he would be too sad. Ha ha ha, if you can fight the Contra, even if you lose, you will still be proud of defeat. Hemingway, who was playing a small 9 in his heart, let out a long smile on the surface, showing the man's free and unrestrained heroic aura. The pirates around him couldn't help but look at him with a little admiration, and they could be so free and easy in the face of Contra. Don't say anything else, just this mentality. It's enough to make people look stunned. As for Zi Genzu's gaze, it was even more blurred, and at the same time, he made a decision quietly in his heart. She planned to wait for Hemingway to be caught, and find a chance to secretly let him go. Such a man should not become a breeding tool in an aggrieved way. Come on. Please enlighten me. Behind Hemingway, a huge mermaid phantom appeared and disappeared, and he was possessed by a martial soul in an instant. The 3 spirit rings that should have appeared all over his body did not appear under his intentional control. And then he slammed under his feet www.readaloud.com, even ignoring the difference in strength, took the lead in charging. Let me see how powerful Contra is. The purple giant whale looked at the boy who rushed towards him, and couldn't help but flashed a touch of appreciation in his eyes. He muttered to himself, not to mention the strength, this courage is commendable. Of course I think so, but he has no intention of being merciful. Facing the menacing white-haired boy, the purple giant whale didn't directly use his soul skills to magnify his moves to subdue him. Instead, he wanted to see how he could kill the soul sage with the strength of the soul sovereign. Ignoring such a huge level gap, could it be that soul bones were fused on the body? Considering Hemingway's noble status as a collection of the royal blood of the 2 countries, the purple whale felt that it was not impossible for him to have soul bones in his background. Hemingway rushed in front of him, golden light on his right arm. Armed color domineering covering the arm, directly hit the purple giant whale's chest with a fierce punch. This punch has no reservations, and he has used his maximum output power. Feeling that his fist was violent, the purple giant whale relied on being a Contra, and it didn't even dodge. Just like that, he was punched in the chest abruptly. Boom! That fist, like a gold cast, blasted against the strong chest fiercely. Boom! Where the fist meets the chest, a fierce wind erupts. The deck under which the purple giant whale stood on both feet exploded, and the entire ship sank suddenly. Almost all of it was sinking to the bottom of the sea, and a large piece of sea water poured into the deck from the edge, but fortunately, it seemed that the whole ship was going to sink to the bottom of the sea. Hemingway regained his strength in time, and suddenly recovered his fist, and his whole body instantly retreated several meters. Losing the weight of power, the ship that was about to sink into the sea suddenly floated again. Chapter 32, Unequal Fighting. Yes, even if this punch is an ordinary soul sage, it is not easy to receive it. The purple giant whale patted the slightly wrinkled clothes on the chest as if it were a human being. This kind of power wants to kill Hanba's assault system soul saint, but it is far from qualified. Is there any trick to use it, otherwise you will have no chance? So strong. Even if he had expected it, but seeing that he had added an armed and domineering full blow, he couldn't even make him retreat half a step. Hemingway couldn't help but be shocked by the strength of Contra. Is this Contra? Sure enough, and Soul Saint is not the same level. Even with the mere possession of the martial soul, he could easily block his full blow. Seeing the unaffected appearance of the giant purple whale that had been punched with all his strength, Hemingway couldn't help but be shocked by the strength of the Contra. There is no doubt that Hemingway is absolutely unable to beat the giant purple whale now, but in his current situation, if you can't beat it, you have to beat it. It is absolutely impossible to catch it with one's hands. So even if his hard punch was taken lightly, Hemingway still did not give up. The armed color domineering once again covered the upper body, and launched an offensive brazenly. Boom! This time the purple giant whale stood and was beaten, facing Hemingway's punch to his abdomen, and directly reached out to block it. Then he punched him in the chest with the other hand, directly smashing him into the air. Even if he was armed and domineering to protect his chest in time, Contra's powerful punch still made Hemingway's chest tight, and his lungs were aching due to the shock of the terrifying power. It's just that the spirit abilities have not been used, and the punch of the spirit of the martial arts is simply added. Contra's strength is evident from this. In Hemingway's view, the strength of this pirate king is not simple. He is definitely not as simple as an ordinary Contra. Hemingway was absolutely sure that if the purple giant whale had a geographical advantage in the sea, it might be able to rival an ordinary land titled Doluo. Because his martial soul is the noble among the whales, the deep-sea devil whale. This kind of sea soul beast itself is a kind of existence of the overlord of the sea, and now it has become a human spirit. It is conceivable that the strength of a spirit master with this kind of spirit is definitely far stronger than that of an ordinary soul master. In this world where Wuhan decides everything, have a good Wuhan. It really determines their future achievements and the upper limit that can be achieved. Blood is everything. Hey, after receiving a punch from me, it's okay? What is that golden light? Is it a special spirit ability? Or is it a skill attached to a spirit bone? And why doesn't his spirit ring appear after his martial spirit is possessed? The giant whale saw that he was hit in the chest with a punch by himself, but it looked like a okay person, and then the white-haired boy who charged at him was surprised that ordinary people did not know. Just as Hemingway guessed, as the best in Contra, his strength is not measurable by ordinary Contras. He bears a super martial soul deep-sea demon whale. If the firepower is full, his hard power can even compete with ordinary title Doluo. If it weren't for the many life and death crises when you were young, in order to improve your strength as soon as possible, you had no choice but to absorb the soul ring that was not very old. In addition, the hidden injuries accumulated over the years and years of battle damaged the body, resulting in a great decline in talent, and there is no hope of title in this life. He is probably already a titled Doluo now, so why did he come to catch such a young man with great fanfare for a title? Boom boom. 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 Hemingway continuously launched attacks on the purple giant whale, and between his fists and feet, the accompanying golden-armed color tore the air, and the howling energy fell into the surrounding sea, provoking a series of explosions. Facing his fierce offensive, the purple giant whale's performance was still such an understatement, waving his hands and feet easily blocked his fists and feet. Even the spirit abilities were not used, but the simple possession of the martial spirit blocked all his attacks. The pirates on the ship watched the battle attentively, and they were only indifferent to the white-haired boy. As a result, as the battle progressed, watching the fist-to-fight battle, I couldn't help being aroused in my heart. Many people even clenched their fists, staring at the white-haired boy in the field, silently cheering on him. This is an unequal battle. But Hemingway's perseverance, who dared to punch the strong and knew that he was invincible, still decided to fight to the last minute, couldn't help but infect everyone around him. Purple Pearl's beautiful purple eyes stared anxiously at the white-haired boy who was gradually bleeding from his body and bleeding from the corners of his mouth following the battle. Anxiously shouted in his heart, "Don't fight anymore. Even if you are caught, I will let you go. If you continue to fight, you may really die." It's just that Hemingway couldn't hear her at all at this time. He was still like a tireless machine, madly attacking the giant purple whale. Even if his attack is blocked lightly every time, even if he hits it, it won't hurt him at all. Boom. Bang. As always, blocked a punch, and then slapped him back casually. The purple giant whale's mood also became a little impatient, and he played with him for so long. He didn't want to play anymore and decided to end the battle directly. And Hemingway, who was always surrounded by the sights and smells, naturally noticed that the purple whale was planning to use soul skills, and Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com directly solved the battle. He was overjoyed, knowing that the opportunity he had been waiting for had come. "Boy, I'm going to be serious next. If there is any trick, please use it quickly, or you won't have a chance." the purple giant whale said, and his expression gradually became serious, and then the white, yellow, yellow, purple, and purple floating around the body high haze 8 spirit rings became more and more clear. Obviously it is a sign that the spirit ability is about to be activated. I have one last resort. Hemingway's face also became serious. He wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth. Even though he was embarrassed and bruised, he still calmly said, "This trick is called the Six Kings Spear. It gathers all the power of my body and is infinitely powerful. Kill a soul saint, you dare to take it? Oh, it seems that Hambas was killed by you." The giant purple whale said with great interest, "The old man is going to see it." In his opinion, Hemingway at this time is completely dying. There will be no resistance. This should be his last fight. It was also the last glory before the scene ended. Therefore, the giant purple whale decided to generously satisfy his desire, not to dodge his move, and then to end this unequal battle. The surrounding pirates also hurriedly cheered up when they saw this place, watching the battle in the field nervously. They all knew that after the blow, it was time to end. Purple Pearl clasped her hands tightly in front of her chest, as if praying. Those purple eyes staring closely at the white-haired boy's back is not a broad back, and his performance is no different from that of a girl who is worried about his lover. However, the eyes of the people around were attracted by the field at this time, so no one noticed her abnormal performance. PS Ask for votes, ask for collection. The data is so bad, the code words are out of motivation. Chapter 33, The Real Purpose. Hey! The white-haired boy closed his eyes and exhaled slowly, and then stood upright, but the whole person relaxed. But then the muscles on the body surface began to swell, and the blood flow gradually boiled. The only remaining soul power began to run wild. Fierce vigor continuously leaked from the whole body, making the place seem to be a small whirlwind. The purple giant whale on the opposite side saw this place with a little solemnity. Among the 8 spirit rings floating all over, the 6th black spirit ring burst into light, finally releasing its spirit ability. Of course, he said that he would take it, and he would never take the lead in attacking. Therefore this spirit ability is a defensive spirit ability. With his contra-level strength, Martial Soul is even a super Martial Soul deep-sea demon whale, once he gets serious. Even the defensive spirit skills that were displayed were definitely not something that a mere soul deity could break. Even if this soul sovereign had killed a soul saint in a very unbelievable way, it would never be possible to break his defense. This is the self-confidence of the purple whale as a strong man and the intuition he has cultivated through many years of pirate career. He can feel that although the power brewing in the white-haired boy not far away is very amazing, once it breaks out, I am afraid it can really kill Soul Saint. But it is absolutely impossible to break one's own defense. Absolutely impossible. If it can really be broken, then he doesn't have to be a pirate king, so let's go home and farm as soon as possible. Don't be embarrassed here. At this time, whether it is pure flesh and blood power, or soul power, or armed color, all the power in Hemingway's body is constantly reconciling and condensing together under the Hone 6 forms of fire and fire. Converge on the right arm. Hemingway's right arm has been completely shrouded in blooming golden light. In the end, it seemed to have reached a peak. The dazzling golden light on the right arm began to converge, and then the whole arm turned into a real golden hand. The accumulated power reaches its peak. The white-haired boy opened his eyes, like a flash of lightning in a thunderstorm night, illuminating the entire world. The sharpness in that eye, even if it is tens of meters away, still makes the eyes of those around him who always pay attention to him slightly hurt, and subconsciously avoids his gaze. I only feel amazed in my heart. The face of the purple giant whale opposite also gradually became dignified, and the original inattentive standing posture was also subconsciously adjusted to be able to meet the upcoming terrifying impact. He had a hunch that the next blow of the boy was definitely a blow that exceeded his expectations. If you don't concentrate anymore, I'm afraid you will really suffer a little bit. Underestimate the enemy, but taboo on the battlefield. 6 Types of Ultimate Profound Meaning. 6 King's Spear Change. The white-haired young man slowly raised his golden right hand without making a fist. Instead, he stretched out his 5 fingers and made palms together. He pointed his palms towards the purple giant whale in the distance, seemingly intending to use the palm of his hand to display the 6 kings. Gun. Boom. Burst in place, and a big hole broke through the deck. The white-haired boy disappeared in place. Shave. When he reappeared, he had already stretched out his golden right palm and pushed it toward the little blue giant who was 3 meters tall. The purple giant whale's pupils shrank, because he felt strange at this time, and the palm of the young man in front of him couldn't pose any threat to him at all. It's as if this palm is just a blindfold, and the real ultimate move is yet to come. Drink. The giant purple whale, who didn't dare to be negligent, let out a low growl, and a water-blue mask appeared on the periphery of the body, which firmly surrounded and protected the body. Hemingway pressed a palm on the mask. Ming Ming didn't touch the body of the giant purple whale at all, but he could feel a surging force penetrating the protective shield, bombarding his chest like an overwhelming mountain. Humph! The purple giant whale that had received this blow abruptly couldn't help but snorted, feeling that this force had penetrated the protective shield and then directly damaged its own organs. Fortunately, Contra's physical fitness is not covered. Even if it receives this blow, it is only a slight injury to the lungs. This injury relied on his own resilience, and it only took a few breaths to recover as before. It can be said that there is no impact at all. But, although the injury is minimal, with the strength of Soul Venerable, you can hurt a Contra with defensive spirit ability. You are proud enough, said the boy whose gold faded back to flesh-colored palms on the protective cover. Really, Contra is really terrifying. Unexpectedly, he saw his full blow, which only caused a slight impact on him, but Hemingway's face did not lose the slightest bit. Instead, he laughed. However, my goal has never been to beat you. What's the meaning? The purple giant whale's face changed, and he felt bad instinctively. There is a feeling that the most cherished treasure is threatened. Boom! I saw Hemingway's palm that was pressed against the palm of the protective cover. At this time, a cat-like pad was suddenly bulged. This is a sign that the fruit of the flesh ball is about to start. There was a muffled noise wherever his palm was pressed. www.readaloud.com. The blue protective cover started to shake violently. Before the giant purple whale had time to respond, only the gray-haired boy in front of him was seen, and he disappeared instantly. Ran. This was the first thought that flashed through his mind. The next moment, the surrounding pirates made a noise, telling him where Hemingway had gone. Dare you, kid? Let go of our young leader. I didn't expect you to be so mean. Boy, let go of our young leader quickly. Otherwise, you must die without a burial place. The purple giant whale looked up into the distance by mistake. Dozens of meters away, the white-haired boy who had disappeared on the big ship he was riding in, somehow pinched his baby girl's neck, and looked at him coldly. For a while, the purple giant whale was stunned. The feeling of purple pearl at this time is very daunting. The white-haired boy who was still tens of meters away a second ago, covered in blood and fighting with his father. He appeared in front of him in the next second, and stretched out his hand to pinch his neck in an unusually indifferent manner. His goal from the beginning was himself. Looking at the indifferent gaze of the white-haired boy who was close at hand, Purple Pearl understood everything at once. Suddenly, he felt as if he had knocked over the 5-flavored bottle, and the ups and downs filled his mind. There is also a sense of loss like an idol. The person I love is a hero, and as a result. You are so mean. The beautiful girl with purple hair and purple eyes bit her red lips and stared at him extremely disappointed. Chapter 34, You Shouldn't. Number 039, To be such a person. You are so mean. I didn't think you would be such a person. Looked at the disappointed look in the eyes of the purple-haired girl in front of her. Hemingway somehow felt ashamed. I just feel like the disgusting villain in the novel now. When did I become such a person? What is the difference between doing this by myself now and those pirates? It's so mean and insignificant, it's no wonder that you can't awaken the Overlord's look. Only, although my heart was slightly shaken by the words of the purple-haired girl. But the current situation does not allow Hemingway to think about it. Because reason told him that he wanted to escape. The current plan of taking hostages is the best choice. Therefore, if you lose, you don't lose, in order to cheer yourself up, so that your emotions will not affect your judgment. Hemingway unceremoniously began to fight back. Am I mean? Hemingway said with an unbelievable appearance, and said with an annoyed smile, then you pirates who are shameless to round up me are not despicable? A contra plus a dozen soul saints, plus dozens of soul emperors. Isn't it mean for so many people to besiege a soul lord in our district? Thank you for speaking out. I'm telling you pirates, do you need to talk about ethics? The more he said, the more Hemingway felt reasonable. I almost convinced myself. Yes, it is moral to talk to these pirates. It doesn't matter what is mean or not mean. He just wants to survive. Since he came into this world, he has never hurt anyone. But unfortunately, one after another, the mother was killed and the Emperor Laozi ignored him. Living in the sea, helpless. If it is not the awakening plug-in, restore the memories of previous lives. Based on his original 6-year-old thinking, how could he survive on that desert island? After every major change, his mother died tragically in front of him, from a pampered prince to a lonely family, and then living on a desert island. How traumatized would a 6-year-old child's heart be? In such a situation, if you hadn't awakened the memory of your previous life, you might have committed suicide with a nervous breakdown. Who did he provoke? The boy asked sharply in front of him, causing Zi Genzu to open her red lips, but she was a little speechless. Although the truth is indeed the truth, she always feels something is wrong. As if he shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be so insidious, it should be the kind of true man who is firm in his heart and does not correct these conspiracies and tricks. To put it simply, Hemingway's appearance is too deceptive. From the outside, he didn't seem to be someone who would take hostages. Because of this, the purple giant whale and the surrounding pirates were completely unprepared for him, and as a result, he caught the hostage by surprise. So caught off guard, Hemingway did such a violation of personality, making the girl's heart of Purple Pearl unacceptable emotionally. You shouldn't be like this. Purple Pearl muttered in a depressed mood, as if she had suffered a major blow. Sorry, maybe my appearance has caused you some misunderstanding. But you need to understand that longing is the farthest feeling from understanding. Hemingway felt that, and his eyes on the girl gradually became indifferent, and said calmly, judging people by their appearance is the most superficial behavior. When both sides lack understanding, the feelings you produce are nothing more than pure for my body. After saying this, Zizhou's face flushed, and her heart was ashamed. I want to refute loudly and say no, I am not such a superficial woman. But I don't know why, the rebuttal can't be said anyhow. Boy, let go of my daughter. At this time, the giant purple whale came aggressively from a distance. Seeing the appearance of my baby girl being held hostage, my lungs are almost exploding. I missed my eyes, I missed my eyes. At this time, the giant purple whale regretted not back then, never expected to fly wild geese all day long, but today was pecked by the wild geese. He had to admit that he was deceived by Hemingway's appearance, that he didn't look like he would do such a thing. Unexpectedly, even he was guilty of judging people by appearance. If you knew that this kid would be so despicable, you should use thunder means from the beginning to take this kid directly on the spot. Made my daughter a hostage now. Makes the arrest that was originally tenable, full of uncertainty. The giant purple whale regrets very much at this moment, and the whole body exudes a terrifying aura. Far from being able to compare with Hemingway before, it is obvious that he is really angry at this moment. It's already ready to move. Under his pressure, the surrounding seas began to be turbulent, and even the air became extremely heavy. A phantom of a terrifying deep-sea monster whale appeared above the giant purple whale, suppressing all the pirates around him, involuntarily bending down slightly. This is the suppression of Wuhan level. The only people on the scene who can be immune to this coercion are Hemingway and the purple pearl held by him. The former is because the spirit level is much higher than that of the deep-sea monster whale, and the latter is because it is his daughter, and the purple giant whale deliberately suppresses the coercion facing her. Is too much affected. Let her go? Yes. At this time, Hemingway was expressionless, blocking Purple Pearl in front of him, pinching her beautiful jade neck with his right hand, and using her as a shield. Prepare a boat for me. When I get to a safe place, I will naturally let her go. Boy, don't go too far. The purple giant whale's face became gloomy. The coercion that was overflowing all over his body became more and more terrifying, and it seemed that something thunder was brewing. Excessive? No, this request is not excessive at all. Hemingway stared at him tightly, and said coldly, I'm just trying to protect myself. It is you who are really going too far. If it weren't for you to arrest I am not going to do such things that violate principles. This is what you asked for. I'll ask you again. Don't let anyone go. The gloomy face of the giant purple whale became more and more terrifying, with substantial coercion pervading it, and even more subtle cracks appeared on the surrounding ship. Hemingway was secretly shocked by his strength, and at the same time he felt more and more that the decision to take the hostages was right. In front of such a strong man, there is definitely no way to escape. There is only one way to take hostages and let him throw a rat. Don't let go. Blurted out without even thinking about it. At this time, Hemingway felt a sense of crisis inexplicably. He always felt that if he procrastinated, some unexpected accident might happen. So he said straightforwardly, if you want her to live, just do what I say. Otherwise, if I shake my hand, her neck may be crushed by me. Then you will wait for her to collect the body. The face of the purple giant whale was uncertain, as if weighing the pros and cons in his mind. But in fact, Chapter 35, it and number 039, too early to be happy. Hemingway stared fiercely at his face, as if he was weighing whether it was worth giving up catching the purple giant whale for this daughter. He was a little strange. Because according to his earlier use of experience and color, shouldn't the purple giant whale be entangled for such a long time when the baby girl is held hostage? How can I look at him as if he was deliberately acting to delay time? Etc. Procrastinating. Not good. When Hemingway thought of this, his whole body's hairs exploded in an instant. But it was too late. Boom. Like a bomb exploding in his head, Hemingway only felt that everything in front of him had become distorted, and the whole person felt that the sky was spinning, and the hand that held Zizyazu's neck tightly was also slightly loosened. Oops! It's a mental attack. To the effect. The dizzy-headed Hemingway only felt as if someone was holding an electric drill, borne on his own heavenly spirit cover, and the twisted pain seemed to penetrate into his soul. He patronizes the purple giant whale, but ignores the large number of soul saints around him, and he is not careful. It was actually overcast. OM. Before he could react, the second wave of attacks came again. There was a weird trembling. Puff. Hemingway only felt that his internal organs were trembling crazily, and then he couldn't help but spout a mouthful of blood. This made him immediately understand that this was a sonic attack. Unlike the previous mental attack, it can penetrate the human body and directly damage the internal organs. Damn it! Hemingway finally reacted, and the only soul power in his body unreservedly urged, transformed into armed domineering. I saw a thin layer of Jinhui suddenly covering the whole body, turning the whole person into a little golden figure. Compared with before, this golden light is very dim. It can be seen how reluctant he has transformed this armed look domineering. Clang! 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 3 consecutive sonic attacks killed him, but this time he attacked him, but was blocked by the golden armed color. As a result, his body surface made a sound like the humming of iron and steel, and even the subsequent silent mental attack hit his head, it was unable to penetrate this thin layer of armed color. I have to say that armed domineering is really a very magical force, capable of offensive and defensive. If you want to break this layer of armed color, unless the strength is so strong that it exceeds the upper limit of Hemingway's tolerance, it is absolutely impossible to break the armed color's defense. Obviously, the person who shot secretly, although the attack is very strange, even the ordinary soul sage might be caught. But the destructive power is not strong, and encountering Hemingway is considered a nemesis. What else can you do? Use it all. Hemingway tightly pinched Purple Pearl's neck with one hand, and wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth with the other. It seemed that the previous 2 waves of attacks did not have much impact on him, and he looked easy. I look down upon you. The purple giant whale was still pretending to be uncertain, but seeing the secret attack at this moment did not seem to have much effect on him, and he returned to his normal look. Looking at him, it was like looking at a monster. There were actually 2 people who secretly attacked before, and they were both in the Soul Emperor stage. Although the strength is only the Soul Emperor, the spirit abilities of the 2 are very weird. One is a mental attack, which is impossible to guard against. One is a sonic attack, silently. The 2 people joined forces, and even the Soul Sage had to be caught off guard. It was absolutely impossible to be as okay as Hemingway is now, especially after being covered with that strange golden light. It seemed that he was completely immune to the attacks of these 2 people, which really shocked him. What kind of monster is this? What is that golden light? It can be offensive and defensive, and it can also defend against mental and sonic attacks. It is really terrifying. The giant purple whale felt that the white-haired teenager was covered in a layer of mist. How? Are you thinking about it? Do you want your daughter's life, or are you determined to come and arrest me? Hemingway said impatiently when he saw the long-lasting silence of the purple giant whale. I don't have the time to talk to you. Procrastinate any longer. I will die with you if I don't decide, and I will pull your daughter as a backstop before I die. The sequelae of mental attack made Hemingway a headache at the moment. But he had to reluctantly make a look like nothing happened, and he couldn't let these pirates know that he was at the end of the battle at this time, but he was just holding on. Otherwise, it would take some twists and turns to flee while holding the hostages. I hope you can abide by the agreement. Faced with his urging, the purple giant whale's face was gloomy, and despite her unwillingness, she was still eager for her. With a wave of his right hand, a few people immediately opened the spirit ring not far away, and together they moved out of the cabin a slightly smaller ship, 30 meters long and 10 meters wide. The whole body is made of steel and is a small boat in the form of a sailboat. Boom! The big ship made of steel was severely thrown down by several people and hit the sea heavily. It didn't sink, but instead floated steadily on the surface of the sea. Obviously this ship is not as simple as it seems on the surface, it must have shipbuilding technology that belongs to this world. Otherwise, if a ship of such a heavy weight is thrown down on the earth, it will definitely sink to the bottom of the sea without discussing it. Boy! The ship is ready for you, so don't let anyone go. The giant purple whale said coldly, if you dare to hurt my daughter's hair, you will die without a place to bury you. Hemingway rolled his eyes. You reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Now let them go, you treat me as stupid. It's easy to discuss the release, but now I have to bother this eldest lady to come with me. When I get rid of you, I will naturally let her go. He tightly pinched Zi Genzu's neck, the road without a smile. While holding the hostages, he slowly walked towards the side of the ship, seeing and hearing all the time on the way, in case someone makes another moth to attack him. The surrounding pirates wanted to rush to see this place, but they were stopped by the wave of the giant purple whale. The name of the Pirate King is still very useful, and all the pirates on the scene stopped their actions obediently. Just like this, he watched Hemingway narrowly holding the purple pearl to the side of the boat, and then led him to jumped onto the smaller boat below. Boom! When the feet really stepped onto the deck of the boat, Hemingway secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He procrastinated for a while, and he was about to reveal himself. Reluctantly, Hemingway walked into the cockpit of the cabin with Purple Pearl, and then closed the door so that people outside could no longer see the situation inside. After a while, the small iron sailboat moved slowly. At this time, there was wind on the sea. As the sails adjusted, the small sailboat began to move slowly and gradually walked out of the encirclement of more than a dozen large ships. Then speed up suddenly. Ride the wind and waves. More than a dozen giant pirate ships staying in place did not catch up, so they watched the small sailing ship go further and further away. Hey! Do you think you can escape this way? The purple giant whale pushed aside the crowd and came to the bow, looking at the boat that had gradually lost its shadow in front of him. His eyes flickered with cold light. He didn't even run away because he took the hostages. Chapter 36, The Limit of Fleshy Fruit. No matter where Hemingway escapes, as long as he still carries the soul guide conch, the purple giant whale can locate and capture his location at any time. So I don't worry about the purple giant whale that he ran away. What I care most about now is the safety of his daughter. Captain, the ship is almost out of sight, do you want to catch up? At this time, a soul sage came up and asked in a low voice, or we hang far behind and consume him. No need. Wait a minute, he can't escape. The giant purple whale looked at the boat shadow that was almost invisible in the distance, and said coldly, let him be proud for a few days first, relax his vigilance, and wait until my daughter is safe, that's when this kid pays the bill. For the safety of his daughter, he can only hope that Hemingway can keep his promise now. On the endless blue ocean, a small sailing boat rides the wind and waves, against the wind. Cabin cockpit. The pale Hemingway looked through the window, checking the direction of the wind while adjusting the canvas. Fortunately, this boat is not difficult to maneuver, otherwise he will face the embarrassing situation of having an empty boat but not being able to drive. At this time, the hostage Purple Pearl had passed out in a coma, and he was thrown into the corner of the cockpit casually. As early as when he set foot on this ship, to be on the safe side, he had knocked her out. So as not to get in the way. 2 hours have passed since he escaped by boat. Hemingway found that the pirates did not catch up, obviously he was afraid of hostages in his hand. But he didn't care about it. Instead, he fled for 2 hours in a boat, and only now finally felt relieved. Because at such a distance for a while, the pirates couldn't catch up. He can relax a little bit. It was just a moment of relaxation, and the injury that had been under pressure for 2 hours finally couldn't be restrained, and he spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Obviously, the injury to the lungs by the sound waves before is not as easy as it seems on the surface. But what made him feel the hardest was the pain of an electric drill in his head. If not for 6 years of hard work on the desert island, he has tempered his will and physique. As early as when he was accidentally attacked, he was probably in a coma. Fortunately, the years of gravitational exercise have made him amazing endurance, and his biggest advantage is that it is long-lasting. Whether it is mentally or physically. But he is holding on now, and he is about to reach his limit. Along with the severe pain was a deep sense of tiredness, and he wanted to fall asleep now. Repair your mental damage in your sleep. But no. I can't fall into a coma. I haven't gotten out of danger yet, and I must recover as soon as possible. Hemingway opened a pair of bloodshot pupils, scanned the Purple Pearl in a coma next to him, and managed to cheer up and relax. Turn on the rudder and sit down on the spot. Force yourself into a state of meditation. It's just maybe because of the trauma of the spirit, the efficiency of meditation is very low, intermittent. But it took half an hour to stumble, and Hemingway still recovered 2/10 of his spirit power. This speed is very fast. The better the martial spirit quality, the higher the level of innate spirit power. Then the faster the recovery of soul power will be, and all aspects will have an advantage. So this is a world destined to be born. Hemingway opened his eyes and exited the meditation state. Then he raised his right hand and puffed up a cat-like pat on his palm. I want to use the power of the fruit of the flesh ball to release the trauma I have suffered. Focusing hard. The whole world turned into a bright color in his eyes. I hope it can be done. After turning on the experience of seeing and hearing, I observed myself with God's vision, and successfully found the concept of trauma in my brain. Then gently pat on the forehead. He wants to pop up the concept of this trauma. Boom. Slapped his forehead gently. The soft pat of the palm flicked on the forehead, like a massage. It was quite comfortable. But it's useless. The concept of trauma can't be popped up at all. Sure enough. Hemingway sighed when he saw this. He knew it was not that simple. Although he can see all kinds of concepts, he can even simply pop up tired concepts. But there are differences between concepts, and there are low-end and high-end points. He can see those high-end concepts, but it does not mean that he can pop up these high-end concepts. At this stage, the development of his fruit ability is too simple, and there are even many more advanced concepts that you can't see. Not to mention, popping up these concepts. In the 6 years of Desert Island, in his spare time, he also specially exercised the ability of meatball fruit, but the effect was very little. This ability is still too advanced for him at this stage, and he can't master it by training at all. He must become stronger before he can use this ability as he wants. Those concepts of aging and death are too high-end for him at this stage, and they are not something he can dream of. And to use the fruit ability, it also needs to consume soul power. The more high-end concepts pop up, the more terrifying the soul power consumed. Any ability to activate www.readaloud.com cannot be made out of nothing. Must consume its own energy. Otherwise, it would be too unreasonable if it could be used without restrictions. So to sum up, although flesh ball fruit ability is very invincible, but at this stage, he has not developed this ability to the extreme. So when it is used in battle, it can only be abused. Fighting with real masters is beyond expectation. If you want to really swing the fruit of the flesh ball like an arm, Hemingway estimates that when he becomes a god, he may be able to use it reluctantly. After all, the fruit's ability itself is very high-end. It is conceivable that to reach high depths, the energy required to activate is massive. It is definitely not something that an ordinary soul master can afford. Forget it, since the injury cannot be recovered for the time being. Then let this woman be dealt with first. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous to keep this woman. Hemingway sighed, then resisted the severe pain of the internal organs and stood slowly. Get up. Staggering, the woman who was lying on the ground in a coma walked to the corner. The sight and smell spread out and enveloped the surroundings of the entire ship, so he could feel that the woman was still in a coma at the moment, and did not pretend to be coma. Came to Zi Genzu and knelt down gently. He stretched out his hand, a golden light glowed from his palm, slowly pressed it on her forehead. Closed his eyes gently. A little soul power was restored in the body, continuously transformed into armed domineering. Wisps of golden light constantly invaded her body, wandering through her meridians wantonly, blocking her meridians and blocking her acupuncture orifices, and finally flowing through the body. Afterwards, the remaining golden light gathered at the pubic area of the abdomen and turned into a big net, confining all its soul power firmly. Chapter 37, Holy Land Poseidon Island. That's it. Hemingway opened his eyes and released the hand that was pressing on Purple Pearl's forehead. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his face was pale. Just now 2/10 of his soul power has been restored, and it has already been exhausted at this moment. There is really no drop left. Hemingway had just transformed his soul power into a golden armed color domineering, invaded Purple Pearl's body, blocked her meridians and acupuncture points, and completely sealed her soul power in her dantian. This is when Hemingway has exercised his arrogance on a desert island in the past 6 years. He had a whim. According to the acupuncture point and meridian theory in martial arts novels, the method of sealing experimented on sea spirit beasts can seal the spirit power of the spirit master, and a part of physical power. Of course, the reason why he was able to invent this ban was not how genius he was. The key lies in the domineering armed color. Armed domineering is a very magical power, with various uses, similar to soul power, but far more changeable than soul power. It can be said that after the current Purple Pearl has been sealed with soul power, the soul ability cannot be displayed at all, and even the physique is greatly weakened due to the blocking of the meridians and acupuncture points. Now she has completely become a weak woman. He couldn't break the seal with his soul power at all, because armed domineering was a kind of power that was completely different from soul power. It was transformed from soul power, but it was even more weird and changeable. Even if it is the purple whale coming, it is probably not a good way to face this banning method formed by armed and domineering, because this unique power is beyond his cognition. Purple Pearl woke up from a coma. As soon as he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was sitting cross-legged not far away, as if he was a white-haired boy meditating and practicing. Yes, I was held hostage by him. When Zai Zhenzu saw Hemingway, the memory of her unconsciousness instantly came to her mind. Her confused eyes condensed in an instant, and her body subconsciously wanted to get up, but suddenly felt a sense of tightness. Looking down, I saw that my hands and feet were like pigs firmly by a thick rope. Seeing here, Purple Pearl subconsciously wanted to break free, but found that her body was sore and weak, and she couldn't use her strength. In the past, a small rope like this could be broken with the strength of her soul sovereign, but now it can't be used at all. It seems to have become an ordinary person without spirit power. No. Even ordinary people are inferior. Zai Zhenzu felt a little panicked. She was afraid that her spirit power would be abolished by this man. Fortunately, after some careful induction, she found that her spirit power was still there. Just don't know why, the spirit power in the body at this time is like a pool of stagnant water. No matter how she drives it, she can't stand the slightest ripple, as if these spirit powers are no longer hers. It's him. Purple Pearl immediately understood that the abnormality of her body was definitely related to Hemingway. At this time, she seemed to be disturbed by her movement. The white-haired young man with closed eyes meditating slowly opened his eyes, and his azure eyes were covered with bloodshot eyes. It's as if I haven't slept for several days and nights. He looks bad. Is he injured? Although she is now in a state of being hijacked, Zai Zhenzu is not too alarmed by accident. Hemingway looked at Purple Pearl quietly, without speaking. Just got up and adjusted the rudder. Observe the wind direction by the way. There was silence in the cabin. Neither of them spoke. After a while, Hemingway, who was at the helm, suddenly asked, "Do you know where Sea God Island is?" Purple Pearl was taken aback at first, and waited until he had digested the meaning of his words. His face changed a little, and he couldn't help asking, "Do you want to go to Sea God Island? That place is very dangerous, and foreign soul masters are not welcome." Sea God Island, as the holy land in the minds of all sea spirit masters, how can we not know the belief of all sea spirit masters as a Purple Pearl? Just know that Gui knows, but she doesn't know the specific location of Sea God Island. After all, the reason why the Holy Land is a holy land is that not everyone can go on a pilgrimage. So if it weren't from Sea God Island, then the sea spirit masters from the outside could know that there were only a handful of Sea God Island's specific locations. And Purple Pearl is obviously not in this list. Maybe her father knows it. But she didn't tell her daughter, so Zizou could only regret to tell Hemingway that she didn't know. Hemingway heard Zi Genzu's answer that he didn't know the location of Poseidon Island. A flash of disappointment flashed in Hemingway's eyes. Those pirate threats still haven't disappeared, and I don't know how they locked his position, which is really strange. The reason why he wants to go to Sea God Island now is to get rid of these pirates. As long as he goes to Poseidon Island and participates in the test, he will be able to obtain the shelter of Poseidon Island. Those pirates would definitely not dare to come to the sacred land of the Shanghai Spirit Master, and then he could develop silently on Sea God Island. Especially the various environments there are very suitable for cultivation. Can make him stronger in a short time. So I went to Poseidon Island. Reading www.uuganshu.com is his best choice to get rid of the current embarrassing situation. With his aptitude, he can get a black level assessment, or even a red level assessment. After all, he has twin spirits. One is the white star of the mermaid princess who is known as the Sea King, and the other is the white tiger of the Land King who can spread his wings to the sky. The two martial spirits completely dominated the land, sea, and air. Such terrifying qualifications, if it were not for the vastness of the sea, he believed that even if it were the sea god's 9 tests, it might not be impossible to obtain it. Even compared to the original Tang San, his mermaid spirit characteristics are more suitable for the position of the sea god. But unfortunately, the current situation he is facing is that he doesn't know the way to Poseidon Island. Ugh! Sighed, Hemingway knew that now he could only try his luck and wander around the sea casually. See if you are lucky enough to meet the trail of Poseidon Island, or find a human island. After all, it's not a problem to always drift on the sea. Some time passed. The sky is getting faint. Coo! At this time, an abdominal cry suddenly sounded. Hemingway was taken aback, turned his head and looked at the girl whose pretty face had turned extremely red, and then said nothing. He just turned and walked out of the cabin, not knowing what to do. Why is it called this time? Purple Pearl lowered his head slightly, only to feel an unspeakable sense of shame in his heart. Obviously, she is not so easy to be shy, but she doesn't know why when facing Hemingway, she always unconsciously wants to behave better. Let his image be better in his eyes. Maybe this is love? P.S. Ask for votes, ask for collection. Almost to Poseidon Island. Chapter 38, The String, Broken. After a while, the door of the cabin opened, and Hemingway held a tray in his hand on which was placed a piece of smoked fish and a small bowl of fresh water for soup. Let's eat. Putting the tray on the table next to Purple Pearl, Hemingway squatted down and untied the rope tied to her hand so that she could eat by herself. Then he took out the flint and lighted the oil lamp in the cabin. The cabin that has become dim, this is an extra ray of light. On the ship that the two of them are currently riding on, apart from the necessary living equipment, there is nothing to eat. Fortunately, when Hemingway left the deserted island, just in case, he stored a large amount of smoked fish and most importantly fresh water in the soul guidance device. It's considered crooked and straight. Of course, even if the fish and fresh water are not stored in advance, Hemingway can go directly into the sea to catch fish and eat them. As for the fresh water, he can use the ability of the flesh ball fruit to eject the salt in the sea. It's just a little troublesome to do so. And the Purple Pearl with his hands untied remained silent, just rubbing the place where he was tightly bound by the rope, and then moving his still bound feet, sitting on the chair obediently, looking at the crude smoked fish on the tray. And that small bowl of fresh water. I feel a little disgusted. When has she ever eaten this kind of thing? But there is no way. Now that he is a prisoner, it would be nice to have food. Purple Pearl knew very well that this was not a place where she could play Missy's temper. This man was not as gentle as he thought, and he really annoyed him, and he didn't know what he would do. And seeing Purple Pearl honestly grabbed the big piece of fish and nibbled it in small bites. The unusually cooperative appearance made Hemingway, who thought it would take a lot of effort to force her to eat it, felt a little surprised. This woman is kind of interesting. slowly found a place to sit down in the cabin. Hemingway closed his eyes, and silently began to meditate. To be honest, he is in a very bad state now. His mind was injured, and his internal organs were also severely shaken. The state can be said to be extremely bad. The best thing he should do now is to go to sleep and slowly recover from his mental trauma in his sleep, but now that he is chasing soldiers, Hemingway doesn't dare to fall asleep at all. I was afraid that I was asleep, and when I woke up again, I found that I was by the big 5 flowers and locked in a cage. This is something he cannot tolerate, so before he can be sure of his own safety, how can Hemingway dare to sleep? At most, closing your eyes and restoring your spirits, or restoring your spirit power with the help of meditation. The whole person is just relying on the tyrannical physique to hold on. The 6 years of gravitational training on the desert island not only tempered Hemingway's will, but also gave him a tough body with amazing endurance. Purple Pearl nibbled at the fish, while secretly observing the white-haired young man with his eyes closed not far away. He became more and more curious about this man full of secrets in his heart. After a while, I finally finished eating the fish seasoned with just a little salt. She gently covered her small mouth, feeling a little nauseous. He was taken care of by his father as a pirate king since he was a child. Where did Purple Pearl ever eat such a crude thing? It's just forcing myself to eat it. Realizing that she is a little nauseous, Zhen hurriedly picked up the small bowl and drank the fresh water in it. The clear spring entered his throat, finally suppressing the vomit. Hey! With a long exhalation, Zhen quietly glanced at the white-haired young man who was still closing his eyes and rested, then looked at the rope tied to his feet, and hesitated. In the end, he didn't move the rope, but moved his steps hard, slowly approaching a small bed not far away. Then he sat down and glanced at Hemingway quietly again. Then he lay down on his side, making a look like he was going to sleep. The white-haired boy is still sitting cross-legged, silent. It was like falling into a deep-level cultivation state. This time seemed to be the best time to sneak attack or escape. But Zhen would not think that young people would be so careless, and now that her soul power is sealed, she is a weak woman who is not as good as ordinary people. In this vast sea, where can she escape? Thinking of this, Zhen sighed. Then slowly closed his eyes, immersed his mind in his body, and began to try to mobilize his soul power to break through the seal set by Hemingway. Purple Pearl's small movements were captured by Hemingway, who turned on his domineering look and feel, but he didn't reveal it. Instead, pretending to be ignorant, let her work hard. Anyway, with her strength, no matter what, it is impossible to break the seal formed by the armed color. It's better to give her a little hope, let her work slowly, don't make trouble for herself and Hemingway will burn the incense. After all, his current state is really not good, he doesn't have too much energy, so he should always beware of her. Time, so quietly passing. Half a month has passed. In these days, Hemingway needs to get up to adjust the direction of the sails every day because of the changes in the wind direction. The rest of the time is either closing his eyes and restoring his mind, or he is meditating on running his soul power and repairing physical injuries. He didn't even dare to sleep, for fear that he would fall asleep, and when he woke up again, he would have lost his personal freedom. Compared with this, the hostage Purple Pearl has been very moist these days. It is time to eat and sleep. He cooperated very much and didn't make any drastic actions. Except for the occasional need to go to the toilet on the ship to solve physical problems, he has to blush and let him untie the ropes of his hands and feet. The remaining time is to meditate hard, trying to break the seal in the body. But no matter what she does, can't shake the golden light in the body all the time. And the appearance of Purple Pearl's unusual cooperation, after a few days, Hemingway gradually let go of a little wariness. Later, I thought that she was sealed with spirit power and could not escape in this vast sea. He simply untied the ropes of her hands and feet, allowing her to move freely on the boat. It has been half a month now. Hemingway was not afraid that she would jump off the boat and escape, because even though he seemed to be meditating with his eyes closed most of the day, in fact, there was always a small part of what he saw and heard, locked on her. So once Zi Zhenzu had the thought of running away, he could feel it immediately, and rushed over to subdue her instantly. Fortunately, perhaps because she knew that she couldn't escape, Zi Zhenzu didn't want to escape. She was always safe and sound, and acted as a hostage honestly. This day, after half a month of recuperation, Hemingway finally repaired the internal organs that were damaged by the sound waves, and there was no major physical problem. It's just the mental aspect. Not only did it not get better, it seemed to be worse. This is normal, after all, his spirit has been tight for more than half a month. I haven't even slept before. At most I closed my eyes and calmed my mind, even because I was afraid that I would fall asleep accidentally. I didn't even dare to keep my eyes closed for too long. In such a state, it is no wonder that the mental trauma can be healed. No deterioration is already burning high incense. He can insist on not going to sleep for half a month, but it's just a force of will. Now that the physical trauma has been repaired, www.readaloud.com, coupled with the calmness that has not been chasing soldiers for nearly half a month, and the appearance of the abnormal cooperation of the Purple Pearl as a hostage. After all, let him have the present in his heart and be safe for the time being. The thought that you can rest for a while. With the rise of this thought, it suddenly seemed to cause a chain reaction. The tight string in my mind seemed to break completely. At this moment, Hemingway only felt a sense of tiredness coming over. Sleep for a while. I will sleep for a while. When I regain some energy, I will get up immediately. When I find a safe place, I can rest as much as I can. Hold on again, and you must wake up later, you must wake up. In a daze, Hemingway maintained the posture of sitting and meditating like this, and his spirit fell into a deep sleep. Hemingway, who was only going to sleep for a short while, obviously overestimated his willpower. Mental trauma, coupled with the exhaustion of not sleeping for half a month. Once you fall asleep, how can you get up? This kind of turbulent sleepiness cannot be countered by will. Persisted for half a month, but Hemingway still couldn't hold on anymore after all. The whole person fell into a deep, almost coma sleep. At this time, even if someone tied his 5 flowers together, beat gongs and drums in his ears, or even stabbed him dozens of times with a knife, cutting off his limbs, he will never wake up, because this kind of sleep is not normal sleep. But the spirit reaches its limit and faints involuntarily. He has lost consciousness. Now he can only be slaughtered. Chapter 39, Coma. In the cabin. Boom. The sound of a heavy object landing awakened the meditating Purple Pearl. She opened her lustrous purple eyes vigilantly, quickly looked at the source of the sound, and suddenly opened her red mouth in astonishment. It's like seeing something incredible. I saw the white-haired young man who had been meditating every day for nearly half a month. He maintained a cross-sitting posture. The whole person was facing down, tilted to the left, and his forehead was heavily knocked on the deck. The long white hair fell down to cover his profile, and he couldn't see his face, but the whole person seemed to lose his voice. "Hey!" Purple Pearl screamed tentatively. She suspected that this was Hemingway's fishing law enforcement. Deliberately pretending to be in a coma, the purpose is to lure himself into the bait, once he has thoughts against him. I am afraid that the one who greets me is extremely terrifying punishment. The white-haired boy who fell to the ground did not move, still maintaining that posture, like a dead body without a soul. Purple Pearl frowned her beautiful brows, her teeth bit her red lips, her beautiful purple eyes struggled and hesitated. In the end he hesitated for a while, but quietly stood up. Moving in small steps, slowly approaching, the white-haired boy who fell to the ground. "Hey, are you okay?" she asked tentatively. While talking, he stretched out his fingers and gently poked the back of his head. The tentacles only felt that his hair was extraordinarily soft, so he couldn't help covering the entire palm of his hand, smoothing the hair gently and quickly withdrew his hand. Watch his reaction carefully. Really, there is no reaction at all. Zhigenzu's scruples disappeared, and she covered his head with her hand again and rubbed it vigorously. The pretty and charming face showed a relaxed look. The pressure of the last few days, accompanied by rubbing the head of the culprit, gradually dissipated. This feeling is really indescribable and refreshing, as if this man has surrendered under his skirt. I feel that life has reached its peak. Hey! Tell you to bully me, deserve it. She patted the man on the back of the head like revenge, showing a vengeful smile on Xiao Qiao's face. Just quickly, when she turned the white-haired boy over, she was shocked. The pale and weak face and the frowning brows in his sleep made the pride in Zhigenzu's heart disappear. It was replaced by nervousness and panic. What's the matter? Why is his face so ugly? Is it because of a sudden illness? Purple Pearl hurriedly lifted up the sleeping Hemingway, with a delicate body, bearing his heavy weight. One step at a time, he slowly helped him to sit down on the edge of the bed. Then he put his body in a lying position, and just let out a sigh of relief. She looked at the young boy's still painful expression in his sleep, and her heart tugged along with it. Although Purple Pearl was hijacked by Hemingway, apart from being somewhat unacceptable at the beginning, she gradually figured it out. From a rational point of view, Hemingway held himself hostage. It was indeed the best way to get out at the time. Even if she could not accept it, it was as if she had been deceived. But, this does not mean that she wants to see him in pain. As if in a vortex under the sea. Hemingway in a coma just felt that his whole body was spinning around, and his body couldn't stop sinking with the whirlpool, it would never reach the bottom. Can only accompany the whirlpool, sinking into the bottomless abyss. I don't know how long has passed. Boom! A certain moment. The body seemed to have finally fallen to the bottom. Mind takes over the body again. Hemingway opened his eyes slowly, his eyes blurred. The eyes that hadn't been opened for a long time were hurt by the light source in front of them. My eyes closed again subconsciously, I just felt that my body was unable to exert strength, my mind was also dizzy. Where am I? What happened? The brain is like a machine that hasn't been used for a long time. At this moment, Hemingway's thinking is extremely slow at this moment, and he can't recall what happened before the coma. In a state of half asleep and half awake. At this time, there was a slight sound of footsteps in my ears. Who is it? Hemingway closing his eyes feebly, his whole body couldn't help himself. Even opening his eyelids became extremely strenuous. I can only vaguely see through my hearing, and hear a heavy object placed next to my ear. Followed by the sound of water wringing out something, and then a cold and moist object was placed on his forehead, sending a hint of coolness. Let the groggy brain feel much better. After a while, Hemingway fell asleep again. When I wake up again, Hemingway only felt as if there was a fire burning in his body. There seems to be an active volcano about to erupt. Sweat can't stop flowing, but still can't dissipate much heat. He wants to control his body to find a cool place, but he feels that his body is not his own. Although he has consciousness, he can't move at all. Even the eyes cannot be opened at this moment. If this continues, maybe he will be burned to death, right? Fortunately, at this moment, there was a slight sound of footsteps. And then, Hemingway could feel his upper body being lifted up, and his clothes were taken off one by one. Then, a cold and moist towel was put on his body, and the sweat was gently wiped off, with a hint of coolness pouring into his body. Extinguish the flame. Again and again. Every part of his body has been wiped, and the flame in his body is also gently wiped. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com began to gradually dim, and finally extinguished completely. Hemingway frowned subconsciously, slowly relaxing. Fell asleep again groggy. That's all. As I wake up again and again, go to sleep again and again. The dull brain gradually recovered. Finally. Someday. Hemingway slowly opened his sea blue eyes, but he was pained by the light in the cabin. He closed it again quickly, but he was completely awake at this time. Although his body was still a bit numb, he could barely control his hands and feet. At this time, the cabin was opened, and a familiar sound of gentle footsteps came. Hemingway, with his eyes closed, seemed to be still asleep, but in fact, he was already fully awake at this time. It's just that a certain girl with a basin of water didn't know. So, next. The white-haired boy's clothes were taken off one by one. The purple-haired girl wrung out the towel and gently wiped his body as usual, the pretty blushing face, even though this kind of thing has been repeated many times. But every time I see his strong and perfect body, I still can't help blushing and heartbeat. The body of the opposite sex, especially a body of the opposite with a good impression. This is really exciting for her big girl. Therefore, Zai Zhen could only force herself not to think about this aspect of things, and treated his body as a fragile porcelain. I wiped it carefully in this way, until I met a pair of sea blue eyes. Zai Zhen's hand stiffened, and the hand holding the towel was still pressing on his strong chest. A man and a woman, sea blue and purple eyes staring at each other, time seems to stop completely at this moment. PS has reached the key plot and is sorting out. Chapter 40, Ken and number 039, T get married. In the cabin. At this time, the air seemed to freeze, and the two boys and girls looked at each other without saying a word for a long time. Finally, Purple Pearl's beautiful purple eyes moved away first, and then as if he hadn't noticed that he was awake, his hands continued to move, just like the past 10 days, gently helping him wipe his body. Hemingway, who was still unable to move at this time, had a complicated look in his eyes. In these days when he was in a coma, he was not completely unconscious. Every time I wake up for a short time, I can feel that she has taken care of myself. Logically he should be grateful to this woman. But don't forget that the reason why he has fallen to this point is also closely related to this woman. After all, it was her father who brought people to arrest him, and he caused him to suffer from a lot of hard work and wounds, and almost lost his combat effectiveness. I hurt myself, but saved myself. How should it be counted now? The more he thought about it, the more Hemingway felt his brain hurt, and finally he closed his eyes. I don't care if I pretend to be an ostrich. I can't move it anyway. What do you like? At this time, the purple pearl is like a little wife, holding a wet towel and gently rubbing him all over his body, even the private parts are not let go. Although Jiao's face was flushed, her hands were still meticulous. Looking at this proficiency, it is obvious that this is not done once or twice. Hemingway, who closed his eyes and pretended to be an ostrich, now has a different taste. Feeling the moist towel across his body, the gentle and soothing movements were just right, he was almost going to sleep, almost comfortable. But other than that, it's more embarrassing. Being so carefully taken care of by an unfamiliar young woman, revealing her body unreservedly in front of him. Hemingway felt that he had no secrets in front of this woman. It was. He didn't know how to describe this feeling, he only knew that if his body could move freely at this time, he would definitely put on his clothes and wrap himself tightly. For the first time, he felt that human beings have clothes to wear. How happy it is! The mental trauma is far more serious than he imagined. The brain, as the core of the human body, controls everything in the body. Therefore, his mentally wounded, even his dominance over the body is also affected. It was clear that his physical injury had healed a long time ago, but he couldn't get any strength. As if this body is not his. Due to mental trauma, the control of the body has dropped to an extreme. At most I can barely move my fingers, and I can't do more. Goo. At this time, there was a rumbling of belly. Hemingway felt a sense of hunger. At this time, Purple Pearl also happened to help him scrub his whole body, and then raised the basin and walked out of the cabin, his beautiful face looked unusually calm. It's just that the seemingly peaceful footsteps are a little more flustered than before. Obviously, this girl is not as calm and composed as she seems on the surface. Very hungry. Feeling the hunger in his belly, Hemingway suddenly thought of a key question. That's how did he eat during these days when he was in a coma? According to Hemingway's estimation, he was in a coma for at least 10 days. And if he didn't eat or drink for more than 10 days, his current state would never be so good. Even if he has spirit power in his body, it is estimated that he is hungry and thin, and is dying. How could it just feel hungry? Unless... Hemingway just thought of this when the cabin door was opened again. I saw Purple Pearl walking slowly with a bowl of steaming millet porridge in his hand. Even if he is far away, he can smell the aroma in that bowl. Okay, the case is solved. Hemingway knows his state. Why is it so good now? Are you able to move now? Zai Zhenzu walked to him and squatted gently, and asked softly. Hemingway did not speak. In fact, even though he can't control his body and limbs now, he can do it by twisting his head and talking. He just doesn't know how to face this woman. I don't know how to treat her. Is it as indifferent as before? Still smiling? Seeing that he didn't speak, those beautiful sea blue eyes were complicated and difficult to understand. Purple Pearl seemed to understand something, and nodded gently. Then temporarily put down the bowl in his hand, stretched out his hands to gently lift his still naked body, and leaned his upper body on the cabin wall. Then picked up the bowl on the side, scooped up a spoonful of millet porridge, gently brought it to the red lips and blew it, and then handed it to Hemingway's mouth. Looking at the spoonful of millet porridge close at hand, after Hemingway hesitated for a while, he finally opened his mouth slowly and ate it in one bite. Hemingway, who had eaten fish every day on the desert island for a few years, had not eaten normal food for a long time, when he ate this normal bite of millet porridge. I only felt that this bite of porridge was unexpectedly sweet. Even made him have the urge to cry. But, where did the millet porridge come from on this boat? Hemingway was a little bit puzzled after that. He remembered that the boat was empty, and he didn't prepare any ingredients at all, and even if there were ingredients. So what utensil does she cook with? But when Hemingway saw the spoon passed by the girl again, his eyes shifted to the delicate bracelet on the wrist. It suddenly dawned on me, because this bracelet was obviously a soul guide for storage. It is estimated that these things are all her own. It's just that it hasn't been taken out before. One bite after another. As the luscious millet porridge entered his stomach, Hemingway's noisy stomach gradually calmed down. When he finished drinking a bowl of millet porridge, he felt that his mental state was better. It's just a pity that he still can't control his body now. So in the next few days, Hemingway is still lying motionless on the bed like a paralyzed patient. Purple Pearl is still like a hard-working little wife, scrubbing his body every day, and then cooking and feeding him. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Even when he wanted to go to the toilet to solve his physical problems, she still helped him over. It's like a virtuous little wife who takes care of her paralyzed husband. At first, when Zai Zhenzu wanted to help him to the toilet to solve his physiological problems, Hemingway refused. Because this is too shameful. He is a big man who even needs a woman to help him go to the bathroom. What is this like? It's just that even if he resists anymore, the reality will not change in the slightest because of his resistance. Feeling that his patience has reached his limit, between peeing his pants and being helped by him, finally, he still succumbed. He closed his eyes, like a puppet, allowed her to hold his body to the toilet, and then untied his pants. Hello. Why are you so skilled? Hemingway suddenly realized this. Not good. Looking at this woman's so skilled appearance, shouldn't she be in a coma for more than 10 days? Sometimes the more you think about certain things, the more you can feel that you can't bear to look directly at it. Hemingway suddenly realized a very critical issue. That is, how did you eat and drink in the past 10 days? Just take a spoon, can you just open your mouth and pour it in? And the food is not easy to digest without chewing. After eating something, it must be excreted. He is still a mortal body now, so this vulgarity is naturally inevitable. So since he has eaten in the past 10 days, he must have a normal metabolism. So what has this woman done to her body these days? Hemingway suddenly had the urge to cover his face, and it was over. Completely finished, he is not pure anymore. I can't marry later. Chapter 41, Filial Piety. When supported by Purple Pearl, after solving the physiological problem, Hemingway was already numb, like a puppet with his soul lost. Let her support her body and return to the cabin. Lying on the bed like a dead body, Hemingway's gaze was dull, and he stared at the ceiling of Funikara blankly. The strong sense of shame made him feel that his life had lost its meaning. The whole person has been completely salted. Anyway, it's been done like that, you love it. Time just passed quietly. After a few days of treatment for the paralyzed, Hemingway finally gradually recovered his body's consciousness, the brain redominated the body. From barely moving my fingers, to now I can stand up by myself, take my own bowl to eat, and go to the bathroom by myself. It's just that the movements are still somewhat inconvenient and seemingly slow. It's as if a heavy load is attached to his body, and things are always a little slow. Fortunately, he finally didn't have to bear it. He was fed every day like a baby, and peeing. What a blessing in misfortune! These days, the relationship between Hemingway and Purple Pearl has become extremely awkward. There was very little dialogue between the two, except that they had to talk because they were three anxious. Hemingway never took the initiative to talk to Purple Pearl, and he didn't even know the name of Purple Pearl. I don't know that this woman actually appeared in Doluo's original work, a well-known supporting actress who is not low in popularity. Nearly 10 days have passed. Hemingway finally recovered his health completely. It has been a month and a half since he held the Purple Pearl and drifted into the sea. In the first half-month of the beginning, Hemingway only managed to escape by boat, and fell into a coma for the second half of the month. After waking up for a few days with mobility problems, it took about 10 days to finally regain the strength of the heyday. A month and a half. This period of 1.5 months is anxious and boring for the purple giant whale as a father. It is clear that there is a conch who can locate the kid who is holding his daughter at any time, but he is afraid of taking hostages in his hands. So he dared not come forward to round up, so he could only hang behind him and wait for the opportunity to rescue his daughter. Originally, according to the idea of the giant purple whale, he planned to wait for Hemingway's ship to arrive on a large island with rich trade. He thought that he might release his daughter when it was safe. Even if you don't let go, you can lead your subordinates to the island quietly. Then he rescued his daughter secretly, and then he could capture the kid alive without any scruples. According to his estimation, according to Hemingway's ship speed, it takes about half a month to reach the big island. It turned out that Hemingway's boat drifted on the sea for a full month and a half without encountering an island. It was a coincidence that he passed by the many large and inhabited islands he had expected, and drove in a more remote direction. This completely disrupted his initial plan. Why is this so? Logically speaking, according to the positioning of Hemingway's ship, there is more than one big island with rich trade in the direction of their ship. As long as Hemingway stops the boat, and then hides on the island. If the conch is not located, even if it is a giant purple whale, don't even think about finding him on the island easily. In any case, it is better than drifting on the sea. But why did Hemingway turn a blind eye to the big islands passing by? Could it be that the kid knew that he had a positioning device on his body, so he didn't go to the island? But it is impossible. Really knowing the positioning device on his body, he directly threw the conch. Wouldn't it be easier? Why bother to bypass the island deliberately? Can't figure it out, can't figure it out. Why is it? Purple giant whale wants to break his head but can't think of it. But the answer is actually very simple. All this is just because Hemingway passed away because he was so sleepy before he even touched the island. After that, the person who sailed the boat became his precious daughter, Purple Pearl. Soon after Hemingway fell into a coma, Zizyazu began to steer the helm. As a result, he soon saw a huge island in front of him. Looking at the bustling pier not far away, Zizyazu knew that if he had brought him in a coma like this, if he goes to the island, then within 2 days, his father will catch up. At that time, all the efforts of this man will be vanished, and he will be imprisoned in the Star Luo Empire as a stallion for the rest of his life. Therefore, from the bottom of my heart, I didn't want this man to be caught as the Purple Pearl of the breeding machine. The ghost turned a blind eye to this big island. In this way, he turned the bow of the ship and floated in the other direction, deviated from the original orbital course. She rebelled against her father for the first time, for a man who didn't even know the name. Is really a filial daughter. If the purple giant whale knew of his daughter's sorrow operation, I am afraid that he would definitely have to vomit blood for 3 liters. At this moment, watching a chart in his luxurious cabin, and real-time monitoring of the direction of the vessel Hemingway is driving, the giant purple whale is holding a conch in his hand. This conch looks very magical. Because it exudes dim light, these lights gather together, and then form a reduced version of the 3D map. In it, a small red dot is constantly moving, revealing its own sense of existence. The purple whale frowned tightly, watching the map generated on the conch and comparing the sea line map hanging in the cabin to guess the location of Hemingway. The more the result is the contrast, the more ugly the complexion is, and in the end it will even be gloomy as if dripping water. Not good. That kid is fine if he deviates from the course. But he is still gradually approaching that sinister sea area. www.readaloud.com. It's really looking for death. If you die, forget it, but don't hurt my daughter. Zi the giant whale was almost mad with anger. We must know that apart from the harsh storm weather environment on the sea, those sea spirit beasts that can be said to be ubiquitous are the real enemies of sea spirit masters. Among them, especially some sea soul beasts with extremely high ages, they have designated a certain sea area as their own territory. Any ship passing there will be attacked mercilessly. As a result, people living on the sea have also summarized several restricted areas. These forbidden areas are basically the sites of some powerful soul beasts, so they are forbidden areas for humans. No ship dared to pass there, except for some special circumstances. No one would step into the waters of those restricted areas. Because once you step in there, the chance of surviving will be very low. Coincidentally, according to the location of the conch display, the purple giant whale discovered that the kid who had held his own daughter was gradually advancing towards a very dangerous forbidden area. Now he can't sit still at all. Everyone listens to my orders. The giant purple whale picked up the communication conch, and spit out roared, according to the route map I sent you, go ahead at full speed. Be sure to stop the ship before it enters the restricted area. At the same moment, all the captains of the subgroup with conch, listened to the voice of the boss from the conch in their hands. Looking at the chart floating above the conch, I didn't dare to neglect, and quickly ordered his men to move forward at full speed. One time, more than a dozen giant pirate ships spread their huge sails, going crazy in a certain direction. Even seemingly too slow, some crew members jumped into the sea, using their soul skills to push the ship forward. All went crazy, rushing in a certain direction. Chapter 42, The Old Father Saved Himself. Where are we now? Hemingway stood on the bow, looking at the calm sea around him. There was a faint anxiety in my heart. Instinctively alert to danger, he turned his head and asked the purple pearl who had just walked out of the cabin. I don't know. Zi Zhenzu shook her head blankly. Although she can read charts, she is not a professional navigator. How can it be possible to determine where you are based on just a chart? So where they are drifting now, their eyes are dark. What's the matter? Why do you suddenly ask? She asked in confusion. I didn't even realize that the two of them might have strayed into the restricted area of the sea. Since childhood, Purple Pearl has been protected by her father Purple Giant Whale so well that she has hardly been involved in any danger. So for the so-called dangerous zone in the restricted area of the sea, she has only heard the name, and has never really involved. Therefore, it is so dull for the possibility of entering the restricted area by mistake. It's nothing, it's just that there is an ominous premonition suddenly, as if there is some inexplicable danger hidden in this sea area. Hemingway shook his head and said solemnly, "Danger." Purple Pearl looked serious after hearing the words. At this time, she suddenly thought of the restricted area of the sea. Should they not, they have strayed into the penalty area now, right? Quick! Speed up! Speed up for me! More than a dozen giant pirate ships galloped against the wind, and at the forefront was the largest ship. The pirate flag on it was painted with a deep-sea magic whale. In the cabin. At this time, more than a dozen heads of the Demon Whale Pirate Group's subgroup are all gathered here, and their strength is in the Soul Saint stage. Was called here by the Purple Giant Whale to discuss countermeasures. While viewing the real-time positioning displayed on the conch, the Purple Giant Whale compared the sea line map and watched the small red dot located on the 3D map gradually approach the restricted area, and then looked at the distance between himself and the other person and the small red dot. The whole person's face was completely gloomy. That's too late. The Soul Saints around were also watching the chart. When they saw that the red dot on the conch was about to step into that area, they immediately shook their heads in unison. Because according to the current situation of that ship, they can no longer intercept them before the ship enters the restricted area. Is over, everything is over. Boom! The conch that had been tightly held in his hand loosened, allowing it to fall to the ground. The giant purple whale regrets so much at this moment, regretting why he wants to covet the title of the Star Luo Empire, and regret not having taken the brat right from the beginning. But now it's too late to regret. Now the purple giant whale can only pray that when the two step into the restricted area, they will not alarm the monster in the restricted area. Otherwise, I guess he can't even collect his daughter's body. No. It's not time to give up yet. The purple giant whale was fidgeting back and forth, his face was very gloomy, and the whole body was extremely depressing. The dozen or so soul sages around him almost couldn't breathe, and they didn't dare to say much. This is the only way to watch the boss make the final decision. That's it. The giant purple whale suddenly slapped on the table, as if finally made up some determination. After all, he was still worried about his daughter. As a pirate who pinned his life on his belt, the old lady, Zizyazu, was his only weakness. Now that his daughter is in a dangerous situation, how can this make him stay here, resigning to fate? Putting the life and death of a daughter on illusory luck is something that the purple giant whale as a father cannot tolerate. So for the sake of his daughter, he decided to fight it. Team leader, it seems that they are already destined to enter the restricted area. Do they want to continue to catch up? At this time, a soul sage suddenly asked. Chasing. Of course I want to chase. The giant purple whale gritted his teeth, he had decided to follow and stepped into the restricted area together. If he is there, even if the daughter encounters any danger, there is still a possibility of escape. For the sake of his daughter, he can say that he has sacrificed his life. Only the purple giant whale can save its life for the purple pearl because that is his only daughter, the pearl in the palm. However, the dozen or so group leaders in the cabin were not related to her. How can you put yourself in danger for an outsider? Therefore, after these more than a dozen soul sages looked at each other, they were finally represented by a middle-aged soul sage with a sharp-mouthed monkey cheek. He stepped forward and said, Head, the pearl niece is now in a dangerous situation, and those of us who are uncles are also in danger. Anxious. It's just that the forbidden area is extremely dangerous. Even if we are all on it, we may not be able to withstand a wave of waves. Look, Do you think about it again? The whales go to die together. Do you think so too? After hearing the words of the middle-aged soul sage, the purple giant whale looked around a dozen soul sages around him, and said blankly, "You are all my friends who have been born and died with me for more than 30 years. They are all my own brothers, don't want to I won't be forced to go. If anyone doesn't want to go, just sit down." Upon hearing the words of the boss, the surrounding dozens of soul saints immediately exploded, rushing to the dozens of chairs placed around them, each of them occupied a chair. No one chose to stand. And seeing this scene, the purple giant whale couldn't hide the disappointment in her heart. Not surprisingly, he didn't expect these plastic brothers to be able to commit a risk for his daughter. Although they are commensurate with brothers, even though these people are under their own control and name. But this is only because he is the strongest, and can't count on how loyal these people are. Because I came to be a pirate, there are no good people. There is no such thing as loyalty and honesty. What they believe is that people are not for themselves, and the heavens are destroyed. So it's no surprise that these men didn't plan to go with them to rescue their daughter. www.readaloud.com Purple Whale. He just nodded his head blankly and said, "Well, since you don't want to go, I won't force it. Just wait for me here first, and I will go alone." Hearing this, dozens of soul sages breathed a sigh of relief. I shouted luck in my heart, and got my life back. In fact, if the giant purple whale insists on forcing these people to go together, these soul saints will ultimately be unable to refuse. It's just that the so-called twisted melon is not sweet, and it really forces these people to go together. At that time, it will inevitably be delayed. And it is even possible that these people will turn their faces on the spot and want to die with him. After all, if you go there, you will die, but if a dozen of the big guys go together and kill the giant purple whale, you will still have a chance to survive. Don't underestimate the madness of pirates. This group of desperados will do everything once their lives are threatened. Next to the huge pirate ship, a small ship hung a rope and slowly lowered it onto the sea. The giant purple whale was standing on this small boat at this time. He looked at his subordinates on the upper deck, and finally decided to go there alone, without even a small one. Anyway, if even he can't handle it, then it's useless to have more of these men. Turned around, the spirit power in his body was released, and the small ship under his feet was like an arrow from the string. It dragged a long splash and shot it in a certain direction in front of it. If I can't come back afterwards, the magic whale pirate group will disband. The pirates standing on the bow deck could only hear a looming voice from the small boat in front of which no shadow can be seen. Her complexion suddenly became extremely complicated. Chapter 43, Invincible. A small boat is like an off-string arrow, madly flying across the vast and boundless sea, arousing a burst of high waves. The giant purple whale was standing on the boat, holding the conch in one hand and looking at the floating location map to confirm the direction. At the same time, there were 8 spirit rings floating around the body, and one of them was emitting light. The spirit ability of this spirit ring is very simple. It only has the function of rushing on the road. You can find a carrier at random, whether it is a boat or just a piece of wood, as long as it can float on the water. Then you can let the things under your feet swift, and it's not a matter of thousands of miles. Of course it's just an exaggeration, but the speed is really fast. When he was young, he relied on this ability to escape, not knowing how many life and death crises he had avoided. Hurry up, hurry up! Looking at the floating red dots on the conch, the purple giant whale's face was solemn, and the spirit power in the body was released without reservation. Suddenly the speed of the boat under his feet increased a little again. Visible to the naked eye, it can be seen that the distance between him and the red dot on the floating pattern is rapidly shortening. It's just too late now, because according to the display on the map, at this time the daughter and the others have entered the restricted area, and now he can only hope that they will not disturb the monster and can cross the sea without any problems. The Forbidden Sea area where Hemingway strayed into it is called the Magic Whale Sea area. It is said that it is the deepest place nearby, and there is a trench up to 1,000 meters deep under the water. Therefore, if a flying soul master looks from the sky, he can find that the sea there is the darkest place. The reason why there is the name Demon Whale Sea area, as the name suggests, is because there is a deep-sea demon whale living in the trench below that sea area. As mentioned earlier, the whale itself is an extremely powerful sea soul beast, especially the deep-sea magic whale, which is the best among the whales. The nobleman among the whales. And this deep-sea magic whale living in this sea area is not as simple as an ordinary deep-sea magic whale. It is called the Overlord of the Sea. It is 100,000-year level existence. 100,000-year soul beast. It is conservatively estimated that they are all of tidal Doluo level, although the purple giant whale can rival ordinary tidal Doluo. But in the face of 100,000-year-old soul beast, he still felt his heart and liver tremble. Especially this 100,000-year soul beast, is still a deep-sea demon whale like his martial soul. No one can know how terrifying this deep-sea monster whale is better than him. Fortunately, the sky is endless. Even if someone strays into the magic whale waters, there is not necessarily a silver lining. Because of this deep-sea monster whale that lives in this sea area, its left eye is blind. And in the 4 seasons of the year, spring and autumn, its head faces east, while summer and winter head towards the west. In this way, even if it is a ship passing through the waters of the devil whale, it only needs to navigate in the direction in which it is blind, and it will not easily offend him. The most important thing is that this deep-sea magic whale is lazy by nature. Generally speaking, it only lurks on the bottom of the sea, then opens its big mouth and devours sea creatures. It does not take the initiative to attack, and does not include enemies who invade its territory. So the purple giant whale at this time can only pray to their daughters and them, that they are sailing in the blind direction of the deep-sea demon whale, and can cross the demon whale sea safely and unharmed. Something's wrong. Standing on the bow of the ship, Hemingway looked at the calm and strange sea around him, and couldn't help but shed a cold sweat on his forehead. "What's wrong?" the purple pearl next to him asked suspiciously. "It's so peaceful." Hemingway's face was very solemn. He looked carefully at the surrounding seas, and said in a low voice, "Don't you think this sea seems too calm from just now? Obviously the sea breeze is blowing at this moment, but look at this sea." Purple Pearl cast his gaze to the surface of the sea upon hearing the words, and observed it carefully. Suddenly the beautiful purple eyes shrank, because at this moment the sea is without waves, and it is clear that there are sea breeze blowing by, but the sea around it is so calm and scary. "What's the matter? Did we stray into the restricted area?" Zai Zhenzu's pretty face turned pale. She couldn't help muttering to herself. "Forbidden area." Hemingway is a little confused. But before Zai Zhenzu could tell him in detail, the surrounding air was strangely distorted, and a violent shock suddenly came from under his feet. Accompanied by the loud noise that made the two of them temporarily deaf, they brought their bodies together with the boat, fiercely thrown into the air. The whole body is purely made of steel, and the nearly 30-meter-long hull turned into fragments in an instant under the violent impact. The most terrifying thing is that under the strong shock, both of them fell into a state of vertigo. Was thrown high to a height of 100 meters. The originally calm sea water churned violently, and the waves were raging. A thick water column with a diameter of 15 meters rose into the sky, and the twisted air became the chief culprit in destroying the steel boat. As the steel boat shattered, a huge body like an island slowly floated from the water. All the surrounding sea water has a thick layer of blue brilliance. At this moment, it seems that the sky is the ground, and the sea has become a blue sky. A low muffled roar sounded, and a huge sound wave burst into waves. Hemingway and Purple Pearl hadn't awakened from the dizziness caused by the previous violent shock, they fell into a deeper dizziness under the action of the huge sound wave. Reading www.youcancha.com I saw that the huge body that floated from under the sea was more than 200 meters in length. The whole body was sapphire-like color. There were two huge eyes on the head, but the eye on the left did not exist. There was only a black hole. Obviously blind. The huge size makes this giant creature's eyes all 3 meters in diameter. Its only right eye pierced the air with a cold gaze. Saw its body move slightly, and a huge tail has been raised from behind, with a twisted blue light, slapped heavily on the sea. Hundreds of millions of water droplets rose into the sky, and each drop was like a sharp arrow. In mid-air, a strange water curtain illuminates the sky with blue brilliance, and the huge water curtain is covering the broken steel boat and the two people flying in the sky. The first thing I touched was the scattered debris. If they were still fragments in the previous moment, then in the next moment they have turned into powder. This is the real power of the 100,000 years soul beast, even more terrifying than titled Doluo. Especially the fate of angering 100,000 year soul beast in the sea, there is only destruction. In mid-air, Hemingway was the first to wake up, not only because of his strong physique, but most importantly, his mental power was stronger than Purple Pearl. The moment he was sober, it happened to be the moment when the tail of the 100,000-year-old magic whale splashed on the sea and splashed thousands of drops of water. In a short time, Hemingway's heart beats like crazy. Because he clearly saw the horrible scene of the sturdy steel boat being pierced by water droplets. He clearly understands that the water curtain turned into a drop of water in front of him is definitely not something his current strength can resist. Absolutely cannot carry it hard. P.S. Ask for votes, ask for collection. Chapter 44, 36 counts as the best. Uebu. At this critical juncture of life and death, regardless of consumption, the spirit power in his body was madly transformed into armed domineering. I saw the dazzling golden light burst out from his body, covering his whole body into a golden body. Under the blessing of being armed and domineering and covering the whole body regardless of consumption, Hemingway's attributes have been greatly doubled at this moment. Both feet volleyed and stepped on the void, and the whole person instantly turned into a golden light. Flashing across the air like lightning, took the still dizzy Purple Pearl into his arms, and then stepped on the sky again. Casting the moon step, finally escaped the overwhelming rain of water and rain among the lightning and flint. If you don't really face it, you will never experience the horror of 100,000-year soul beast. Hemingway walked into the sky repeatedly, holding a Purple Pearl with some deliriousness in his arms, and constantly traveling to the sky. The golden light covering the whole body quickly dissipated, but just covering the whole body just now consumed 1/20 of his soul power. It can be seen that although the armed color is strong and domineering, the consumption of soul power is also very scary. Hemingway, who was in the air, stared closely at the huge whale below, especially the one-eyed opponent, which made the corners of his mouth twitch. It's hard to say anything in my heart. Such a huge size, and this iconic one-eyed. Isn't he the devil whale king of the deep sea? Doluo is a super soul beast that is close to 1,000,000 years old. What kind of luck is this? Hemingway was almost crying, drifting casually on the sea. As a result, he unexpectedly drifted to the sea of demon whale. His luck was too bad, right? Could it be that God is going to kill me? The demon whale king of the deep sea below saw that these two little bugs had escaped his own attack, and seemed to be irritated. A huge blue light with a diameter of more than 5 meters condensed on the top of his mountain-like head, extremely terrifying blue. The light only condensed for a moment, and then it was sprayed out in the next moment, heading straight to Hemingway, who was holding the Purple Pearl. Hemingway could clearly feel that this blue light was the attack method used to rush up from the water before destroying the steel ship. Compared with the light rain just now, this is the real attack method of the deep-sea magic whale. The surrounding space suddenly became strange, and Hemingway clearly felt that although he was in the air at this moment, he seemed to be in the sea. The surrounding air showed a strange rippling state, and the invisible resistance made him seem to be immersed in the sea. In the deep sea. But the sea made up of air has stronger resistance, even more irresistible resistance. Realm, only realm power can control the entire sky on such a large area. This is the realm of soul beasts, the king of deep-sea demon whales, for nearly 1,000,000 years. Even if Hemingway possesses a moon step, he can walk in the air. But he was in the realm, but he couldn't leave quickly. There is no possibility of dodge or gasp, the extremely terrifying blue light has soared into the sky. It's over, my life is over. Hemingway watched the overwhelming blue light, the soul power in his body was constantly transformed into armed domineering, golden light covered his whole body, trying to break free from the shackles of the domain. It was found to be futile, and the gap between strengths was too huge. How can a soul veneer of more than 30 ranks in another area confront a super soul beast that is nearly 1,000,000 years old and can almost be called a demigod? Especially this super soul beast is still in the ocean. Occupying the geographical advantage, the power of the field has been brought into full play. All kinds of disadvantages made Hemingway have no resistance at all to face the demon whale king of the deep sea. Even if his martial spirit is the mermaid princess known as the Sea King Poseidon, he can give orders to the sea spirit beast. But under the absolute power gap, how can an ant command an elephant? If Hemingway is stronger today, title Doluo dare not think. Contra is enough. If his current strength is Contra, once the ability to control the sea spirit beast is activated, even if it cannot control the actions of the deep sea demon whale king, it can at least eliminate its hostility. Let this grumpy monster let them go. Will never be like this, commanding the sea spirit beast to have no ability. It simply insulted the name of that sea king. That's it, is it over? Fettered by the realm, Hemingway, immobile, watched the bashing face, and almost lost the blue light of destruction in the surrounding area. Unexpectedly, his heart was very calm. In his perception at this moment, time seems to gradually become extremely slow. Puff! Puff! The surrounding sounds seem to fade away. At this time, Hemingway clearly heard the sound of his heartbeat, which was gradually accelerating, and the blood flow around his body was also driven to accelerate. It's as if the blood is gradually starting to boil. Puff! 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 The heartbeat is getting faster and faster. Hemingway only felt that there was something in his body, as if the seeds lurking in the soil, germinating, were about to emerge from the ground. Seeing the destruction blue light getting closer and closer. Puff! 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 The heartbeat is getting faster and faster, faster and faster. Staring at the blue light ahead, Hemingway only felt that something was recovering in his body. Is awakening. Just when he is about to reach the tipping point. Roar! A violent and crazy roar www.readaloud.com suddenly interrupted his strange state. Hemingway was taken aback, his beating heart instantly calmed down. It was as if the previous feeling that something was about to recover was just an illusion. It made him feel a little stunned, and always felt that he had missed some great opportunities. Next moment, there were 8 spirit rings around his body, and a deep-sea monster whale about tens of meters long appeared in front of him fiercely, blocking the blue light of destruction. Boom! The terrifying blue light of destruction bombarded this small deep-sea monster whale, causing it to subconsciously let out a wailing and painful roar. This is Wuhan True Body. Hemingway was taken aback when he saw this place, and when he looked at the 8 spirit rings surrounding this small deep-sea monster whale, he always felt that this configuration seemed to have been seen before. Correct. Isn't the pirate leader's spirit ring configuration like this? And his spirit is also a deep-sea demon whale, and sure enough, this small deep-sea demon whale is the pirate leader. Hemingway quickly reacted to the identity of the small deep-sea magic whale in front of him. The kid takes my daughter and go. A voice reached Hemingway's ear. Immediately after, Hemingway saw the small deep-sea monster whale in front of him suddenly burst into a terrifying blue light, and the raging spirit power fluctuations disturbed the surrounding domain. The heavy burden on him disappeared instantly. Hemingway did not hesitate, covered his whole body with golden light, and then he held the purple pearl that was gradually recovering from the dizziness, and stepped on the void with his feet, turning the whole person into a golden light and fleeing away. P.S. Ask for votes, ask for collection. The data in the new book is poor. Chapter 45, Something Missing. In the case of using armed color domineering to increase itself regardless of cost, Hemingway's moonstep is incredibly fast. The whole person turned into a golden light and fled a long distance in an instant. At this time, the purple pearl in his arms was completely awake from his dizziness. She looked at the small deep-sea monster whale that was fighting with a supergiant deep-sea monster in the distance, and exclaimed, "Dad!" Said it was a battle, but in fact it was still upholding the giant purple whale. In front of the 200-meter-long deep-sea demon whale king, the martial soul of the purple giant whale is simply a baby. Any of his attacks would be painless to the devil whale king of the deep sea. On the other hand, the devil whale king of the deep sea flicked his tail casually, and the splash was enough to slap him far away. The devil whale king of the deep sea is actually playing. It is quite interesting looking at the small deep sea devil whale incarnate in front of the giant purple whale. So temporarily accompany him to play for fun. If you really want his life, just one blow is enough. After all, the strength gap between the two sides is too huge. Purple giant whale can naturally feel this clearly, but he doesn't care. As long as she can delay time for her daughter, she can escape. What if he saves his life? Let me down. I'm going to help Dad. Looking at the small deep-sea monster whale that was being played with by the deep-sea monster whale for fun, the purple pearl held in Hemingway's arms struggled vigorously, trying to get out of his embrace. You calm down. Hemingway hugged her soft body tightly, frowning and said, "That is the devil whale king of the deep sea, a super soul beast that is almost a half-god of 1,000,000 years. We are definitely not an enemy, even if your father adds us, it's definitely a praying man's arm to block the car. Don't do stupid things." Purple Pearl's struggling body stiffened, as if he was surprised by his words. My God! 1,000,000-year soul beast! What is that concept? Purple Pearl didn't know that even the 100,000-year soul beast was a legendary existence to her. Not to mention the so-called 1,000,000-year-old soul beast. Just, so what? Is this the reason she left her father to escape? Let me go. Purple Pearl's voice was indifferent, and there was a deep disappointment in his heart for this man. Don't do stupid things. Hemingway stopped his fast pace for a while, still slowly volleyed under his feet, keeping him in midair without falling. Looking at the girl in her arms, she sternly scolded, "Do you want to make your father's sacrifice in vain? Let me go down." Purple Pearl didn't move Yao because of his words, her purple eyes contained determination and determination. Hemingway stared at her for a moment, and from these eyes, he saw something that he would rather die than abandon. It seems that my current self lacks such things. I see. Hemingway somehow did not persuade her anymore, and slowly let go of her. One hand was still around her waist, and the other hand was pressed on her shoulder. The spirit power in the body intruded in without reservation. It would block her meridians and dissolve the golden armed color that had sealed her Danshan spirit power. With a bang, the spirit power of the tortoise shrouded in the Danshan exploded, instantly surging all over the limbs. Feel the surging soul power in the body and the long-lost sense of power in the body. Purple Pearl's beautiful eyes were in a trance, but they reacted quickly. Staring closely at his sea blue eyes, as if to engrave his shadow in the bottom of my heart forever. Thank you. Purple Pearl broke away from his hand after speaking, and the whole person fell into the sea. At the same time, 3 spirit rings around his body began to appear, and the phantom of a sea snake appeared and quickly merged into his body. The body was slightly distorted, and the whole person appeared soft, and there was a bit of cold air in his eyes, and a layer of grey-blue fine scales appeared on the surface of the skin. Go away. It's dangerous here. I'm sorry that my father caught you. But, I can't just leave my dad and escape alone. Purple Pearl didn't look back at him again, and fell into the sea. The whole person twisted his waist, and a faint light emerged from his body, and then he seemed to really become a sea snake, swimming quickly to the battlefield ahead. Hemingway gritted his teeth while looking at her figure swimming in the distance. Turn around and continue to use the moon step to escape. But for some reason, there seems to be a fire burning in my heart. Obviously, he had made the most correct decision at this moment, and ran away as soon as the deep-sea demon whale king was blocked by the pirate leader. After all, he and the pirate father and daughter are not relatives, on the contrary, they insist on having enemies. It is not guilty to take risks for these two people. And even if he goes back, nothing can be changed at all. It's just that one more person will die. He is a traverser. There is a glorious and beautiful future, and there is a sea of blood and deep vengeance that has not been reported. How can you die here just like this? Let's run. Run away quickly. Like a coward. Boom. The fast pace stopped abruptly. Hemingway stood in midair, slowly raised his head to look up at the blue sky, and began to replay scenes of the world in his mind, recalling the sleepless care of Purple Pearl when he was in a coma. Fists slowly clenched. Boom. The large flying drops of water slammed on the purple giant whale mercilessly www.readaloud.com, leaving his tens of meters long body bruised all over. At this time, in the one-eyed one left of the deep-sea demon whale king, the little deep-sea demon whale who was jokingly looking at the incarnation of the purple giant whale was like looking at a toy for fun. As for Hemingway and Purple Pearl who ran away, it didn't care at all. They couldn't escape anyway. Waiting for it to play with this toy later, they got up and chased them, and they could catch up soon. In this vast sea, how far can those two escape? No one has ever escaped its pursuit in the sea, except for the kid who held the trident and later became the sea god. Thinking of this, a cloud of haze appeared in the only one eye of the deep-sea demon whale king. Many thousands of years have passed since the boy named Poseidon became the of the sea. The time it has stayed here is too long, and the god realm has eliminated the qualification of the soul beast to become a god. So that it is clear that its cultivation base has reached 1,000,000 years, and it has long been qualified to become a god. But it was still unable to make that last step, it was always so insignificant. But it's just this insignificant point, but it's a difference between heaven and earth. The difference between Fan and God. No matter how hard it tries, it will never become a god. Over time, the demon whale king of the deep sea was also a little frustrated and decadent. On weekdays, it is boring enough to sink to sleep on the bottom of the sea to pass the time. Was woken up by 2 little bugs today, it was going to kill it directly. As a result, he didn't expect that a bigger bug appeared again soon, and he came forward to be beaten by himself, which made him somewhat interested. So I played with him and passed the time. Chapter 46, Incredible. On the blue sea. One large and one small 2 deep-sea magic whales stirred the surging sea. But it is obvious that the big deep-sea magic whale is purely playing with the small deep-sea magic whale, as if it were a toy. And the giant purple whale can only resist as hard as possible, facing the teasing of the deep-sea monster whale in front of him. It is dangerous and dangerous. He knew that he was definitely not the opponent of the super soul beast in front of him, and he knew that waiting for the soul beast to play enough was his own time of death. But he doesn't care, as long as he can buy more time for his daughter to escape. Be teased if you are teased. Could this be retribution? The purple giant whale smiled bitterly. He had been traversing the ocean for decades, and he couldn't think that today was the time of death. Maybe there are good and evil retributions in the dark, he is retribution. That's it. The giant purple whale sighed, and it was a great blessing to him to let his daughter escape. What else can you ask for? The top priority now is to delay a little longer so that my daughter can run farther. It was only very fast, but the pleasant female voice from a distance completely disturbed his heart. Dad! The purple giant whale was in a mess. and only felt an indescribable panic rushing into his heart. "Why are you back again? Didn't you let that kid take her away? Damn it!" The purple whale felt that he had made a mistake. "I didn't expect the kid to be so unreliable and asked him to take his daughter away. As a result, what are you doing back? Hurry up!" While trying to resist the juggling of the demon whale king of the deep sea, the giant purple whale let out a low growl from its throat. "I do not." Zai Zhenzu shook his head fiercely. Now it is her fault that her father will fall to this point. So if she ran away like this, she would not be able to forgive herself for the rest of her life. She knows the consequences of her return, and she also knows that the wisest choice is to run away immediately. But the reason why people are human is that they have emotions and emotions. It is not a machine that only measures the gains and losses of profits. For Purple Pearl, it is compared to fleeing and surviving. She would rather fight alongside her father here. What if it's dead? Sometimes death is not the most terrifying, there are things in the world that are more terrifying than death. You just want to me off. Looking at the arrogant daughter, the giant purple whale almost got a heart attack. In order to save you, don't even stay behind. As a result, you stupid girl ran back. Are you trying to me off you? Go! Go! The spirit power in the purple giant whale burst out, and then began to stir the surrounding sea. The waves were undulating and turbulent, waves rushing to the surrounding frantically, pushing the purple pearl that was swimming from a distance back again and again. Prevent her from approaching here. But the girl who made up her mind, still tried her best to swim here. This made the purple giant whale feel distressed and helpless, but thought that this might be retribution. God's retribution to him is only late now. The demon whale king of the deep sea looked at the interaction between the father and daughter with interest, and then flicked his tail. The terrifying tide is accompanied by bullet-like drops of water, surging across the sky and the earth. Seems to want to use this trick to take the father and daughter away in one wave. Damn it! The purple giant whale sees here and knows that this deep-sea monster whale seems to be a little tired of playing. Where can I dare to keep my hands and delay the time? Directly used one of his most powerful soul skills. The 8th spirit ring shined brightly. The 8th spirit ability, Frozen Miles. The little deep-sea monster whale incarnate as a giant purple whale took a deep breath, and the entire abdomen instantly swelled like a ball. Then he opened his big mouth non-stop, and a blue light emerged from his throat, and then it broke out. Boom! A terrifying cold current spouted from the big purple whale's mouth. Where the cold current passes, whether it was the surrounding waves or the incoming bomb rain drops, everything was frozen into ice in an instant. As for the demon whale king of the deep sea facing this cold current, the huge body over 200 meters long was instantly covered with a layer of frost. Kung fu in the blink of an eye. The surface of the sea with a radius of more than 1,000 meters was frozen into ice. Except for the purple giant whale, which is the release of the spirit ability, the purple pearl did not face the cold current directly, and the distance was too far, so it was only affected by the impact, and was not frozen in the ice. Block. The sea under her feet also turned into a thick layer of ice, but fortunately, she jumped up in time and was not wrapped underneath. After releasing this big move, the giant purple whale also completely exhausted all its soul power, emitting a faint light from all over its body, and then its huge body gradually shrank, and finally changed from the spirit of Wuhan back to the posture of a human. Hey! Stepping on the frozen sea surface, the embarrassed middle-aged man panted quickly, looking at the deep-sea magic whale that was frozen in the ice not far in front of him, and said to himself crumblingly, "Did you make it?" Looked at the rejoicing of the rest of his life, even he himself felt incredible, the one move he tried his best, actually iced this 100,000-year-old soul beast. But I don't know how long the ice can last, I still need to escape quickly. The purple giant whale always feels something is wrong in his heart. As the super soul beast in the rumored area, the lord of the Forbidden Zone, How could he be so easily caught by himself frozen? But he didn't bother to think so much at this time, or he didn't dare to think about it. In any case, reading www.yuyugonshu.com is now the top priority is to leave here quickly. Fear of reality will change. Dad. At this time, Purple Pearl finally ran here from a distance. At this time, the sea surface within 1,000 meters range turned into an ice layer, at least more than 10 meters thick, so that she could walk on the ice. You stupid girl! The purple giant whale looked helplessly at the daughter who was flying towards him. But after all, he stretched out his hands spoilingly and caught his baby girl. Bumped his head into his arms, and the giant purple whale's tall body couldn't help taking 2 steps back, which shows how weak he is now. Feeling the slightly trembling body of the daughter in her arms, the giant purple whale is a little trance. How long has he not hugged his daughter? It seems that since the age of 10, her daughter has never been so coquettish to him like this. Hey, isn't it okay, Dad? Lightly hugged her daughter, which is very petite body compared to her. After experiencing this life and death crisis, the giant purple whale suddenly got tired of life on the sea. He found that the fame and fortune he pursued were nothing but nothing in the end. Might as well retreat back to the fields and take her daughter out of the sinister sea. Go to the mainland to find a quiet place and start a new life. Although they are sea spirit masters, their strength on the mainland will be discounted to a certain extent. But no matter what, he is also a Contra, and his strength is enough to protect his daughter through life safely. You don't need to deliberately pursue any title. If you have strength in this world, you can have everything. With his strength, no matter where he goes, he is enough to make the father and daughter live well. Purple giant whale finally figured it out. Is just a touching moment when the father and daughter are reunited for the rest of their lives. There was a bang, interrupting everything. Chapter 47, This Kid and number 039, S brain is broken. Boom. The ice layer burst, and the deep-sea monster whale king that was frozen in the sea moved slightly, and the ice covering his whole body was torn apart. The ice layer covering the devil whale king of the deep sea is more than 5 meters thick, but for it, as the overlord of the sea, the 5 meters thick ice layer does not seem to exist at all. Just gently moving the body, the ice layer of the frozen body was shattered. The two fathers and daughters, Purple Giant Whale and Purple Pearl, were dumbfounded. Who could have thought that they were frozen in the ice just a moment ago, and it seemed that the crisis had been lifted. In the next second, everything returned to the original point. The fatal crisis is still close at hand. Sure enough. I knew it wasn't that easy. The giant purple whale shook his head and smiled bitterly, actually facing the situation in front of him. He himself had expected it a long time ago. After all, he had only used his 8th spirit ability to break the boat. With the idea that there might be a miracle, it is desperate. As for the idea of defeating the demon whale king of the deep sea or temporarily freezing it, I didn't even think about it. Because of this, the purple whale felt that everything was a little dreamy and unreal when I saw it was frozen in ice before. So now for the deep sea monster whale king to get out of trouble, the purple giant whale is not too surprised. It's just that the child has suffered. He was still so young, and he was going to be buried in this sea with his old fellow. Looking at Fenghua Zhenmao's daughter, the giant purple whale couldn't help feeling a little sad. It's just that when his soul power is exhausted at this time, he is also powerless to do something. The demon whale king of the deep sea looked at this pair of human fathers and daughters who hadn't resisted the slightest bit, and a trace of boredom appeared in the only one left. It's tired of playing, it's time to solve these two little bugs. Then go after the little bug that escaped. The huge whale's mouth slowly opened, and you can see that the blue light began to converge in the throat. At first glance, it looked very similar to the cold breath that the giant purple whale had just issued. The only difference is that this breath does not contain the meaning of freezing, and some are only mixed with the destructive power of soul power and water. The previous big move of the purple giant whale's full blow, the surface of the ice covering more than 1,000 meters made the deep-sea monster whale feel very uncomfortable, so I decided to put a big move to remove the obstructive things around in one fell swoop. The purple giant whale and the purple pearl father and daughter were only accompanied by small bugs that were crushed to death. OM. The energy condensed in his wide-open mouth, making a buzzing sound of concussive air. Finally, the energy gathered in the mouth of the demon whale king of the deep sea has reached its limit and can no longer condense. So the abdomen threw up vigorously. Woo! The air whizzed. A blue beam of light spouted from the mouth of the demon whale king of the deep sea, arbitrarily venting the surrounding air, with an unrivaled aura. Devil whale breath. As the parties facing this breath directly, the purple whale and purple pearl only felt that their eyes were occupied by blue light, and the beam of light had not yet arrived. The horrible sense of oppression has permeated all sides. The father and daughter can't do anything, the only thing they can do is to stand there and wait for death silently. This moment, looking at the aqua-blue beam of light that almost occupied the entire line of sight, Purple Pearl couldn't help closing his eyes in fear, waiting for her own end. The 18-year life experience in her mind flashed across like a lightning. It was just beyond her expectation that in the short life, the most impressive thing was the white-haired boy. Those clear and deep-sea blue eyes seemed to contain an infinite story, waiting for people to explore. It's a pity that she has no chance. Am I going to die? How could it be him? So I treated him. I hope he can escape in the end. At the last moment before he died, Zai Zhenzu completely understood what he wanted. It turned out that the white-haired teenager who had only been together for less than 2 months gave her such a deep and unforgettable impression. It's a shame. I won't see him anymore, right? I really want to fall in love. I want to be by his side. This is what they always say, do you like the feeling of a man? Recalling the time she spent with the boy, Zai Zhenzu couldn't help but show a smile. A long time. Purple Pearl suddenly felt something wrong. Why did the horrible oppression that pervaded the surrounding disappear? Could it be that she is actually dead now, but that breath is too destructive? So she didn't feel any pain at all. Actually, she is already in the afterlife world now? Holding such doubts, Purple Pearl slowly opened his eyes. First of all, light, dazzling white light. The dazzling light made her eyes closed again subconsciously, but she was a little strange. Isn't the light of breath blue? Where did this white light come from? Could it be that she is really in the world after death now? Purple Pearl, who was very confused in his heart, quietly opened his eyes again, squinting only a gap between his eyes, carefully looking at the source of the white light in front of him, trying hard to see what the white light was. That seems to be a fuzzy back. A pair of beautiful and holy white wings stretched out behind. Is this an angel? Purple Pearl can't help but think of it when I see this. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com only gradually adjusted to the light, and the blurred back in front of her eyes became clearer and clearer. Her squinted eyes gradually opened, and in the end they opened wider and wider, until she stood still on the spot. Purple Pearl stared blankly at the familiar figure ahead, the figure that should have gone away, and would never return. I just feel that my heart is filled with some kind of warmth, and an uncontrollable curve of the corner of my mouth can't help but emerge. It's him. It is he who is back. Purple Pearl couldn't help cheering in her heart, as if her dead heart was rain-fused with life. An unspeakable sense of security came to my heart. Told her sensibly that the boy had only returned to death with their father and daughter. But when this young man stood in front of her without hesitation at this most dangerous moment, Purple Pearl is still happily forgetting about it. It seems as long as he is there, all difficulties are no longer difficulties. The fear of death in my heart has long been filled with another emotion. This kid is back again. The giant purple whale looked at the white-haired boy who was blocking the front and stretched out his hands to resist the breath of the deep-sea demon whale king in disbelief. He just found it difficult to understand him. Brain circuit. Logically speaking, he would definitely take the opportunity to run away. Why come back to die again? Could it be? The purple giant whale glanced at the beautiful purple eyes next to it, blurred, and was looking at his baby girl obsessively. Was it because this kid fell in love with my daughter? It's just that this kid is not smart enough. What use is it for you to run back at this time? With your strength, it's just one more person to die. The more I thought about it, the more the purple whale felt that this kid had a broken head in 80%. Chapter 48, Finally Awakened. Overlord. A pair of swan-like snow-white wings grew from the back of the white-haired boy, and the whole body exudes a warm white light. This is the state of the ghost of the white tiger possessing the body. At this time, Hemingway was stretching out his hands, with a small cat-like pad in his palm. With his tiny body, he firmly blocked the water-blue breath with a diameter of 10 meters. The abilities of Fleshball Fruit finally came into play at this moment. Firmly blocked the oncoming horror breath, making it impossible to move forward for half a minute. If he was strong enough, he could easily bounce back this breath. It's a pity that he is limited by his own strength. Just maintaining such a stalemate, he has almost exhausted all his strength. What? The deep-sea demon whale king, who was opening his mouth wide and exhaling the aura of destruction, looked at the little figure in front of him that stood in front of his breath, and a hint of surprise flashed in the only one eye left. Weird, so weird. It is reasonable to say that the breath it exhaled is composed of energy mixed with pure water essence. Even if it is blocked by someone, the remaining energy will start to splash in all directions. How could it be so stalemate? It was as if this breath had become a physical thing. It's really weird. What makes this breath, with such a change? The demon whale king of the deep sea became a little interested, and began to slowly increase the energy of the breath, only to see the power of the breath gradually increase. It wanted to see how long this self-defeating little bug could resist. I am absolutely crazy. At this time, Hemingway, who was struggling to resist the more terrifying breath of the demon whale king of the deep sea, had only this thought in his mind, and he became more sure that there was definitely something wrong with his head. Otherwise, why would you be so stupid, running over as if you were ignorant and blocking the fatal blow for this pirate father and daughter? There is no reason at all. He and the father and daughter are not relatives, on the contrary, they have enemies. Seeing that the father and daughter were about to die under the breath of the devil whale, they should have been watching with cold eyes, and even clapping their hands in applause was not an exaggeration. As a result, she stupidly came to block the fatal blow for the father and daughter. To be honest, Hemingway himself didn't know what he thought. Why did you come back to die? He only knew his own heart and couldn't just watch this girl come to death like this. I took the opportunity to escape. Human is an extremely impulsive creature. Is often driven by 7 emotions and 6 desires to do all kinds of things that usually seem extremely irrational. There is no doubt that Hemingway's self-esteem as a man prevents him from just watching his pretty affectionate girl go to death alone. I spent more than a month together day and night, and the meticulous care of Purple Pearl when he was in a coma. In fact, Hemingway had already had such a good feeling between men and women. Up? Is this still a man? If he just abandons her and runs away alone, he might look down upon himself. There will be pimple in my heart all my life. Turned into his eternal demon. So he came. Stop worrying about the ones that are not, and follow the guidance of your heart. Stood in front of Purple Pearl without hesitation, and blocked her breath that could destroy everything. Boom! The horrible aqua blue breath, the color is getting deeper and deeper. Hemingway, who was stretching out his hands to block it, could clearly feel the power of his breath is gradually strengthening, his body's bones were creaking, and it was obvious that the force of his breath was slowly exceeding his own limit. Once he couldn't bear it, the result was obvious. Everything will be wiped out in this ruinous breath. To be honest, I feel that the power is getting stronger and stronger in this way, and I gradually can't bear it, and death is gradually coming. It's really terrible. The psychological endurance is a little bit weak, I am afraid that it has been broken by this time. Just give up resistance and die. But Hemingway's brain is now sober and calm like never before. He didn't have the slightest fear of the impending death, on the contrary, there was a faint relief. It's over, is this my end? Unexpectedly, in the end, you turned out to end my life. He looked forward quietly, his eyes seemed to penetrate the aqua-blue breath, and he saw the one-eyed deep-sea demon whale king with a joke. Slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, all the memories of the past and present are like slides, appearing in his brain. The previous life was mediocre and unaccompanied. I was born in a distinguished life and has a mother who loves me the most. Unfortunately, all the good things disappeared because of the destruction of others. I also live on the deserted island from the prince who is rich in clothes and jade food. Hesitation, helplessness, confusion. Hemingway once again tasted the loneliness of his previous life. Is just this time the blow is far greater than in the previous life. After all, I never got it in my previous life, so how can I lose it? But in this life he has gained and lost, unaccompanied, on a desert island, he can't feel any warmth in this world. Really feel his own powerlessness and cruelty in the world. Hatred. He hated the Queen Star Luo who was jealous of his talent, and hated the ruthless Emperor Lao Tzu even more. But what I hate most is still that weak self. Suddenly, Hemingway opened his eyes, as if there was an invisible power awakening in his body. This strength supported him, made him forget the fear www.readaloud.com forget about death, and gave him unparalleled confidence and courage. Yes. He felt it. That power is actually hidden in the heart from beginning to end, it is the light that belongs to the soul. But because he came to this strange world, he was living on a deserted island, unaccompanied, hesitant and helpless, his inner confusion covered his soul with a thick layer of dust, which obscured the light. But at this moment, under the great horror of life and death, a faint light finally pierced the dust, and gradually bloomed a little bit of brilliance. How can I stop here? A little red light, shining from his blue eyes, those beautiful sea-like eyes, gradually covered with a layer of blood. The original clear and beautiful eyes turned into a dark and vicious ominous. A beast, is also worthy to end me. He didn't take revenge. How can you die here just like that? I traveled through this world, but my own light hadn't even bloomed yet, so I was about to die in this poor country like this aggrieved. Like an ant, I can't surprise a wave in this world. I am not convinced by Hemingway. Rumble. There seemed to be an invisible roar in his ears. Hemingway looked forward, as if there was something in his body that shattered at this moment, and turbulent and endless power poured out of his body. A ray of light pierced the dust that blinded the soul, and the heart seemed to break free at this moment. A kind of natural and invigorating. The unfettered beauty is moved to my heart. I have a pearl. Was locked in the dust for a long time. Now the dust is all gone. Photo breaks through the mountains and rivers Wan Duo. Chapter 49, Reborn. Rumble. The blue sky was suddenly dimmed with a sound like the sky collapsed. The terrifying coercion spread wildly in all directions. The turbulent sea that had been turbulent at all times fell silent at this moment, and the entire magic whale sea area suddenly became quiet. Is like falling into eternal silence. The demon whale king of the deep sea stood still, and in the one eye that was left, there was an indescribable horror. The purple giant whale and the purple pearl father and daughter were also shocked. Looking at the gaze from the back, it was like seeing the true descending. As the culprit responsible for all these visions. Hemingway's eyes were calm, and the blood in those dark and ominous eyes gradually faded, and turned into the blue beauty of the original sea. His eyes penetrated the water blue breath without the slightest emotion, and looked straight at the deep sea magic whale. King. Only one glance. An unspeakable panic surged in the heart of the demon whale king of the deep sea. There seems to be a pair of indifferent and merciless gazes betting on it, like the gaze of a god. This reminded the demon whale king of the deep sea of the sea god thousands of years ago. The blind eye was dull and painful. No. The feeling the human in front of it gave it was even more terrifying than the feeling the sea god gave it back then. It feels like a small fish on a chopping board. There is an unspeakable stalwart god, slowly raising the magic knife in his hand and slashing it towards him. No. I want to escape. I can't stay here anymore. The instinct to survive dominates all thinking, and the demon whale king of the deep sea was completely scared at this time. He didn't dare to stay here any longer, closed his open mouth, interrupted the supply of energy to his breath, and flicked his tail. The huge body was immediately accompanied by a crash, smashing the ice and diving into the sea. Without the devil whale king of the deep sea, the continuous supply of energy and increased pressure, Hemingway only felt that his whole body suddenly loosened, like a spring that had been charged for a long time, and the huge breath that was touched by his palms was bounced back by his palms. Boom! The bounced breath shot into the distance, and an explosion occurred at a very far distance. The explosion immediately caused the entire sea surface to become choppy again, and there were constant gusts of energy blowing in. The fierce wind blew his long white hair, but he couldn't shake his body. On the contrary, the two purple whales and the purple pearl father and daughter behind, were blown back by the strong wind. After the oncoming wind stopped, the father and daughter looked forward again. But only the godlike figure was seen, and he fell to the ground at this moment. Unexpectedly, this time I could even get a life back. A small boat without a cabin is drifting on the sea. The giant purple whale stood on the bow, comparing the map and watching the wind direction around it. At this time they had left the magic whale sea area and came to a safe sea area. My heart is filled with a kind of rejoicing for the rest of my life. But this time, thanks to that kid. Recalling that figure like the presence of a god, the giant purple whale still feels full of awe. At this moment in my heart, I can no longer bear the slightest maliciousness towards that young man. He didn't even have the thought to fight against it. Such a person is destined not to be able to provoke him. Turned his head, looked at the white-haired boy lying on the boat, and looked at the daughter who was resting on her knees and was always taking care of him. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. The purple whale knows the heart of his baby girl. He was completely hooked away by this kid. When Hemingway woke up from his coma, it was already 3 days later. With this, he was in a coma for 3 days and 3 nights. But in these 3 days of being in a coma, the spirit of his whole person was quietly undergoing a reborn transformation. Opened his eyes. Hemingway looks very different in this world. The anxiety and hesitation hidden deep in my heart, the confusion and fear of the future. Everything disappeared. He is no longer what he used to be. Where am I? Hemingway slowly propped up his body, his blue eyes scanned the surroundings calmly, and found that this was a beautifully decorated room. Obviously at this time his treatment was not a prisoner. On the contrary, it seems to be a guest. He remembered that he deterred the demon whale king of the deep sea with his domineering look and made the beast run away in panic. It was because of the first time that the overlord color was turned on, which caused the heart to be consumed too much and passed out in a coma. Before he passed out, he thought he would be in a cage when he woke up again. Or maybe in a prison somewhere. As a result, it seems that the pirate father and daughter did not take advantage of him to coma and have no plans to disadvantage him. Crack! The door of the room was suddenly opened. A girl with long purple hair and beautiful purple eyes, white as jade, and beautiful face came in with a basin of water, when she saw the teenager sitting on the bed watching her. The basin in his hand couldn't help but loosen it, letting it fall, making a humming sound, and the water splashed all over the floor. You woke up. Zai Zhenzu looked at him excitedly. Since that day, he has been in a coma for 3 days. He seems to have a long sleepless posture. She was so scared that she thought he would never wake up. Where is this? Hemingway slowly opened the quilt www.readaloud.com and stood up. At this time, he was only wearing a pair of square shorts, and his sturdy body was unreservedly exposed. "This is Magic Whale Island, my house." Zai Zhenzu looked at his unabashedly exposed body, her pretty face couldn't help but blush. Subconsciously looked away, and whispered, "You have been in a coma for 3 days." "Yes." Hemingway was not surprised to hear that he had been in a coma for 3 days. He just looked at her strangely and said, "But you are beyond my expectation. While I was in a coma, you didn't have the power to resist. Send it to receive the reward." "You." Listening to his ridiculous words, Zai Zhenzu couldn't help but puff her cheeks slightly, and said annoyedly, "Although we are pirates, we will not avenge our lives. You saved our lives, no matter what, we Demon the Whale Pirate Group will never be against you anymore." "The pirates even said this? What are you doing with me?" Hemingway thought for a while looking at this simple and somewhat excessive purple-haired girl, but still did not say the above words. After all, this is really hurting. He could see that the girl in front of her had already had some good feelings between men and women, facing such a girl. He didn't have the heart to break her worldview and let her understand the sinister world and the ugliness of human nature. Sometimes life is alive, it's rare to be confused. So, Hemingway changed the subject and said, "By the way, I have known each other for so long, I still don't know your name." Hearing the words, the purple-haired girl opened her purple eyes and looked at him with a complicated look. "Purple Pearl, my name. You remembered it for this lady. Never forget it." Chapter 50, The King Awakens. Purple Pearl. Hemingway was finally a little surprised when he heard the name of the girl in front of him. He carefully looked at the girl in front of him, looked at her beautiful and exquisite face, heroic and charming temperament, and couldn't help asking, "Your name is Purple Pearl? What is your martial soul? Isn't the Purple Pearl the same female pirate Tang San encountered when they came to the sea to participate in the 9 tests of the sea god in the original work?" The Purple Pearl was also in his 30s when he appeared on the stage, according to the current timeline. The girl in front of me might really be the female pirate named Purple Pearl in the original work. It just doesn't make sense. If the girl in front of me is really the Purple Pearl in the original, there is a contra-level dad, why would he be so miserable afterwards? The daughter of the dignified pirate king, later she could only occupy a small island and be a little pirate making trouble? There is no way, it is all over the sea. How did she fall to that point? Hey? Yes, my name is Zai Zhenzu. As for Wuhan, it is a sea snake, inheriting my mother's Wuhan. Zai Zhenzu looked at his surprised eyes, a little unclear. As for you so surprised? Is there a problem with my name? Okay, really hammered. This woman must be the Purple Pearl in the original book. Hemingway understood after receiving her affirmative confirmation. This woman is definitely the Purple Pearl in the original book. After all, Wuhan still has such a similar age, and coupled with his appearance, no one believes that it is a coincidence. As for why she later became a little pirate in the original book, Hemingway guessed that something might have happened to her dad and there was no backing. Will it be reduced to such a poverty level? After all, if she was still the daughter of the pirate king, how could she be reduced to occupying an island and becoming an ordinary little pirate? Among other things, it is absolutely impossible to be silent in the original work just by her father's name. A slightly dim meeting room. The giant purple whale sits above the top, and there are only a few shiny gems on the surrounding walls, exuding a soft light. Let this conference room not fall into darkness completely. Below there are more than a dozen seats, with men and women sitting on each of them. The youngest is a strong middle-aged man, and the oldest is a wicked old man. These people are without exception, their strength is in the soul holy stage. Is the leader of many subgroups under the Demon Whale Pirate Group. Among them, only the head of the subgroup at the Soul Saint level was qualified to sit here. The group leaders below the Soul Sage are not qualified to sit in this conference room. Head, since we have caught Dai Yuhao, when shall we hand him over to the Star Loyal Empire? A middle-aged soul sage showed a trace of greed in his eyes, and asked extremely eagerly. He didn't dare to think about the spirit bone spirit ring, but when the group leader handed over Dai Yuhao, they could follow the boss to the Star Loyal Empire to be a nobleman and enjoy the blessings. Yes, it's been 3 days since the head of the group. It's time to hand over Dai Yuhao to the Star Loyal Empire. If you drag it on, you may change after a while, said a middle-aged man with a sharp-mouthed monkey cheek. He can't wait to go to the Star Loyal Empire to enjoy the blessing. Whoever loves to be a pirate, he does not want to be a pirate anyway. The leader. The leader. The rest of the soul saints also uttered one after another, and the greed in their eyes was obvious. The purple giant whale sitting in the upper position closed his eyes and seemed to be thinking about something. Regarding the discussion of many of my subordinates below, I did not participate in and did not speak. After the soul saints felt bored, they slowly stopped talking. The purple giant whale slowly opened his eyes, and the very oppressive eyes scanned the many soul saints below, making some people who were still a little cautious, startled in their hearts. Everyone dared not speak anymore, but they all stared at the boss like this, waiting for his words. It was only then that they remembered the name of the boss Pirate King, not by flattery, but by real swords and guns. I have my own plans for Dai Yuhao. The purple giant whale watched everyone around him, and finally spoke slowly. Who knows that upon hearing this, many soul saints suddenly became calm. Boss, do you want to swallow it alone? I don't know which soul sage said this sentence. Suddenly, the whole meeting room fell silent. There were a lot of soul sages' eyes flashing suddenly, obviously making some crooked ideas. The purple giant whale's face sank, and a ghost of a deep-sea monster whale appeared behind him. The 8 spirit rings all over his body appeared, and the terrifying pressure immediately condensed in the entire conference room, making the hearts of many soul sages who had blinking eyes chilled. At this time, they remembered the immediate boss in front of them. The title of the Pirate King is not a boast, but a real sword and a real shot. Then it was recommended and recognized by all pirates. Its strength is beyond doubt. At this time, the purple giant whale looked at the twinkling eyes of these subordinates, wondering where these people already had 2 hearts, if they insisted not to hand over Dai Yuhao to the Star Loyal Empire. I'm afraid these people absolutely don't mind telling the news, and then work with the Star Loyal Empire to deal with themselves. He never thought how good the morals of these men were. I came to be a pirate, where are there any good people? Betrayal, gratitude, and revenge are commonplace. The purple giant whale was able to subdue these desperados with his own power, mainly because of his excellent strength. Once he showed a bit of decline, or some signs of weakness. These seemingly loyal brothers will never show mercy when they fall into trouble. He looks calm and graceful on the surface now, but in fact he has a headache in his heart. I had known that he would not return to Demon Whale Island, otherwise the news that Dai Yuhao was in his hands would not be leaked out. This is all right, a large group of brothers are besieged here. Ask him to hand over Dai Yuhao to the Star Loyal Empire, and you read www.yuyuganshu.com in exchange for benefits, but he was unwilling to hand him over. After all, let's not mention that Hemingway scared away the demon whale king of the deep sea at the last minute and saved the lives of both of them. Just saying that my daughter now has a deep love for that kid, I know that this kid is absolutely unmovable. If she does move, she won't be able to turn her face with him. Of course, in addition to the above reasons. The most important reason is that the giant purple whale was really frightened by Hemingway. The aura as if the true descended, let him deeply understand. This young man is definitely not immortal, if he is an enemy of him. I'm afraid the end will never be good. Anyone who has never seen that scene can never imagine how terrifying the boy's aura is. Even the devil whale king of the deep sea was frightened and fled in embarrassment. Anyway, as long as the purple giant whale thinks of Hemingway, he can't even think of being an enemy in his mind. That man is terrible. Just when the scene was in a stalemate, the door of the meeting room was suddenly opened slowly from the outside. Suddenly, the faces of everyone on the scene showed anger subconsciously, and they glared fiercely at the gate. Want to see which thing is not long-sighted, dare to interrupt their meeting? Didn't you explain it long ago that they are in a meeting and shouldn't bother you no matter what happens? The door was slowly opened. The dazzling sunlight came in, causing everyone who had adapted to the dimness of the meeting room to subconsciously squint their eyes. Only through the shining of light, I could vaguely see the figure from the gate. And when everyone finally adjusted to the light, they clearly saw the people coming. Gasped one after another. Chapter 51, Harvest. Embark on the road of kings. There is a kind of person who seems to be born with the word powerful carved on his face. There is a kind of person who seems to be a natural king. As long as you look at this domineering face, you can feel the inexplicable shock. There is a kind of person who obviously doesn't do anything. Just standing like this, but exuding an earth-shaking aura all the time. After finally seeing the person who opened the door, the entire conference room became audible. Everyone fell silent, looking at the figure that appeared at the gate with shock. Almost lost the ability to speak. After Hemingway opened the door, he opened the door and walked in. Looking at the dull and shocking faces in the conference room, the azure eyes are as calm as water, and it seems that they are not surprised by the performance of these people. As if these people behaved like this is a matter of course. I heard that you are discussing how to deal with me. He looked around and said in a flat tone. Even if he was facing a dozen soul sages and a contra who was temporarily unclear about his own good and evil, Hemingway's expression was still very calm. There is no panic at all, and the performance is calm and calm. After awakening the Overlord's domineering, his mentality has completely changed. If he was originally just an ordinary person with empty power, then at this moment, he really has the heart of a strong man. A kind of kingly spirit who looks down on the situation and overlooks all living beings. Originally, he just had an empty shell, but in fact it was empty inside, as if virtue was not coordinated. But at this moment, he has awakened the domineering look of the Overlord, and he has only just let him truly look the same. Every action, cannot fail to show the majestic atmosphere. With the aura alone, it will overwhelm the aura of the soul saints present. Even if the purple giant whale looked at the white-haired boy at this time, he was inexplicably shocked. He could feel that the boy at this time was no longer the boy before. The power of the king. Yes, it is the king. It's not simply a strong man's aura oppressing something so superficial, but a kind of inborn nobility, the inborn solemnity of a superior. The kind of majesty that belongs to the king alone, the boldness of not anger, makes the purple whale feel that facing a teenager who is only 12 years old, it is like meeting the supreme true king. There was an impulse to kneel down immediately and worship. Boom! A soul saint suddenly fainted to the ground without warning. Followed. It seemed that a chain reaction had happened. Boom! 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 The soul saints who were still clamoring at the scene rolled their eyes, one of them counted as one, and they fainted directly to the ground. What's the matter? What did he do? Seeing no sign around, the subordinates who suddenly fainted, the purple giant whale, who was struggling to restrain the urge to kneel, suddenly looked surprised. As if seeing something incredible. I'm sorry, the momentum is slightly confiscated. Looking at the purple giant whale that was still struggling to support, the white-haired boy smiled indifferently. The tone was calm, and he said calmly, "It seems that your subordinates don't have enough psychological quality." Now that he has awakened his domineering look, Hemingway has become a man who exudes domineering aura in a real sense. Just now these soul sages were shocked by his natural aura, and their spirits were greatly stimulated. Suddenly I couldn't bear it, so I passed out. This has nothing to do with strength, but with human will and spirit. Even the deep-sea demon whale king who is as strong as a million years can only escape involuntarily under his dominance. Obviously, he only needs to flick his tail at that time, and Hemingway will be photographed into flesh on the spot. But it just didn't have the courage to make a move at all. This is the domineering role of the overlord. Any person with weak psychological quality, if he vainly tries to disadvantage him, he will be naturally shocked by the domineering he involuntarily exudes, and it is light to fall into a coma. In severe cases, it may even scare you into an idiot. Or maybe it left a psychological shadow since then. As long as you think of him, you can't bear the slightest heart of resistance. It was obvious that the giant purple whale was shocked by his domineering, which caused a psychological shadow. So now contra-dignified seeing him is the same as a mouse meeting a cat. It's terrible in my heart. What do you want? A wry smile appeared on the face of the giant purple whale, and asked dejectedly. Seeing what he looked for specifically, there was obviously something going on. And as soon as they met, there was a slap in the face, and the appearance of such a bad person is obviously not a good thing. How much do you know about my life experience? Hemingway suddenly asked such a seemingly irrelevant question. I know, you are the second prince of the Xingluo Empire, with twin spirits. The purple giant whale replied truthfully. Then do you know why I, as the second prince, would be wanted by the Star Luo Empire? Hemingway's eyes dimmed at this point, and there was a hint of deepness in the whole body. I don't know this anymore. The giant purple whale shook his head and replied, we as pirates only care about the benefits that can be obtained, and will not go into the truth. Because the more people know www.readaloud.com, the faster they die. Oh, you are a wise man. Hemingway shook his head with a laugh, then his expression became solemn. Seeing him slowly said, don't be afraid to tell you, I have a feud with Xingluo. In the future, I will definitely destroy the Xingluo Empire, so I need to form a force that can fight against the Empire. Upon hearing this, the purple giant whale did not understand what Hemingway meant. This is clearly asking him if he wants to be the little brother who is going through fire and water under his hands. To put it in a more elegant way, surrender or die. A wry smile appeared on the purple giant whale's face. Between life and death, does he have any choice? And following this man may not be a bad thing either. Looking at this white body, the white-haired boy who said that he would destroy the Xingluo Empire with nothing but ordinary people might find it absurd, and even laugh at this boy as a foolish, daydreaming fool. But in the eyes of the purple whale, what this young man wants to do in the future, it may not be impossible. As for the reason for such trust, the giant purple whale doesn't know. Just inexplicably, he is very confident in this young man, and always feels that the other party will dominate the world in the future. In that case, the answer is obvious. Slowly got up from his seat, the giant purple whale walked a few steps forward, not far in front of Hemingway, and then knelt down like a jade pillar. See the Lord. Surrendered. Tang Tang Contra, the pirate king who has been in the ocean for decades, just surrendered to the feet of a boy who was only 12 years old this year. And from this, Hemingway also started his first step to conquer the sea. With his first power, Huangtu hegemony began. Chapter 52, Suddenly Realized. Magic Whale Island. Somewhere in a hidden prison. At this time, there are more than a dozen prisoners tied to the cross, unable to move. Hemingway came here under the leadership of the purple giant whale and nodded when he looked at these people. Then he said to the giant purple whale next to him, you should withdraw first. Yes. Although he was a little curious about what he planned to do, he knew that as a subordinate, he knew too much and often died very quickly. So he didn't ask much, just led his followers out of the prison and slowly closed the door. At this time, in the entire prison, only Hemingway was left to move freely. He looked at the dozen people who were tied to the cross. Looking at their horrified eyes. There is no turmoil in my heart, because these dozen people are not good birds. They were all extremely vicious pirates, but because they made mistakes, they were imprisoned by the giant purple whale. Waiting for the release, now it happens to be used as a test product for him, and the waste is used. After conquering the demon whale pirate group, Hemingway can now be considered to have his own power initially. The next step is to find a way to make it bigger and stronger, so he plans to use the ability of the flesh ball fruit according to his original idea. Come and create some twin martial arts geniuses artificially. And these dozen or so pirates were unfortunately reduced to his test objects. After all, he had never done this kind of thing before, so he definitely needs to experiment with some people first. Acting as a guinea pig. It just happens that these pirates are not sorry for their deaths, and they can be left to toss about them. You go to bed first. Looked at a dozen pirates who were struggling with wide-eyed eyes in horror. After he said a sentence, he waved his hand casually. A dozen golden lights flew out and landed on the foreheads of several people. Suddenly, these people rolled their eyes and passed out into a coma. What to do next? If these people do not cooperate when they are awake, it will cause huge obstacles. So to be on the safe side, let these people lose consciousness. After fainting these dozen people, Hemingway looked at the crowd, and finally selected one of them, who was in his 20s, to serve as the first experiment. Walked not far in front of this person, his eyes condensed, and the power of the fleshy ball fruit was activated. Suddenly, I felt that everything I saw in front of me turned into a group of colorful colors, which were complicated and extremely profound and difficult to understand. Wahun! Hemingway whispered in his heart. Suddenly, in his eyes, among the colorful colors of the youth in front of him, there is a white light that is very conspicuous. If you look carefully, you can find that it is a small white fish. This is the martial soul of this young man. Hemingway slowly stretched out his right hand, a cat-like pad bulged on his palm, and slowly patted the young man. A bubble was suddenly ejected from the young man, floating in the air. And in this bubble, there is a ghost of a white fish. Obviously, this young man's martial arts spirit has been bounced out by Hemingway with a fruit ball. Hemingway stretched out his hand, and the bubble enveloping the white fish suddenly floated slowly and fell into his palm. After taking a few random glances, he moved his gaze to the other pirates. Finally chose a middle-aged pirate. The spirit of this middle-aged pirate is a fishing rod in his eyes. It was obviously a weapon spirit, just the opposite of this dual spirit. Hemingway held a bubble in his hand, and slowly pressed the little white fish's martial arts spirit against the chest of the middle-aged pirate. I saw bubbles slowly blending into his body. It's finished. Hemingway just saw the joy on his face here, and the scene that happened immediately made the expression on his face freeze. In his eyes, the little white fish martial spirit integrated into the body of the pirate had a violent conflict with the fishing rod martial spirit in his body, and the two sides repelled each other. Constantly killing each other, the middle-aged pirate in a coma, with a painful expression on his face. Twitching all over, it seems to be experiencing great pain. What happened? Hemingway stared at the two martial arts closely, observing the differences between them, wondering why they conflicted and repelled each other. The conflict between the two spirits has become more intense as time goes by. They are like incompatible water and fire, destined to only exist one. To kill each other, confront each other, and finally die together. Boom! There is no sound, but Hemingway, who is always watching, seems to be able to hear such a sound. Because under his watchful observation, the two martial souls finally shattered. Exploded. The pirate who was in a coma also stopped convulsing, but he seemed to have lost all his energy. Suddenly he became extremely weak, his face pale as if he were dead. Sure enough, it is not that easy to create twin spirits. Fortunately, I will find someone to experiment. Hemingway, who observed all the process, also vaguely understood why the two spirits would conflict with each other, and finally completely exploded. In fact, the truth is very simple, that is, the attributes are not harmonious, so they are destined to not coexist. Just like water and fire, the attributes are mutually restrained, how can they be integrated into one? Then if two spirits with the same attributes, can they coexist? Hemingway thought, his eyes wandered around a dozen people, and finally locked on a teenager. The young man's spirit was also a little white fish, he didn't hesitate to take a shot, and easily ejected his spirit. Holding Wuhan in his hand, he came to another young man's side. This young man's spirit is a black fish, which looks much better than a little white fish. Hemingway didn't hesitate, and pressed the little white fish martial spirit in his hand into the young man's body. Then immediately opened his eyes and carefully observed the reaction of martial soul in his body. The two spirits also began to clash. At this time, the black fish spirit in the youth obviously had the upper hand, and the tortoise oppressed by the little white fish spirit was shrunk into a ball, with almost no resistance. Was quickly consumed, finally, he was completely absorbed by the black fish martial soul. After absorbing the little white fish spirit, the black fish spirit has grown a little bit. www.readaloud.com. There are also some white stripes on his body. Obviously it has absorbed some of the advantages of small white fish. That's the case, this time there is too much difference between the strength and the weak. But it turns out it can be like this. After swallowing the little white fish martial arts, the black fish martial arts is obviously strengthened. If this is the case, then I don't need to be obsessed with the twin martial arts. Soul, just use this method to strengthen Wuhan directly. Hemingway nodded his head again and again, but also found that he had fallen into a misunderstanding of thinking. That is, I only saw the advantages of the twin spirits, but did not see the shortcomings of the twin spirits. You must know that twin spirits can conflict. Especially when spirit rings are added in the later stage, the conflict will become more serious. If you can't suppress the martial spirit clash, the chance of exploding and death will be very high. Therefore, the creation of twin martial souls, or even the genius of 3 martial souls, that he had previously thought about, was completely unrealistic. After all, not everyone is a genius like Tang San Bibi Dong, who can control the twin spirits. It is definitely not a good thing for ordinary people to have twin spirits. The most likely thing is that they can't suppress the conflict between the two spirits and burst into death. There is a record in the original work that before Tang San and Bibi Dong, there was a twin martial arts spirit. It's just that the owner of the twin spirits exploded and died while practicing. Before he had time to leave his own legend, he fell. From here, it can be seen that it is not easy to control 2 martial arts, and it is not something that everyone can do. Even if it can be done, the cost of resources will not be worth the loss. Instead of this, it would be better to just have a martial arts soul. Anyway, he can help them strengthen their martial arts, improve their aptitudes, and finally strengthen them to become a top martial arts soul that does not lose to the clear sky hammer and the like of the angel martial arts. To deliberately cling to the twin martial arts, on the contrary, he fell behind. Chapter 53, Unexpected Product. Experiment more and collect some data. Hemingway turned his gaze to the remaining dozen or so people and continued to start his own experiment. After some tossing, Hemingway obtained the following data. First of all, the twin martial souls, it is very difficult to coexist. A person can only have 1 martial soul in his body, and the chance of 2 martial souls coexisting is very, very low. A delicate balance must be reached before the 2 spirits can coexist. And even if you barely have twin spirits, in the process of coexistence, with the training of the spirits and the attachment of the spirit rings, it is extremely easy to cause violent conflicts. Therefore, it is not advisable to create twin martial arts spirits. Not just anyone can control the twin spirits, it must be a genius with luck, talent, and willpower. Only then was able to bear the twin martial arts spirit. But too few people meet such conditions. Second, if you want a martial soul to level up by swallowing other martial souls, you must master some rules. That is, Wuhan's attributes and types can't deviate too much, such as a water attribute and a fire attribute, even if one party is successfully swallowed in the end. It won't get much benefit either. After all, the attributes are mutually restrained, and it is very rare that they can coexist. Of course, there is no absolute thing. If it can coexist, then it will become extraordinarily powerful. As for the type, for example, one weapon spirit and one beast spirit, in this case, even if it is swallowed, there is not much benefit. It would even degrade Wuhan. Of course, there may also be unknown mutations and become stronger. But this kind of situation is very rare, it is a special case. In short, if you want to devour martial soul, you must consider all aspects. It's not that any martial spirit can swallow and fuse. Once chaos occurs, it may cause unpredictable serious consequences. The next period of time. Hemingway successively used hundreds of people to conduct experiments for comparison and collect data. After all, he had some preliminary experience in upgrading and transforming Wuhan. After ensuring that there will be no more problems, it can finally be formally used to nurture the subordinates. First is the purple giant whale, who will be the first beneficiary of Wuhan transformation. Hemingway asked him to find more than a dozen people whose spirits were all cetacean spirits, and then bounced the spirits of these people. One by one, after a benign match, they slowly merged into his body, because the spirit of the purple giant whale, the deep-sea demon whale, is itself a top-level spirit. These whale spirits are easily swallowed. Let his martial arts background gained a huge increase. Because of his hidden injuries and poor configuration of his spirit ring, even though he has a top martial arts spirit, he has no hope of titled Doluo his entire life. But after merging and devouring more than a dozen similar whale spirits, his aptitude improved. It was finally possible to become a titled Doluo. This made him almost burst into tears with excitement, and his loyalty to Hemingway rose again. It's just here, the purple giant whale is also reaching its limit. It would be useless to integrate a new martial soul, because his martial soul itself is a very advanced martial soul, and it is not that simple to break through the limit. Unless a martial spirit of the same level can come to swallow him again, no matter how many low-level martial spirits are in number, they will not be able to change quantitatively and cause qualitative changes. After the purple giant whale, there is the purple pearl. Her martial soul is a sea snake, and she did not inherit her father's deep-sea demon whale martial soul. The sea snake martial spirit originated from her mother, and to be honest, it wasn't such an excellent martial spirit. It can only be regarded as above average. She can have the current strength, still has a contra father to escort, the relationship that she has tried to cultivate since she was young. If there are no accidents, it would be very good for Purple Pearl to reach the contra in this life. Even if the spirit ring configuration is worse and it affects the foundation, even the contra can't reach it. It can be seen that it is really nice to have a cool back against the big tree. Hemingway naturally spared no effort to treat this girl who had a good opinion of him. And in fact, Wuhan itself is weak. Which also means that it has better plasticity, has more possibilities, and can evolve in an unknown direction. Therefore, Hemingway collected 38 snake spirits through precise calculations, and then integrated these 38 snake spirits into her body one by one. During the period, he kept watching her changes to prevent anything from happening. Accident. Fortunately, after 38 kinds of snake spirits were all fused in, they swallowed so many purple pearls from the origin of snake spirits, and the original sea snake spirit finally undergone earth-shaking changes without any accident. This change is undoubtedly benign, even better than Hemingway expected. He looked at the huge figure surrounded by purple pearl in shock, and only felt that he seemed to have made something remarkable. There is no doubt that the sea snake that swallowed 38 kinds of snake spirits is still a snake, but it has undergone a completely new change. Hydra. Looking at Purple Pearl's brand new Wuhan, Hemingway subconsciously uttered the name. What Hydra? The Purple Pearl, who was feeling her change with joy on her face, asked curiously after hearing this. "No, it's nothing." Hemingway regained consciousness and shook his head without any explanation. The reason why he called Hydra was only because Purple Pearl's current martial arts spirit was really like that super monster in Greek mythology. "I saw a giant snake that was about 30 meters long and had 9 heads around the body of Purple Pearl. No matter how you look at it, it looks like the legendary Hydra." Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Purple Pearl Sea Snake Martial Spirit has become a Hydra martial spirit. There is no doubt that this is a top martial arts spirit that will never lose to the Clear Sky Hammer, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial arts spirit. What abilities does your Hydra spirit now possess? How is it different from the original spirit? Hemingway asked impatiently. He felt that he seemed to be hitting upright, creating an incredible martial arts soul. This situation is too rare. He has a hunch that it is almost impossible for him to accidentally create a top martial arts spirit like this one in the future. The situation of the Purple Pearl itself is purely a special case, accidental, and luck occupies a very large proportion. 38 snake spirits had a benign mutation with her own spirits, just now they created such a monster. My martial soul. Zai Zhenzu did not speak when he heard his inquiry. He just closed his eyes lightly and began to communicate with his new martial arts. After a while, Purple Pearl reopened her eyes and was full of joy. She cheered and said to Hemingway, "My martial soul has become so powerful now. Each of the 9 heads has a certain ability, and all aspects of my body the quality has been greatly increased. Oh, I don't know how to tell you, why don't we have a fight?" Seeing the girl eager to try, Hemingway knew that she was swollen, and because of the evolution of the martial spirit, he was full of confidence. "It is estimated that I want to take the opportunity to teach myself." Really, how can such an absurd idea be generated? Did the evolution of Wuhan really give her so much confidence? At this time, Hemingway was also interested in his own heart, so he simply did what she wanted, nodded, and said, "Okay, let me test it myself, what kind of monster I have created." Chapter 54, Dawn and number 039, Think about getting rid of the old lady. A remote shore on Devil Whale Island. Hemingway and Purple Pearl faced each other far away. He watched the opposite side beckoned, and said with interest, "Do your best to attack." "Humph, then just look at it." Seemingly irritated by his lightly picking and obviously not putting himself in the eye, Purple Pearl snorted softly. Then he summoned his brand new martial arts soul. A huge hydra of phantom appeared. The phantom gradually solidified, and finally turned into a substance-like existence. The whole body is dark blue like the sea, and only 9 snake heads each have scales of different colors to form a pattern, which looks inexplicably strange. The huge hydra, which is more than 30 meters long, is entwined in a circle, firmly surrounding and protecting the Purple Pearl that is the body, so the snake is coiled in place, and the 9 long snake heads stare at the opposite Hemingway coldly. The eyes of the snake head in the middle suddenly lit up with a red light. Hemingway's intuition about the crisis made Hemingway raise his hand without even thinking about it, and the golden-armed color appeared instantly, forming a huge shield in front of him. "OM!" The golden shield suddenly hummed violently. Then, if you look closely, you can find that at the front end of the shield, part of the armed color is suddenly turned into an off-white substance. Hey? This is the ability of petrochemicals. Hemingway was a little surprised to see this, but he didn't panic at all. It just increased the installation of armed color, and then accompanied by the sound of gold and iron, that part of the armed color of petrochemical was discarded. Fall from the shield to the ground. Does each of the 9 heads have an ability? He muttered to himself, and then looked at the hydra, which had no chance to win the chase after a blow, and said, "Use whatever ability you have. Let me see how far you can do it now." The 9 heads of Hydra nodded when they heard the words. Obviously this martial soul is controlled by Purple Pearl's consciousness, not that this martial soul possesses self-awareness. Come on! Hemingway raised the golden shield made of armed colors and said loudly. The voice fell off. The 9-headed giant snake also began to attack him one by one, and then, all kinds of attacks smashed over. Some snakeheads opened their mouths wide, exhaled a breath of cold air, and sealed his shields into ice. Some snakeheads breathe out fire and seem to be able to burn everything. Some snakeheads have fangs and shoot 2 venoms from the fangs. When the 9 heads of Hydra used their abilities in turn, the place where Hemingway was already in a mess, and traces of frost, fire, and toxin corrosion could be seen everywhere. Obviously, the abilities it possessed were very complicated. Some are even conflicting with each other, but they are perfectly fused together on a martial soul. Really incredible. Hemingway looked at the giant Hydra in awe, as if looking at a rare treasure. He was really surprised. He didn't expect that he made such a monster by accident. The 9 heads of Hydra represent 9 abilities, and each head possesses 1 ability. The sequence is toxic, flame, ice, overspeed regeneration, corrosive acid, curse, body atomization, petrification, healing. These 9 abilities have control, strong attack, assistance, and healing. Almost all aspects are taken into account. From the point of view of this world soul master, it is simply a perfect martial soul. The 9 abilities are used in combination, and there is almost no shortcoming. It can be used as an auxiliary, a strong attack, and a control. It is simply a team. Especially with 9 heads, 9 abilities can be used at the same time. If the opponent and her alone are playing, it is equivalent to 1 to 9. It's too cheating. It's no wonder that Zi Genzu will be so confident that he can beat him. And these 9 abilities are the talented abilities possessed by the martial soul itself, not the skills that the spirit ring brings to her. So in the future, with the addition of the spirit ring, the Purple Pearl's ability may have even more weird changes. Have more capabilities. At that time. Tisk tisk, just thinking about it will feel that she has a bright future. How about? I'm great, right? Taking back the martial soul, Zi Genzu's expression is also a little tired. Just now, the 9 abilities were bombarded one after another. Because I wanted to test the effect, each ability was to maximize the output, which was definitely not a light consumption for her. Well, that's right. The limit Doluo is promising in the future. Even if you can get the blessing of the gods, it may not be impossible to become a god. Hemingway's gaze softened when she looked at her clearly exhausted, but still struggling with the spirit. Don't be stingy to appreciate it. What he said is not nonsense, but a statement of fact. With Purple Pearl's current qualifications, it really has the possibility of becoming a god. He never expected that he would accidentally create a martial arts spirit with the appearance of becoming a god, or it should be said that Purple Pearl's luck was too good, and he encountered an extremely rare benign mutation. If Hemingway wants to replicate another example of the Purple Pearl, it is probably impossible. Because there are too few examples of this kind of benign variation, the odds are almost the same as buying a lottery ticket. Unless he is stronger in the future, strong enough to be able to see deeper concepts, to truly see the essence of Wuhan, then naturally he can arbitrarily turn this benign variation into normalcy. But now, he can only try his luck. It is impossible to mass-produce top martial arts. And I heard that Hemingway said that he could become the ultimate Doluo in the future, and he also had the possibility of becoming a god. A smile appeared on Zi Genzu's pretty face, and then looked at him expectantly. Then, can I go to see God Island with you? Hemingway was taken aback when he heard the words. He looked at the girl's expectant eyes, and finally understood why her emotions were very high just now. It turned out to be because I wanted to go to Poseidon Island with myself. Not long ago, he asked about the giant purple whale, and found that, as expected, he knew where the sea god island was. He immediately decided to wait for the current affairs to be dealt with, and then set out to take part in the test on Sea God Island. Because from the original work, you can know that many places there are really treasures for training and strengthening your physique. And there are rewards for the test, it's too tempting. He hadn't thought about the 9th test of Poseidon, but he thought that with his own qualifications, he could mix with the black level test at the worst, and even the red level test was possible. At that time, the rewards of the test will definitely increase his strength www.readaloud.com, and he can also have a relationship with the true owner of the sea, Poseidon Island. Because the person who has completed the God test depends on the degree of completion. Will be automatically divided into a part of Poseidon Island, especially the black level assessment and red level assessment, and those who complete the black level assessment will be able to leap into the top level of Poseidon Island. As for the red level assessment, it can become a great sacrifice to Poseidon Island in the future. The Great Worship is the highest ranking person on the Poseidon Island besides the Poseidon. Below 1 person, above 10,000 people. Therefore, going to Poseidon Island to participate in the test is almost beneficial to Hemingway. And when he heard that Hemingway had decided to go to Poseidon Island, Purple Pearl immediately said that he would follow it. But it was severely stopped by the giant purple whale. Because he knew that the test of Sea God Island was not so easy to pass. The vast majority of people died in 9 deaths. Only true geniuses can pass the test. As the father of Purple Pearl, don't you know how many caddies and tails your daughter has? It's just a joke to go to the test of God with this kind of talent. It's no different from going to die. Hemingway shook his head again and again when he saw Purple Pearl wanted to go with him. And bluntly said that her qualifications are too bad, and it is really too dangerous to participate in the test. The blow to Purple Pearl was not light, and I was depressed for several days. I don't know why. When I heard that Hemingway wanted to go to Poseidon Island, Purple Pearl felt inexplicably if she could not go with him. I will be farther and farther away from him in the future, until he can't even see him. So now that he sees his evaluation of himself so high, Purple Pearl seems very excited. Because it means that I can go to Sea God Island with him. The surname is high, don't even think about getting rid of my old lady in your whole life. Chapter 55, Good Luck Tricks People. Sea God Island is a unique place, and it is also a holy land in the eyes of almost all sea spirit masters. Sea spirit masters are different from land spirit masters. Only in the world of the sea can their strength be brought into full play. It can be said that the sea is their domain, and here, it is almost impossible for land spirit masters of the same level to compete with sea spirit masters. Just as land spirit masters believe in Wuhan Hall, sea spirit masters also have their own beliefs. The belief of the sea spirit master is not a sect. Is a god, sea god. Every sea spirit master believes that the sea does exist. In charge of everything in the sea, is the ancestor of the sea spirit master. It is under the blessing of the sea that the sea spirit master can possess powerful abilities to control the power originating from the sea. Perhaps, for the land spirit master, Wuhandian is not necessarily a belief. However, in the sea spirit master's heart, the sea is their only and absolute belief. No sea spirit master dares to blaspheme the sea god. The reason why Poseidon Island is the holy land of sea spirit masters is because it is a place where Poseidon is enshrined. Among them, the great worship of the past generations served as the messenger of the sea god, leading many powerful sea spirit masters to worship the sea on the sea island. Any soul master who arrives on Sea God Island needs to pass a test. But this test was not given by the spirit master on Sea God Island. It was given by Poseidon. It is the so-called God test. Different people experience completely different tests according to their talents. Some people's test is very simple as going to the sea to retrieve a shell. But the test is very difficult for some people, almost dead for a lifetime. Tests vary from person to person, but generally speaking, it is still related to the strength of the person being tested. Poseidon will not arrange the test of death. Although some tests are extremely difficult, they are still possible to complete. It's just that in this process, the tester's life is in danger. There are so many people who died for this. When I was young, the giant purple whale also wanted to take the test in the past and deliberately inquired about the location of Poseidon Island, but afterwards, due to the increase in age and the more fear of death after getting married, I still did not dare to go. This has always been a regret in his heart forever. It's just that he didn't expect good luck to make people. What he didn't accomplish when he was young, but now his daughter is going to do it instead of him. I feel embarrassed just thinking about the giant purple whale, if it was before. If his daughter wanted to go to Sea God Island to be tested, he would definitely veto it without thinking about it. Because she participated in the test in the past, she was simply sending her to death. With her talent, facing the assessment is almost a life of 9 deaths. The odds of surviving are simply pitiful. But it's different now. Facing his daughter's brand new martial arts spirit, feeling the weird and changeable Hydra martial arts spirit, even his own deep-sea demon whale martial arts spirit felt a sense of depression. What does this mean? This means that only in terms of grade, the daughter's Hydra spirit has far surpassed his father. Coupled with the of the new boss, the safety of the daughter is absolutely guaranteed. Therefore, in the end, the purple whale still agreed to her daughter's request to go to Poseidon Island to be tested. After all, it was young. It is precisely the mentality that the sky is not afraid of the ground, and it is a good thing to take risks at this time. I can leave no regrets, lest I regret it when I get older in the future. Just like him. Now even if his talent is enhanced, he still dare not participate in the test. Because now he only needs to practice step by step, and sooner or later he can become a titled Doluo. That was the culmination of the Soul Master, for which he even cherished his life even more than before. Therefore, it is impossible to accept the test. The purple giant whale is only responsible for sending the 2 of them to Sea God Island, but it does not want to accept the test together. The sea breeze blows, and the sun's rays make the slightly undulating sea glow with brilliance. A large sea ship is sailing fast in the sea. The mast raised on the ship, with a huge blue sail, is painted with a pattern of a deep-sea magic whale on the top. This is the very famous demon whale in this sea area. The car of the purple giant whale, the leader of the magic whale pirate group. Hemingway was standing at the bow of the ship, staring into the distance with the oncoming sea breeze. In those blue eyes like the sea, there seems to be the entire sky and the sea, with charming depth and mystery. After the pirate attack and the deep-sea devil whale king incident, Hemingway finally set foot on the road to Poseidon Island. Although the process has been a bit tortuous, he has experienced many calamities, but it has also allowed him to obtain tremendous growth and complete a true transformation. Awakened the Overlord's look. At this moment, no matter his mentality or spirit, he was totally different from before. Really grown up. Master, it will take up to 3 more days to reach the vicinity of Sea God Island. The giant purple whale stood beside the white-haired boy www.readaloud.com and said respectfully, "But, Master, the subordinates can't send you to the island. You can only stop near Poseidon Island, and then you go by yourself. There are many powerful sea spirit beasts in the sea near Poseidon Island. If a ship approaches, you will definitely encounter an attack. What's more, I don't dare to violate the majesty of Poseidon." Hemingway turned his head and glanced at the purple giant whale, but didn't say much, just said, "Send to the nearby area. As long as you can see Poseidon Island, your mission is complete." The purple giant whale looked at the calm expression on Hemingway's face, and suddenly remembered the deep-sea demon whale king who had been scared away before, and suddenly felt that if it weren't for not knowing the road, it shouldn't be difficult for this person to go to Sea God Island by himself. In the next 3 days, Hemingway spends most of his time standing on the bow, enjoying the blowing of the sea breeze. His vision is far-reaching. Gives an endless sense of mystery. People can't help but start to think, what is this unparalleled white-haired boy thinking? The voyage for the next 3 days was very smooth. During the voyage, there was not even a sea soul beast hitting the hull. This made the purple giant whale who had finished the end fight a little confused, wondering why the journey went so smoothly. But I don't know that all these are the masterpieces of Hemingway standing on the bow of the ship. After awakening the Overlord's domineering, now he is filled with an invisible aura. Even if the Overlord's domineering was not formally released, the momentum that escaped inadvertently is enough to shock Xiao Xiao. This naturally also includes sea soul beasts. As long as there are more powerful soul beasts near him, they will be frightened. Turning his tail without thinking about it, he flees madly. That's why they are so calm these days, without being attacked by a sea soul beast. Chapter 56, Not a Threat. This day, far away, a small black spot appeared on the horizon. The giant purple whale had been standing on the bow and looking around. After seeing this black spot, he immediately ordered the sailor to anchor and stop the ship. Hemingway also knew that he was about to arrive at his destination, so he had already made preparations with Purple Pearl. The purple giant whale walked to Hemingway's side and said, "Lord, I can only send you here. Going forward is the area of Poseidon Island. If a ship enters this area, it will immediately be protected by the beast of the island. This is the attack of the 100,000-year soul beast I have told you. Later, you must be careful when crossing the sea. That island guardian beast is extremely scary and extremely aggressive. Even in the deep sea. The devil whale should be afraid of it too." Hemingway was noncommittal after listening to what he said. Of course he knew what the so-called beast was. After reading the original book, he knows that the beast of the island guard is a shark that has been practicing for 100,000 years, and it is the fiercest species of sharks, the great white shark, the demon soul. Has the title of marine hunter. It is one of the most aggressive and ferocious sea soul beasts. Even a 1,000-year level demon soul great white shark can compete with ordinary 10,000-year level sea soul beasts. Although its size is not as big as the deep-sea magic whale, its speed is far from comparable to that of the deep-sea magic whale. It is impossible to escape before its attack. It is one of the most ferocious carnivorous soul beasts in the ocean. And most importantly, this demon soul great white shark is the sea god's mount. The demon spirit great white sharks are the guardians of the sea area of Sea God Island. At least hundreds of demon spirit great white sharks have gathered in the nearby waters. Formed a natural barrier. All outsiders who want to log on to Sea God Island must first face these demon spirit great white sharks. But nothing is absolute. It is not impossible to bypass these demon soul great white sharks and enter the Sea God Island by tricks. The demon soul great white shark eats a lot, but there are too many living around the sea. Therefore, every half a month, they will go out hunting under the leadership of the 100,000-year-old beast of the island guard, and each time is about 3 days. This time period is the best time to dive into Poseidon Island. However, as the Sea King, Hemingway naturally didn't need tricks. Since awakening the Overlord, not to mention the deterrent power of his own aura on the soul beast, just to say that his ability to control the sea soul beast has gained a leap-like enhancement. Now, even if it is a 100,000-year soul beast, he can force an order. Of course, only 100,000-year-old soul beast can be controlled by force at present, and it can't be controlled unlimitedly. But although he can only control one head with his mental power, it's also very defying. Hemingway is just now a spirit master less than 40 level, and he can control a 100,000-year spirit beast that an ordinary title Doluo can't beat with his talent ability, and let him continue to grow. That's worth it. Therefore, for him, the threat of those demon soul great white sharks guarding the Sea God Island is almost non-existent. And even if he didn't use the ability to control the spirit beast, as long as he released his domineering, even the 100,000-year spirit beast would have to be frightened. After all, even the million-year-old deep-sea demon whale king fled hastily. Although the reason why the deep-sea demon whale king fled in embarrassment, his domineering aroused the fear that the sea god gave him back then. I was so frightened that it wouldn't work so well for another million-year-old soul beast. But even so, we can see how powerful the Overlord look is. In short, after awakening the domineering look of the Overlord, the current Hemingway is truly beginning to rise. All aspects of strength are no longer the same as before. At this time, the purple whale continued, Master. If you really encounter the demon soul great white shark, don't hurt anyone, even the weakest one. Otherwise, you will be attacked by all the demon soul great white sharks. Yes. The best way to land on Sea God Island is to wait. Although I don't understand the habits of the demon soul great white shark. But I'm sure of one thing. When the night is darkest every night, it's the time when they are the least active. At that time crossing the sea, the certainty will be greater. Hemingway nodded, and did not reject his kindness, nor did he explain that he did not counsel the great white sharks at all, but said, I understand. Your suggestion is very useful. We will proceed carefully. Let the lifeboat go. Purple Whale nodded, and then waved to the side. Immediately there was a small boat lifted out of the cabin, and then slowly put it on the sea with a rope. Finally, he took a deep look at his baby daughter, and he said gently, Be careful, Dad is just your daughter, waiting for you to give me retirement. Father's love is always silent, only silently guarding his children. Purple Pearl lightly covered her small mouth, her eyes were already moist now. He just nodded heavily, then turned around. I dare not look again, for fear that I will change my mind and not go www.readaloud.com. Sea God Island is unknown and mysterious to Purple Pearl. She doesn't know what test she will face, and she doesn't know whether she will come back alive. Following Hemingway. It is really a determination to die. Hemingway, who was watching the whole process, saw this, a touch of nostalgia flashed in his blue eyes, and he thought of his mother who had passed away for many years. It's good that she still has relatives alive. But he himself wants to be nurtured and does not wait for a kiss, and feels a sense of sadness inexplicably. The lifeboat has been put down, and there is no problem with the lifeboat equipped with the devil whale accommodating 10 people. Hemingway and Purple Pearl one after another lightly jumped off the high deck, and finally landed on the boat. The hull sank only a little bit, showing the good control ability of the two. Seeing the two land on the lifeboat, the giant purple whale turned around fiercely and shouted at the sailors, Raise the anchor and return. The devil whale moved, turned the bow, and set sail in the direction it came. Didn't turn around to look at the two again. The giant purple whale walked into the exclusive cabin on its own, and closed the door. I don't know what was doing alone in it. Watching the devil whale gradually go away, Hemingway and Purple Pearl stared for a long time, until the hull gradually moved away. They finally looked back. After looking at each other, Purple Pearl took the lead and said, I heard Dad say that there are great white sharks in this sea area, then how are we going to get there? If there are hundreds of such powerful sea soul beasts, it's almost impossible to get through the sea area, right? Not urgent. Hemingway shook his head mysteriously, smiling without saying a word. Wait a minute, if you take a good look at it, to me, the sea soul beast is not a threat at all. Chapter 57, Finally to Poseidon Island. What do you want to do? Zai Genzu looked at the confident man and asked curiously. Hemingway didn't reply, but walked to the edge of the lifeboat and squatted down gently, and slowly plunged his hand into the sea. In an instant, the sea sensing ability was released. The sea area within 1,000 miles is clearly visible in his senses. Hey, we seem to be lucky. Hemingway was surprised. In his induction, from here to the sea area where the small black spot in front was located, there was no large sea soul beast. As for the legendary guardian beasts and demon soul great white sharks, there are not even half of them. The situation is now very obvious. The two of them happen to meet the demon soul great white shark out hunting once every half a month. Now they only need to speed up, and they will soon be able to reach the destination ahead. This saves the effort of controlling those demon soul great white sharks. Hemingway retracted his hand and stood up. Looking at the little black spot ahead, he turned his head towards Purple Pearl and said, "We are lucky. There are no powerful soul beasts in this sea. As for the demon soul great white shark, I haven't even seen half of it. Right now. You only need to speed up and you can reach Poseidon Island unimpeded. There is no demon soul great white shark." Purple Pearl suddenly became a little confused when she heard the words. She was ready for the demon soul great white shark to attack later, so she went to desperately prepare. "As a result, you told me that the extremely sinister great white shark that was rumored did not exist?" "Well, there really is not." Hemingway nodded and guessed, maybe something went out, maybe it was out hunting. After all, the demon soul great white shark has a huge appetite, and the creatures in the surrounding sea are definitely not enough to eat. Maybe when we arrive, it happened to be the time when they were out hunting. In short, there really is no demon soul great white shark in this sea area right now. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go. Purple Pearl heard the words and urged immediately. Since it is possible to go out temporarily, it is possible to come back at any time. If you don't rush to the Sea God Island now, you'll be wasting this great opportunity in vain. It's too slow to row the boat directly. If you are so urgent, then I will take you to fly over. Hemingway looked at her eagerly and shook his head helplessly. Then I used the second Wuhan that I didn't use often. Take me to fly. Purple Pearl had some doubts, but she got the answer quickly. I saw a huge white tiger phantom flashing, and then quickly merged into Hemingway's body. Immediately afterwards, a little red light appeared in his blue eyes, and then his blue eyes were covered with blood red. With a flutter, there was a pair of huge snow-white wings behind them, slowly unfolding. This is the second martial soul. Zai Zhenzu saw this and remembered when he faced the demon whale king of the deep sea before, he stood in front of him. It seems to be such a posture. Hemingway's second spirit is called Netherworld White Tiger, which looks a bit like a combination of the white tiger spirit of the Xingluo royal family and the swan spirit of the Tiandu royal family. A pair of swan wings were inserted into the white tiger so that it could spread its wings and fly into the sky. Believe that anyone who knows his life experience will see his martial soul look like this. Everyone would take it for granted that the double-winged white tiger martial soul is a combination of the white tiger martial soul and the swan martial soul. I think it was the swan that added a pair of wings to the king of land, giving it the capital to dominate the sky. Gone. Hemingway, exuding a holy white light, took a few steps forward, then stretched out his hands and hugged the Purple Pearl in a standard princess hug posture. Immediately, the huge white wings behind him flapped lightly, and immediately there was a fierce air current around him. Rise! The white wings behind Hemingway slammed, and then he held the Purple Pearl in his arms, so he rose into the sky. It turned into a white light and swept toward the black spot in front of it like lightning. During the flight, Purple Pearl quietly leaned in Hemingway's arms, enjoying the appearance of being held in Hemingway's arms like being so careful and caring, only feeling sweet in his heart. The white light radiating from Hemingway's body weakened the violent wind, and the instinctive stinging wind became soft. While feeling the breeze coming from around, the state of gentle breeze and drizzle made Zai Zhenzu feel a little drowsy. There is even an urge to wait for time to stay at this moment forever. I really hope that time flies a little bit slower. Zai Zhenzu narrowed her beautiful eyes and rubbed his chest like a kitten. Then I closed my eyes completely like this, and seemed to fall asleep. While feeling the breath of the girl in his arms gradually becoming stable. The wings that Hemingway's inflaming back began to slow down subconsciously, and the speed of his extreme flight gradually slowed down, but he didn't rush on. He is holding the beautiful girl in his arms, the white and beautiful white wings behind him flapping lightly, and the soft white light surrounds him. It looks like an angel more than an angel. Of course, the premise is to ignore the fierce blood flashing in his eyes. Just despite deliberately slowing down. But no matter how far the road is, there will always be a day of arrival. Soon, the island, which was originally just a small black dot, is getting bigger and bigger. Finally, An island with beautiful scenery and spring all seasons gradually comes into view. Is this the Poseidon Island in the original book? The environment is really suitable for elderly care. Looking at the beautiful islands that gradually became clear ahead, Hemingway also had the urge to let go of all his fame and fortune after completing his hegemony. Soon, he finally reached his destination. Is still in mid-air, and the snow-white wings on the back gradually converge, and the warm white light from his body gradually fades, when the last white light dissipates. Hemingway holding the purple pearl in his arms, his wings dissipated, and the whole person stepped on this island lightly. First of all, what he felt was the difference in temperature. Logically speaking, it is now winter. Even with the influence of the ocean climate, the temperature on the islands in the sea is higher than that of the inland, but it must be cold. But, when he really stepped on the land on Poseidon Island with the girl in his arms www.readaloud.com, the first feeling was warmth, as warm as spring. Looking around, the sea god island turned out to be all green. This huge island made him feel like he was back on the Dolo continent again. At a glance, he couldn't see the edge at all. There are all kinds of plants growing on this island, many of which are not named by Hemingway. The air is full of the breath of the sea, fresh, warm, refreshing, and there are faint shouts and whispers of the sea in the wind. Under the sun's rays, the white and delicate sand grains that look like small crystals will glow silver. When you first arrive here, the first thing you feel is the calmness, the sea and the sky, and the gulls flying. The sky is azure blue, blue so high, blue so pure, blue so transparent. It's like Hemingway's eyes, indescribably moving. At this time, after landing, Purple Pearl, who woke up from a deep sleep in good time, opened his eyes, seeing the shocking scenery in front of him, and the purple eyes were gradually replaced by intoxication. In Hemingway's arms, he whispered, "What a beautiful place, is this the legendary sacred land of the sea?" "Okay." Hemingway, who was also shocked by the beauty of this place, nodded lightly and slowly said, "If you are tired of the world in the future, this is a place suitable for elderly care." Elderly care? Purple Pearl was taken aback. She didn't expect this boy who was only 12 years old. Obviously he hasn't grown up yet, and he's still at a magnificent age, but now he thinks of a place so far away. But, indeed, this is really a place suitable for elderly care. Zai Genzu thought, if it is certain that there is no danger here. In the future, Dad can come here to live, and there is no better place for the elderly than here. Chapter 58, Strange Feeling. Who dare to break into Poseidon Island without authorization? Just as Hemingway and Purple Pearl were intoxicated by the beauty of Poseidon Island, several figures suddenly jumped out of the woods with a low shout. Breaking this peaceful silence also made the two of them wake up from their intoxication. Hemingway looked up and saw that these people were different in appearance, but they had one characteristic in common, that is, the clothes on them. They are all similar to the attire of the strong suit, light yellow. The oldest is about 40, and the youngest are in their early 20s. Hemingway vaguely remembered that according to the original book, the sea spirit masters on Poseidon Island were graded according to the color of their clothes. But this is not the spirit power level. It was the difficulty they had when they withstood the test of the sea god at the beginning. The higher the difficulty of passing the test, the higher the status on Poseidon Island. The color of the clothes is also different. From low to high, they are arranged according to the color of the spirit ring: white, yellow, purple, black, and red. These sea spirit masters in yellow clothes are obviously only second class above the white-clothed spirit masters. Above them there are purple, black, and red clothes. At this time, there are a total of 6 yellow sea spirit masters who are blocking Hemingway in front of the two, and they were originally in a menacing posture. But when they saw the faces of outsiders, they all shocked. The original aggressive posture turned sharply in an instant. They stared at the young boy with white hair like a waterfall in front of him with shocked eyes. I just felt that I had forgotten the words, and it seemed that any words seemed pale and weak at this moment. Slightly opened his mouth, and stood there blankly. This act of standing still on the spot undoubtedly exposed the unrest in the hearts of these 6 Huangji Sea Spirit Masters. Hemingway didn't speak, and just looked at the 6 people quietly. Purple Pearl is affected by the atmosphere of the scene, coupled with the reason why the first treasure is unfamiliar. He didn't dare to speak, and the whole scene fell silent for a while. A long time. The 6 Sea Spirit Masters who finally got used to Hemingway's face slightly. Among them, the head of the 6 Sea Spirit Masters looked at him with extreme caution, and asked respectfully, "Dare to ask, sir, what's the point of coming to my Sea God Island? Really is a face-seeking world." Hemingway sighed inwardly, thinking about the treatment of the original protagonists when they first came to this island. Facing outsiders, the attitude of these Sea Spirit Masters on Sea God Island would never be so respectful and polite. The reason why he behaves so respectfully now is because he was shocked by his inadvertent aura. After changing someone else, these people on Sea God Island would never be so polite. In this case, Hemingway would naturally not be polite, and directly explained his intentions. "We have been yearning for Poseidon Island for a long time, and we are only here to join Poseidon Island." Upon hearing this, the 6 yellow-clothed Sea Spirit Masters suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Speaking earlier, it turned out to be to join Sea God Island, not to find fault. "That's good, that's good. Sea God Island is a sacred place for all Sea Spirit Masters, and there are not a few Sea Spirit Masters who come here every year and want to join." Over time, a set of specialized procedures has been formed. First, he needs to pass the test of the Guardian of the Holy Pillar, only then can he accept the test of the Sea God. After passing the test of Poseidon, he officially became a person on Poseidon Island. After all, it can't be an individual who came and said that he wanted to accept the test of Poseidon, so he would just accept the test, right? Doesn't it seem that Poseidon's favor is too cheap? Therefore, if outsiders want to participate in the God test, they first need to pass the test of the Sacred Pillar Guardian and confirm that they are qualified before they can formally accept the test of the Sea God. Generally speaking, if it is a Sea Spirit Master, then the Guardian of the Sacred Pillar will not be too embarrassed. As long as the performance during the test is still passable, it will be able to pass the test. But if the Land Spirit Master comes to Sea God Island, then the difficulty of the Holy Pillar Guardian test will be greatly increased. Like in the original work, if Tang San and his party didn't have the protagonist's halo body protector, it would not be that simple to pass the test. Next, several yellow Sea Spirit Masters led the way ahead, leading Hemingway and Purple Pearl to the location of the Guardian of the Holy Pillar. If the air on the beach just now was moist and pure, then the air in the woods is full of freshness of nature. Hemingway increasingly felt that Poseidon Island was a good place for retirement. Not long, a group of people walked through the woods and came to a pool of water. Hemingway saw this water pool, his eyes fluctuated a little. This water pool was obviously inland and not too big, but the water surface was turbulent and the waves rolled. The dense woods around the water pool grow, and the trees that grow obliquely toward the mysterious stone pillar in the center of the water pool are like believers who are worshipping. The lower end of the stone pillar in the center of the pool is connected to a square platform, but the pillar in the middle of the platform is still unique. It is not so much a pillar as it is a statue. The holy pillar is a white jade-like color. It looks like a statue of a young girl, kneeling on the holy pillar platform, with his hands folded on his chest, and worshipping in the direction of the sea god temple. Although is only a sculpture, the pious expression on her face is so clear and lifelike. Here is the Sea Witch Sacred Pillar, one of the 7 sacred pillars of Poseidon Island. At this time, on the edge of the Sea Witch's sacred pillar, a young girl is sitting there. Surprisingly, she has a huge fishtail on her lower body. www.readaloud.com. The wonderful arc spreads to the waist. At this time, her fishtail was gently tapping the surface of the sea. She wore a black coat on her upper body, exposing her snow-white abdomen, not even covering her belly button. It's like a beauty in a bathing suit. She has a pair of big sky blue eyes, which are very similar to Hemingway's eyes, not so much like the ocean, but as the sky. The facial features are so beautiful, and there is always a faint smile on the corner of her mouth. The fishtail slapped on the water, playing with joy. For Hemingway, this is as exciting as seeing a girl's perfect jade feet. Hemingway doesn't know what's going on, maybe it's because of the mermaid spirit. He actually felt that the mermaid girl in front of him was surprisingly beautiful. Especially the appearance of the fish's tail, gently swinging, as if to seduce oneself. The beautiful fishtail that gently swings seems to say, "Come on, happy," firmly attracted his sight. This makes the purple pearl next to her jealous. This deadwood looks dumbfounded. Hey! Isn't it just a fishtail? Is it that good looking? The more and more angry purple pearl reached out his hand to pinch his waist. He twisted it fiercely. It's just how powerful Hemingway's physique is. Even though the soft flesh on his waist is twisted, it doesn't hurt at all for him. So calmly ignoring the jealous behavior of the girl beside her, she still stared at the mermaid girl like this. Seemed to feel the arrival of an outsider. The mermaid girl raised her head, her eyes turned towards the shore, which happened to be in line with Hemingway's. An instant. I trembled inexplicably. The two pairs of eyes that are also sea blue stared at each other. Time seems to stop at this moment. PS2 more. Ask for votes, ask for collection. Chapter 59, Breakthrough. Listen. After Hemingway and Purple Pearl were led to the Sea Witch sacred pillar, the headed yellow sea spirit master's expression also became solemn, and he said to them with a sacred look, "Welcome to the sea in the sea, Sea Witch Saint Pillar." The Sea Witch's sacred pillar is one of the 7 sacred pillars of Poseidon Island. The sea god bestows upon each sacred pillar divine power to spread God's will through the sacred pillar. Any sacred pillar can evaluate external soul masters. And today, you must trials and assessments are conducted here. I see. Hemingway nodded slightly, not at all worried about the next test. Because possessing twin spirits, he is strictly a member of the Sea Spirit Master, not just a Land Spirit Master. As for the Sea Spirit Master, the test of the Guardian of the Holy Pillar is usually on the spot, and will never endanger his life. Not to mention the purple pearls behind him. Oh, I haven't been here for a long time. I didn't expect a beautiful blue boy to come here. The mermaid girl sitting on the platform was innocent, but her beautiful sea blue eyes were straight. Staring at Hemingway happily, there was some restlessness in his heart for some reason. The huge fish tail in the lower part of the body gently swayed on the surface of the water, and the whole person sat on the platform in a graceful posture, and the tip of the fish tail slowly slipped down. Looking at the owner of those beautiful blue eyes in the sky, Hemingway thought to himself, she should be the High Girl Dolo High Witch who appeared in the original book. According to the original book, she has a talent for mind reading, which is troublesome now. Facing such a mind-reading opponent is the most disgusting thing. Because everyone has secrets in their hearts that they don't want to be known, if the identity of his traverser is revealed, it will be troublesome. Just thought of this. Hemingway felt an invisible mental power quietly searching for him, and immediately subconsciously released the domineering resistance of seeing and hearing. Collide with the invisible mental power that struck. Boom! Hemingway just felt a roar in his brain. It was as if the flame met gasoline, and was stimulated by that mental power. He only felt that his thinking was clearer and more active than ever before. Next moment. Boom! Seems to have broken some barrier. Hemingway only felt that his spirit seemed to have broken through some barriers, and then the coverage of the sights and colors suddenly began to expand. The best thing is that he could only vaguely sense the emotional changes of others, and treat others' hearts as if looking at flowers in a mist. But at this moment, under the influence of that mental power, it seemed that that layer of mist was finally torn apart. Suddenly open up. Spiritual power has skyrocketed like never before. At this moment, Hemingway can easily hear the purple pearl beside him is constantly mumbling about the big carrot, the vixen, and the shameless old woman in his heart. This is mind reading. Can I listen to the voices of others? He was a little surprised. I never expected that when I first came to Sea God Island, I would break through without any movement for a long time. Because of the stimulation of the sea witch's mental power, Hemingway's domineering experience finally made another breakthrough. Have the ability to read minds. In the original work, the mermaid princess by seeing is born with a domineering look. And her domineering appearance is very advanced, able to read the voices of others. This is quite similar to the sea witch. Perhaps it is precisely because of this that, when she is stimulated by her mental power, she can stimulate the ability to read the mind by seeing and hearing domineering. What? The sea witch, who was quietly using her mental power, wanted to read the heart of the little boy who had made her heart restless, suddenly let out a suspicious sound. She only felt that the mental power she released seemed to hit a copper wall and an iron wall. Not only that, she could also feel a strange mental force suddenly erupt from the little boy in front of her. Then he invaded himself in the reverse direction, seeming to want to read his own mind. You can read your mind too. Sea Witch Chiao's face was a little surprised. She looked at him as if she was looking at a rare animal. This Sea Witch Doluo, it's not a polite thing to spy on others' hearts without their permission. Hemingway's blue eyes burst into light, and he made breakthroughs because of seeing and hearing. At this time, his spirit is exceptionally abundant, and the result is a domineering leak. The surrounding land shook slightly. The sea witch who bears the brunt even feels that the figure of the white-haired boy in front of her suddenly rises infinitely at this moment. Kung fu in the blink of an eye. An indomitable giant appeared in front of him, with his eyes as stalwart as the sun and moon open, looking at himself indifferently and ruthlessly, gazing like a true god. Sea Witch's mind has been greatly impacted. People, I know they are wrong. The soft and docile voice blurted out involuntarily. Even Sea Witch was taken aback when she heard her own voice. What happened? I really made such a weak voice. And while looking at the little boy in front of him, he couldn't help feeling a little awe. It's as if facing a certain supreme existence. This kind of feeling has never happened even when facing the sea god www.readaloud.com. It's as if the one in front of me is my own king, everything about me, that kind of inherent dignity, high above. It simply made her a little bit at a loss, and she didn't know what attitude to face this little boy at all. A lot of old women who are pretending to be tender and coquettish, old women. Zai Zhenzu looked at the shy sea witch, and listened to her soft voice that was enough to make a man's bones crisp. Secretly cursed in my heart. For the mermaid family, I believe that there is no sea spirit master who does not know. After all, this race can be said to be a specialty of the sea. Half human and half sea beast, so the lifespan is much longer than that of human beings. More importantly, her appearance will never age, so don't look at the sea witch Doluo in front of her who seems to be in her early 20s, but to become a titled Doluo, she might actually be in her early 100s. At this time, the sea witch suddenly turned her head to look at Purple Pearl, and said with a smile, "Little sister, our mermaid clan, lifespan is 5 times that of your humans. According to your human ratio, they are less than 20 years old. Well, so they are still very young, but they are not pretending to be tender. The lifespan is 5 times that of a human being, and it is 20 years old when converted to a human being, so that means this old woman is really close to 100 years old." Thinking of this, Zai Zhenzhen suddenly sneered, "Ha, it really is a pretense. Tender old woman." The sea witch who read her heart clearly, couldn't help but a tic-tac-toe on her forehead, and her smile stiffened. The gaze that looked at her gradually became unkind. No woman wants to be said to be old. Even if she lived for 100 years, it was the same, so I decided to wait for the girl to put on small shoes when she was tested. Let her know what it means to respect seniors. Chapter 60, Pass Easily. The test of Lord Poseidon is not acceptable to anyone, especially you are outsiders." The Sea Witch's expression became serious. She looked at Hemingway and Purple Pearl on the opposite side, and said, "So I'm accepting it. Before the test, you have to pass my test. Only qualified people can accept the test of Lord Poseidon. I don't know what test we need to take." Hemingway, who had read the original and knew the plot, was pretending to be ignorant on the surface, and asked with some doubts. "Haha, it's very simple. As long as you cross the sea in front of you and come to the Sea Witch sacred pillar, you are eligible for the test." The Sea Witch looked at him with a smile and blinked gently at him. Said playfully, "Don't worry, my sister will be merciful." Hemingway knew that outsiders, whether they are sea spirit masters or land spirit masters, must first pass the test of the Holy Pillar Guardian if they want to accept the test of the Sea God. The difficulty of the test lies entirely with the individual guardian of the Holy Pillar. If he sees you pleasingly, he may just let it go just casually. Generally speaking, the test that sea spirit masters will accept is much easier than that of land spirit masters who have traveled thousands of miles to accept the test. After all, it is Sea God Island. Of course there will be some bias towards the sea spirit master, this is normal, and there is nothing to criticize. And Hemingway has twin spirits. Although the other spirit is a land spirit master, the mermaid spirit inherited from her mother is undoubtedly a pure sea spirit master. Therefore, if he accepts the test, he should not be deliberately targeted. At this time, after listening to the Sea Witch's words, the next Purple Pearl couldn't help but frown and asked, "This senior, before accepting the test of Lord Sea God, do we still have to accept the test of a title Doluo? Don't you think we can compete with title Doluo?" The Sea Witch waved her hand gently, and said with a smile, "Relax, although the test is presided over by others, but sister, I will be merciful. I won't use a test that you can't bear, so, which one of you first come?" While talking, a blue halo lit up behind the Sea Witch, and immediately after that, the Sea Witch sacred pillar behind her suddenly lit up, and a clear blue light passed from below to the top of the sacred pillar. With the top of the Sea Witch sacred pillar as the center, a circle of blue ripples suddenly agitated, like a light curtain across the sea above the sea. Since the holy pillar is about 10 meters high, the light curtain suspended above the sea is also 10 meters high. Needless to say, this 10-meter distance limits the flight ability and advance space. "I'll do it first." Purple Pearl stepped forward and took a deep breath. Then he walked slowly to the shore of the sea and stepped on the delicate sandy beach with the same silver light. "Oh, I want to go through it myself first, and test whether there are any traps for him, so that he can pass the test without fail. This is really true." Sea Witch looked at the silent purple-haired girl and could read it clearly. To her inner thoughts. But did not choose to speak out. "It's just that I originally wanted to increase the difficulty, but the idea of adding some blockage to her is gone." Purple Pearl stood still by the beach, and the whole body began to glow with a blue gleam, and then a huge hydra phantom appeared, and then gradually solidified, and finally her whole body was completely integrated into the martial soul, and turned into a strip 10 meters long, a blue hydra. The aura of a top predator instantly began to spread around. The eyes of those yellow-clothed sea spirit masters unconsciously fell on this 9-headed giant snake, and their bodies were tight. The subconscious start to stay away from it. "I just feel that this snake exudes an extremely dangerous feeling all the time. It makes them feel like a frog next to a snake's mouth, ready to be swallowed in one bite at any time. This feeling is really bad. Hey, this martial soul possessing a body is quite interesting." The Sea Witch was a little surprised when she saw this. This is because most people who possess the spirit of martial arts integrate the spirit of martial arts into their bodies. After that, there will be more martial spirit characteristics on the body, and some beastization phenomena will appear. But Purple Pearl's spirit possession is different. She is directly integrated into the spirit, making the spirit completely transformed into an entity. It looks a bit similar to the martial spirit real body possessed by the soul sage. However, the difference is that she is just the physicalization of Wuhan. Therefore, it can't double the full attributes like the Wuhan real body. And all spirit abilities can be used without restriction. But even so, the purple pearl now incarnate as a hydra is far better than the human state in all aspects. Hiss! The huge hydra vomited a serpent letter lightly, and 3 spirit rings around it lit up, and then began to glow with blue light, its tail twisted. The whole snake instantly turned into a blue shadow, and shot towards the front. Fast, too fast. In this state, her speed is much faster than the human form. With such a terrifying speed, even the sea witch who is more than 200 meters away can't help but move slightly. Realize that I underestimated this girl. Her beautiful fish tail, which was still immersed in the sea, flicked lightly, and the waves in front of her suddenly churn up, reaching a height of 10 meters, which seemed to block all the way forward. The boiling sea water brought a rumbling noise like a monstrous momentum, but it did not overflow the range of the sea in the sea. In the face of this scene, the hydra traversed the sea like lightning with an S-line, but did not have the slightest fear, watching the waves that hit. Without dodge or dodge, one of the heads opened its mouth wide, and the light of the flames began to condense, and then spit out, turning into a tyrannical red light and rushing straight into the waves. In a loud noise, the red light exploded and turned into a monstrous flame. Those frontal waves were burned in a big hole by the erupting flames, and there were large swaths of water vapor. At the same time, the hydra traveled through like an electric speed, and drilled directly toward the burning cavity. Boom! Just very quickly, there was a stronger wave hitting behind, slapped heavily on the body of the hydra. Fortunately, the sea snake was originally a sea creature. Facing the waves that hit, he just twisted his body slightly to remove the impact of the waves. While the figure was twisting, it was through the waves that hit. Go against the waves. The speed does not decrease but increases. These incoming waves are not even a threat at all to the purple pearl incarnate as a hydra. It's not long. www.readaloud.com Hydra soon arrived only 5 meters away from the Sea Witch sacred pillar platform, and victory was at hand. As a result, the tail was slammed, and the huge body suddenly rose into the air and fell straight toward the platform. While in midair, the huge hydra gradually emits blue light, and then slowly begins to shrink. Day. A pair of slender feet lightly landed on the Sea Witch sacred pillar platform. The purple pearl steadily fell beside the Sea Witch, her face was not flushed or panting. It seemed that it didn't take much effort to come here over such a long distance. The Sea Witch's beautiful eyes showed some approval, and she nodded to her. The first time I saw a sea snake that could breathe fire, it seems that your martial arts spirit is not simple. And I also felt a faint feeling. A sense of depression. It seems that you haven't done your best yet. Although your spirit power level is a little lower, your flaws are not concealed. Well, you are qualified to accept the Lord Poseidon's test. P.S. Alas, speechless. Many book friends say that I water. I checked it and found that there is no water. I haven't copied even a little bit of the original work. The author writes very carefully. The protagonist's strength is also steadily improving. Where does the water come from? But after careful consideration, I found that I had made a mistake. That is, the title of the book is wrong. It shouldn't be called The 9 Tests of the Sea God first. People who come through the title of the book want to see the protagonist participate in the Sea God 9 Tests B. If they don't see the chapters they want to see, they will naturally feel that they are playing pirates. Is it actually water? Otherwise, only when they see a plot that is different from what they expected, they will feel boring and watery. If my title is changed to Rise from the Sea, or Start to Become King by Conquering the Pirates, I dare to guarantee that no one will say that I am water. Alas, the wrong name was still given. But the contract has been sent out, and there is no way to change it. Cause petrification, and it is a natural enemy of spiders. This clue is very close to the truth. The little witch said excitedly, give me a week, at most 2 weeks, and I can find out its information. Ron, to be honest, why are you trembling there all the time? So next, Ron told the story of when he was holding a teddy bear when he was a child, and the twins used crappy magic to turn the bear into many legs, which caused her to giggle. Ron said angrily, if you had such an experience, you wouldn't be funny. Imagine that you are holding a teddy bear and calling its name. As a result, it suddenly has many legs. The water on the ground is gone, Harry said suddenly. Maybe someone cleaned the floor, like Filch, this is his job. Ron said without hesitation. Where does the stagnant water come from? Harry intuitively thought this might be a clue. Ah! I thought about it. Hermione screamed. What's happenin'? I thought of a point, a possible witness, she is next door to us, and may have witnessed the whole attack. Following her gaze, the 2 boys looked at the sign of the girls' bathroom and swallowed together. After dinner, they walked out of the castle and followed the path to Hagrid's cabin. Along the way, they are still arguing about what happened during the day. If you want me to say, we shouldn't go to the girls' bathroom, that Myrtle, and that place, it's a nightmare. And we were discovered by Percy. Ron whispered along the way. But we also know that she died 50 years ago. Before she died, she saw a pair of big scary yellow eyes. What does this mean? That is the eyes of a snake. Hermione ignored Ron's mumbled it's not necessarily and continued, your information is also very useful. We also know the name Tom Riddle, who won the school's Special Contribution Award 50 years ago. Maybe this is not a coincidence. Harry's eyes widened. You mean, that Tom who ended his last secret room? That's right. The 3 knocked on Hagrid's door, and he enthusiastically welcomed the 3 little wizards in. Ron looked surprised. Hagrid, your house has become clean. Indeed, the 3 of them looked at Hagrid's cabin, it was not a little bit clean, at least the black ground turned into a dark brown one with the naked eye. Oh, you said this, Hagrid casually said, the last time Professor Hypo came to visit me, he helped me clean up before leaving. It was very simple for him. Just wave his wand. Professor Hypo? Hermione asked in surprise. Yes, Professor Hypo. Dumbledore recommended him. He needs some advice on magical animals. I am an expert in this field, but he is not bad in fact. He is very insightful in some remote directions. Yes, very insightful. Hager brought a plate of shortbread biscuits, a pot of pumpkin juice and 3 cups. He said proudly, Professor Hypo is an excellent wizard. I didn't have much contact with him when he was in school, but he pointed to a book on the chair, look, he gave it to me. Gift. The 3 of them couldn't wait to open the book. Hermione found that the book resembled Muggle comics, most of which were photos, and there was a brief introduction at the bottom of each page. These are all magical animals? Ron asked curiously, which was completely different from what he had seen when he was a child. No, this is a creature in the Muggle world. Harry said excitedly, look, this is a lion, this is a giraffe, it has a long neck, I have seen it in the zoo, this is a kind of badger, and Shipaka's logos are somewhat similar, but they are definitely not of the same kind. Hermione is no stranger to these animals. She has read the full set of Encyclopaedia Britannica, which has animal chapters. But the pictures in Muggle books won't move. So Hermione asked, is this a book made by Professor Hypo himself? Hagrid took a big mouthful of butterbeer and burped, yes, very hard, right? I think I owe him a favor. After a long time, the 3 people remembered their intentions. Secret room? Air? Monster? Hagrid's face paled suddenly. Yes, we found some clues, 50 years ago. Harry was about to introduce their findings, but was quickly interrupted by Hagrid. Listen, there is no secret room, and no monsters. It was just an accident. Hagrid was a little excited, waving his thick palms, and then his voice became smaller, muttering, "It was really an accident, no one thought of it. Something like that will happen, no one." Then, the three were driven out of the cabin. "He absolutely hid something," Ron said angrily. "We can all see this." The three of them returned to the warm common room, had to face the reality, and started to rush homework. After a while, Hermione suddenly closed the book, startling the two of them. "Who do you think the heir will be?" Hermione asked them in a low voice, again seeming to be talking to herself. "It must be a Slytherin, I guess Malfoy," Ron said quickly. Harry immediately accepted this point of view. "Maybe it is really him, you think? Their family is pure blood for generations, he has reasons to do this, and most importantly, he has been hit hard recently because insulting Hermione was confined by Professor Hypoo." Hermione's breathing stopped suddenly. "Ron also seems to have found a theoretical basis. Harry, what you said is too right, he must have done it. Maybe the Malfoy family is a descendant of Slytherin, and their family has kept this secret for generations." "Men." At this time, the twins came over from a distance. "I seem to hear you talking about Professor Hypoo. Did he do anything interesting?" The twins sat on the left and right beside Harry and Ron. "Nothing," Ron said quickly. Fred next to him hugged his shoulder with one hand. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com winked at the three of them. "Don't do this, we can exchange information. We also admire Professor Hypoo." George next to Harry smiled and said, "Yeah, I admire him very much. We can't wait to take him apart and study his head carefully." Fred sighed. "George, your tone seems like we have something malicious towards Professor Hypoo." "Have it?" "Of course not. We are at most trying to imitate his magic puppet." The two said each other, and finally said in unison. Harry thought for a while. "Well, we went to Hagrid's cabin in the evening and saw a magic book from Professor Hypoo." "What is it about?" "Muggle animals, as you know, Hagrid is fascinated by these." "Cool." The twins looked at each other and said together. Ron said, "It's your turn," we said yes, exchange information. Fred blinked, "Our little Ronnie has seen it. It's not easy to lie." George followed. "But who made you our younger brother?" Fred often joked, and whispered, "We can provide information, you know, we are fans of Professor Hypoo, if any of you want to know his whereabouts, such as initiating an encounter or something." Ron said in surprise, "You follow the professor?" "Don't say that, we just got a little help. For example, Professor Hypoo often goes to the Forbidden Forest recently." Fred shrugged, and casually said, "A heavy news." "Forbidden Forest?" Hermione asked in surprise. The three looked at each other. Chapter 38, Track. At night, on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Harry, Ron, and Hermione hid in the grass beside the Forbidden Forest, looking in the direction of the castle. Hermione said anxiously, "I don't think we should doubt the professor." Ron quickly said, "Hermione, we have suffered from this kind of loss. Do you remember Professor Quirrell in the first grade? Who would have thought that he was timid and weak, but there was a Voldemort stuck on his head?" "But it doesn't mean that other professors." Hermione tried to defend the professor she admired. "Think about Lockhart, he may not be a dark wizard, but he is definitely not a qualified professor. Harry, have you forgotten that you played a vampire in Defense Against the Dark Arts class?" Harry thought for a moment, and suddenly felt nauseous. So Harry whispered to her, "We are either suspicious or curious, and see what he does in the Forbidden Forest. This can also rule out a suspect, and we can even ask Professor Hypoo for help." Hermione stopped talking. The three of them hid in the grass. There was already a hint of coolness on the November night, and the thin mist aggravated the cold feeling. Ron's body stiffened from the cold, and he tremblingly said, "Maybe, he won't be here tonight, or, let's go back first. Wait, Harry said patiently. After a while, it was approaching midnight. A tall figure walked out of the castle. Someone is here, it's Professor Hypoo. The three were excited, and finally they didn't wait for nothing. On the other side, Felix left the castle and headed in the direction of the Forbidden Forest. The cool breeze in the night blows on my face, it feels very comfortable. He came to the edge of the Forbidden Forest, and immediately found that something seemed to be watching him. Small animals? Forbidden Forest creatures? But they should not appear on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Felix took out the magic wand, and the tip of the wand ejected light. Dozens of milky white spots flew out and then exploded quickly, illuminating the Forbidden Forest with a radius of 100 meters. There is nothing. He was a little strange, followed his feelings to a big tree, and looked carefully. After a while, he smiled softly. Opposite, the three little ones wore Harry's invisibility cloak, and did not dare to pant. They looked at the opposite professor nervously. Harry could even feel his legs trembling, and Ron's hot breath sprayed on his face. But fortunately, the professor did not suddenly reach out and lift their invisibility cloak. He passed them and walked into the Forbidden Forest. Did he find it? Should not. Or, let's go back. Ron retreated. No, let's continue. At this moment, Hermione decided to stick with it instead. So the three of them supported an invisibility cloak and followed the professor in small steps. Felix was not fast, he fiddled with the wand in his hand, and a strange feeling appeared in his heart. The trio, the protagonist group, is there any story going on today? There are too many flaws. The messy footprints next to the big tree, the slight breathing, and the intuition brought to him in the dark, all exposed the position of the three. But what really made him recognize the trio was the smell of his assistant's shampoo. This is also the reason why Felix didn't reveal it on the spot. Felix walked along the destination he had planned, and found that the three people behind him had also followed. This surprised him a bit. Their target was me? Is good, take this opportunity to get to know the other two protagonists. About half an hour, Felix came to a clearing deep in the Forbidden Forest and stopped. Harry, Ron, and Hermione also hid behind a big tree 30 or 40 meters apart. What is he going to do? SHH. I saw Felix lifted his wand and waved his wrist. 3 scarlet spells hit the stones. Under the surprised eyes of the 3 people outside the court, the 3 stones turned into 3 dogs. The big dog is half a person tall, and his fur is shiny and smooth, like a good black velvet. The 3 dogs moved their bodies slightly, and then turned their gazes at Felix, with their upper limbs low and their teeth sticking out, their gazes full of aggression. Rather advanced transformation skills, you see, they are just like living things. Hermione commented in a low voice. I don't care about his transfiguration level, I just want to know what he did in the Forbidden Forest. Ron muttered, but he also watched intently. But the next moment, what happened surprised them, and the 3 dogs rushed towards Professor Hypoo at the same time and attacked him. They are extremely fast, breaking a distance of more than 10 meters almost in the blink of an eye. Ah! Hermione couldn't help screaming. From her perspective, the dog's fangs were less than 3 feet away from Professor Hypoo. But Felix did not evade, but lightly cast a spell. Hermione is anxious, even if he blocks one big dog, there are 2 others. There was also horror on Harry and Ron's faces, especially Harry. After a year, another professor died in front of him. However, they obviously forgot that the 3 big dogs were all deformed by this professor. Within 1 second, the situation on the field suddenly changed. Felix's figure disappeared abruptly, leaving a cloud of black smoke in place. The next moment his figure appeared 2 meters away. As soon as he appeared, a red light shot out from the magic wand. His figure disappeared simultaneously and appeared in another corner again, also casting a spell. In the eyes of the three, the professor seemed to be transformed into three in an instant, and cast 3 spells at the same time. Boom! 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 The 3 dogs responded to the curse and fell down instantly. Under the invisibility cloak, they were stunned. Oh my god, what kind of magic is this? Ron opened his mouth wide, still remembering the scene in his mind. In the black smoke, the professor's stern face appeared accompanied by a red light, and appeared in another place in the blink of an eye. The speed was dizzying, unable to dodge and resist. Harry's eyes widened as well. In the center of the clearing, Felix, who had just released his magic, shook his head. www.readaloud.com. It still didn't work, and it deviated by half a meter. These are just 2 jumps. If 10 times 8 times, is he likely to be hit by his own curse? The reason why Felix came out was actually to perfect his Trinity raid tactics. At his second age, this tactic was named Instant Kill Technique by him. The principle of is very simple, the Trinity, that is, 3 magics are used at the same time, perfect fusion, and the effect of 1 + 1 + 1 is far greater than 3. The speed of phantom shifting, the power of through petrochemical, and most importantly, the thinking acceleration that maintains its own balance and ability to react. When they are combined, Felix can release spells from more than a dozen different positions in an instant to form a gorgeous cross-vitality line, so as to achieve the horror effect that one person is a team. The principle is indeed very simple, but the road is extremely difficult. The only difference is how to improve self-reaction ability and how to maintain body balance in an instant. At the beginning of school, he researched the prototype of this magic, or the branching technique thinking house, but it can only be used as a teaching technique. Now more than 2 months have passed, and he is not idle during this time. Hermione is practicing the magic text in the thinking room, and he conceives how to apply it to combat in the thinking room. Fortunately, he has learned a lot recently. This is also the reason why he went into the Forbidden Forest for several days, avoiding the ubiquitous anti-phantom shifting curse in Hogwarts Castle. 2 jumps, barely acceptable. Felix is still satisfied. After all, he will improve in the future. Then, he raised his head and looked steadily in the direction of the trio. Come out. Chapter 39, Confinement. Harry, Ron, and Hermione tremblingly lifted the invisibility cloak. The 3 came forward, crying, "Professor!" Felix kept patrolling among the 3 of them. "Miss Granger, and Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley, can you tell me the reason for your presence here?" Harry plucked up the courage and said, "Professor, we want to visit Hagrid. You may not know that we are friends with him. It's not easy here, you are too deep into the Forbidden Forest." Felix shook his head. "I think your professor should have told you not to break into the Forbidden Forest." Ron hesitated. "Professor, we wanted to find Hagrid, but we saw you by chance and was curious for a while, so we followed." Curious for a while, Felix played with the wand in his hand. He looked at the 3 of them without speaking. Huge psychological pressure fell on the 3 of them. Finally, Hermione said, crying, "Sorry, Professor, we have failed your trust." "It's nothing," Felix said calmly. "Adventure is the nature of every little wizard, especially the students of Gryffindor. But I hope you can define the line between bravery and stupidity. You know, life is only once." Felix said nothing more. He led the 3 of them back to the castle. "Let me think about it. Breaking the curfew, breaking into the Forbidden Forest, stalking the professor." Following Felix's words, the 3 of the 3's faces paled suddenly, each deducted 10 points, and kept it for a week. The trio returns to the common room as they sleepwalking. Seeing Hermione's sad look, Ron counseled, "It's nothing, it's better than the best result I thought. I originally thought we were going to deduct 50 points each and we were locked up until Christmas." Harry agreed. If they fell into Snape's hands tonight, the consequences would be unimaginable. While lying on the bed, Ron suddenly said to Harry, "It's so cool, isn't it? What? Professor Hypoo, whoosh whoosh. I can't see his movements at all. If I say, he is definitely better than Snape, even better than Dumbledore. Principal Dumbledore is the strongest. Harry said without hesitation. That's not necessarily true. The principal hasn't done anything for years. If it had been decades ago, I wouldn't have doubted. Ron whispered, and then gradually fell asleep. Harry couldn't sleep a bit. The images of Professor Hypoo's magic were constantly appearing in his mind. From Professor Hypoo's first spell to the sudden appearance of black smoke, every movement was broken down in his mind. Reproduce. He can see clearly. The next day, Hermione was still a little sad, but she quickly cheered up and even started discussing clues to the secret room with them. The little witch sullenly said, "In this way, Professor Hypoo is not Slytherin's heir." Ron said, "Don't be so arbitrary, we only temporarily dispelled one doubt, although Professor Hypoo is really good." He also admitted this. Harry quickly changed the subject. He felt that they followed the professor's behavior last night, which made Hermione as an assistant a little ashamed. "I think Malfoy is more likely." "That's right," Ron said. "How can you make a fool of him? He won't swagger to admit that he is the heir of Slytherin." Hermione nodded, and she whispered, "Maybe, we need a compound decoction." "What? Compound decoction? It can turn you into another person." Hermione popularized science to them. The two are still at a loss. Hermione said angrily, "Are you none of you attending the class? Snape mentioned in the class that the process of making this potion is very difficult and requires a variety of precious materials. Its formula is recorded in Powerful Potion on the book." The three of them discussed quietly. But then they got stuck in the first step. The formula of compound decoction is difficult to obtain, because the powerful potion that records it is in the library restricted area. There is only one way to borrow books from the restricted book area, to get an approval note signed by a professor. "We have no reason to borrow that book," Ron said. "That's not something we should touch in our grade." "I think," Hermione said, "if we pretend to be interested in this theory, we might be a little hopeful." "Oh, come on, professors won't be fooled so easily," Ron said, "unless they are extremely stupid." Saturday morning. The trio had breakfast and came to the office of Professor Ancient Mowen together to complete their confinement. Harry was a little lamented, and the first Quidditch was about to be played, but he could not participate in the training. Quidditch Captain Wood had a lot of opinions about this. Knocked on the door, and the three of them were surprised to see that Draco Malfoy was also here. Malfoy was lying in front of a table with a thick book in front of him. The page number had been turned to the last dozen pages. His quill kept copying, and there was a little ink on the tip of his nose. Harry suddenly remembered that Malfoy had been punished for copying books. Professor Hypoo closed the door and said in a relaxed tone, "I originally intended to stagger you, but after thinking about it, it was still too much trouble. I asked, Mr. Malfoy wouldn't mind sharing the same table with you." Ron suddenly she laughed, looking at Malfoy's expression. It didn't seem like "don't mind." He began to look forward to the confinement. Felix conjured up 3 chairs and placed them in front of them. "I'll find the material you want to copy." After that, he left. The 4 people in the office stared at each other with big eyes. Harry said jokingly, "Malfoy, your confinement is not over yet? It's not a small price." Malfoy raised his head high. "Harry Potter." He glanced at the 3 of them, and seemed to want to say something when he saw Hermione, but he quickly held back. He said arrogantly, "Professor Snape allowed me to take time off on the advice of Professor Snape, so I don't have to miss the Quidditch training in Slytherin, Potter. I will beat you on the field." Harry's mood suddenly became bad. With the financial support of the Malfoy family, all the members of the Slytherin Quidditch team replaced the smooth 2001 broomstick, which made them extremely fast, like 7 pale green shadows on the court. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. Ron provocatively said, the real game depends on technology. Even if you walk through the back door and become a seeker, you will only become a laughingstock and a prodigal. Shut up, Weasley. Is there even one Jin Jialong in your vault? Ron's face flushed, and even his ears became hot. He took out his wand and shouted, you say it again. Malfoy, you say it again. Harry and Hermione hurriedly grabbed him, not to mention the consequences of fighting in the professor's office, even if Ron did it, vomiting slugs for another afternoon. Felix came back with a thick pile of parchment. Harry and Ron looked at the material more than a foot high, and they didn't have any quarreling mood. I asked Professor McGonagall. She had a batch of materials that were too old and needed to be updated. I took the initiative to take on this job, Felix said lively. It just happened to be related to your behavior, the student banned list. And its punitive measures. Felix put the materials on the table, and a thick circle of dust was lifted with a bang. He waved his wand to clean up, and a gust of wind took the dust away. Go ahead, kids. Felix sat in a corner of the office, 7 or 8 meters away from them. Close your ears and listen. He pointed at himself with his magic wand, then opened a thick book and enjoyed the leisurely weekend. On the other side, Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat down resigningly. Ron strongly refused to sit with Malfoy. As a last resort, Harry could only be next to him. Harry opened a piece of parchment, dipped the ink with a quill pen, and started copying the data. Malfoy whispered, Potter. You know, you will lose. Shut up, Malfoy. Harry whispered. Chapter 40, Malfoy. Harry felt that the confinement was terrible, because Malfoy kept whispering in his ear, constantly provoking. This caused his efficiency to plummet, and it was close to noon, but he only copied 10 parchments. Can't be as thick as a little finger. At lunch, Harry complained to Hermione and Ron about it. He collapsed a little and said, I never thought he would talk so much, buzzing constantly. Ron gave him advice, you can also harass him. Harry was speechless, he didn't have much to say to Malfoy. Hermione thoughtfully, you may be able to provoke him by taking the opportunity to ask if he is Slytherin's heir. Stop talking, how could he say that unless it is someone close to him? Ron retorted. Harry also felt that this idea was unreliable, and it was easy to get rid of it. By the way, Hermione, what shall we do about the signing? How about you call Professor Hypoo? Ron suggested. This is not a good idea. Hermione sighed. He's not like Professor Lockhart, like a fool. Ron answered, and Hermione glared at him. However, I can try tonight, I can only say try. Hermione did not give a definite answer. After lunch, they returned to the ancient magic text office to continue their copying tasks. And Harry also had to endure Malfoy's provocative eyes. Several times he wanted to draw out his wand and impose a curse on him. One is not enough. It's better to be like Professor Hypoo and cast 3 spells at once, so that he has nothing to fight back. Force. In the afternoon, Felix looked at the results of several people and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, the 3 of you will be able to complete the task tomorrow afternoon. And Mr. Malfoy, your progress is faster, which is 7 or 8 pages short. Draco Malfoy almost burst into tears, thanks to how much he paid for the short-term 2 large books, completely copied by hand. For nearly 2 months, although he escaped a lot of confinement to participate in Quidditch training. Afterwards, Malfoy struggled with writing, and even Harry couldn't take care of it. Finally, before dinner, he finished copying all the content. Felix couldn't help but praise him. Very good, well, Mr. Malfoy, this is the end of your confinement. Yes, Professor, Malfoy whispered. Seeing him organize his stationery, Harry and the others are very envious. They still have a whole day of confinement tomorrow. Oh, yes, Mr. Malfoy, Felix stopped him, frightening Malfoy. Won't arrange more books for him? Fortunately, Felix didn't have this thought. He waved his wand and flew out a thick pile of parchment from the corner densely written on it. Under his magic, the parchment was divided into two and quickly bound together in mid-air. Flew out 2 book covers from the suitcase, wrapped the parchment paper, and the hot gold text slowly appeared on the cover, which looked like 2 books. Mr. Malfoy, this is the result of your labor. Give it to you as a gift. 2 books fell in front of him, and Malfoy was taken aback. Felix said, although you are born of glorious pure blood and outstanding talent, Muggles are not useless, I think you have already understood this. He pointed to the 2 handwritten books in front of Malfoy. Through this confinement, I hope you can remember that weak or strong are not obstacles to survival, but arrogance is. Malfoy was holding 2 books, his lips closed, but he said nothing. After he left, Felix said to the other trio who watched the show, well, your mission today is over, and you will continue tomorrow. Hermione asked Felix in a low voice, Professor, can I continue to study magic text with you tonight? Felix was a little surprised. He thought about it and said, in principle, I have no objection, but your homework. Hermione said with joy, it doesn't matter, I have finished my homework. Her expression seemed to have won a big prize. When the 3 came out of the office and headed to the cafeteria, Ron looked at Hermione with an incredible expression, have you really finished your homework? Of course. When did you write it? Ron seriously doubted that his time was different from Hermione's. Does she spend a few hours more than herself every day? Hermione was in a very good mood. She said arrogantly, since I know that I will be confined on the weekend, of course I have to finish my homework ahead of time. Isn't that common sense? Ron muttered speechlessly, and Harry looked ashamed. Malfoy returned to the Slytherin common room and put down his school bag. He sat on the chair with a gloomy expression, looking through the green light of the lounge www.readaloud.com, looking at the black lake outside the window. 1 or 2 swimming fishes passed by the window from time to time. 2 followers came over. Draco, are you going to have dinner? Crab, Gore. Malfoy gave them a serious look. Forget it, you go. Crab and Gore shrugged and left quickly. Malfoy shrank himself in the chair, half of his pale blonde hair and slightly pale face hidden in the shadows. He is still thinking about a few words from Professor Hypoo. Although he tried to refute this absurd point of view, the penalties of copying over the past 2 months have brought part of the book into his mind. This reminded him of the scene when his mother took herself to visit a pure-blooded wizard and met his aunt when he was a child. That aunt is her mother's second sister, but because she married a stupid muggle, she was expelled from the family. The 2 quarreled fiercely at the time, and her mother persuaded her to go back and admit her mistake, but she was rejected mercilessly. He had little impression of this. The only sentence he remembered was his aunt shouting at them, apart from magic, what are you worthy of superiority? That twisted expression, he remembered it till now. Somehow, he suddenly picked up his school bag, took out the 2 books, and stared at the cover. One Muggle struggle history, from million years ago, and one how Muggles think. He is very familiar with the cover, after all, after holding and copying for 2 months, but it is also slightly different. Below the author, a few new words have been added. Transcript, Draco Malfoy. Malfoy picked up the book How Muggles Think and opened it from the first page. Looking at the familiar fonts above, he set aside all preconceptions for the first time and read carefully. Chapter 41, Potion. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Hermione walked into Professor Hypoo's office on time as he had done in the past 2 months. But this time, she felt a little worried. Felix raised his head, saw the little witch somewhat restrained, smiled, and said, sit down, I thought you would be free for a week, after all, you spend most of the day here. Hermione plucked up the courage and said, Professor, I'm sorry, we followed you, because we were looking for clues in the secret room and happened to find that you were in the Forbidden Forest. Felix was somewhat clear, so I was the subject of suspicion. No, Professor, you are excellent, but we are too sensitive, Hermione explained quickly. Last school year we met a professor who was a dark wizard and wanted to steal the magic stone hidden in the school. Oh, with such an experience, no wonder you are suspicious. But I still want to advise you. Maybe your starting point is good, but you have to do your best. Many dangers are not changed by whether a person is despicable or noble. Hermione nodded obediently. When the two stayed in the thinking hut for 5 thinking, Felix taught her 3 magic texts. This time is the time they compare repeatedly, it is neither too tired nor unable to learn. Hermione even had extra energy. After returning to reality, she continued to practice for more than 10 minutes, and she was barely able to draw these 3 magic texts. Very exciting. Felix couldn't help clapping his hands in praise. Changed places, if he doesn't have gold fingers, he might not be better than her. But he also discovered a shortcoming of this little witch. The magic she mastered always seemed to be quite satisfactory, and the fluctuations were not large. This is a good thing to a certain extent. The spell casting is stable. Once learned, it is difficult to fail. But in some cases it is also a shortcoming. For example, she is unlikely to explode and cannot magnify the power of the spell with her strong emotions. It can be said that she is more suitable to be a magician, studying magic and learning magic, rather than becoming a spell-casting wizard like Auror. Felix thought, maybe after she graduates, she can become her own research assistant, or a partner? I can't blame him for thinking too much. There are too few qualified candidates. This is also his dissatisfaction with Hogwarts and even the magical world. The training method is too extensive, and several wizards are still working tirelessly after graduation. Magic? On the contrary, there are many such wizards in the black market, but the key is, does he dare to use this kind of people? If I could dominate the magic world, a thought came to his mind, but it was quickly abandoned by him, that was not his way. It's still early, can you go back early, or watch a movie together? Felix regained his senses and looked at the time, and just after 9 o'clock, he asked the little witch. Hermione stroked her hair, "Oh Professor Hypoo." She stammered, "I think I am curious about some potions, and I want to learn some background knowledge." Potion? Yes, you know, we all learn some antidote and hiccup potions in the potions class, but I have seen in the book that some potions, some advanced potions, have very magical things. Effect. It's true. Felix thought for a while, it wasn't a big deal. Potion, let me think about it. He waved his wand and let the wand tap the ring of his left index finger lightly, and a small bottle with the thickness of 6 fingers appeared in front of him. The field of potions is indeed complicated and magical. Although I was in the improvement class of Professor Snape, I have to say that in the field of potions, I am still far behind. Hermione was a little surprised. Professor Hypoo actually praised Snape so much? The first one, Buffy Brain Rejuvenation Potion. Felix let the first vial on the left fly in front of Hermione. It can significantly enhance the brain power of the user and speed up the learning efficiency. To a certain extent, and the thinking cabin somewhat similar. Hermione looked at the vial in front of her, which was filled with light blue liquid, and shook it gently, with bright fluorescent flickers. Many wizards have become addicted to the potion because of the abuse of Buffy's brain rejuvenation potion. They are unable to extricate themselves and completely lose their ability to think. Seeing Hermione's outstretched hand trembled, he added, "But once in a while, it's okay of." Second, Fire Prevention Potion. A small bottle of purple liquid flew in front of her. Although the name is not conspicuous, it can effectively prevent the damage of magic flames. Hermione suddenly remembered the level set by Professor Snape when he was breaking through the level in the first grade. That is a logical reasoning problem, one of which is to pass through the magic flame. The third one, Fulling Potion. A small bottle flew in front of her, and the potion in it was the least, only 1/3, which is probably 2 to 3 milliliters. But it is the most beautiful. It is a liquid that is like melted gold, and if it shakes slightly, it will jump like droplets of swimming fish. Also known as the lucky potion, it can make things go well for the user, if it is divinely assisted. But the result of abuse is dizziness, recklessness, and arrogance. It must be complicated to make, right? Hermione asked. It's extremely complicated, and it takes at least 6 months. If you make a mistake, it will turn into a pot of poison. Felix said with emotion. The fourth, Wolf Poison Potion. It can prevent the werewolves from losing their minds after the full moon deforms. Of course, this is of no use to me, just as a collection. The fifth one, Compound Decoction. Hermione was shocked when she heard these words, staring at the vial that flew in front of you. www.readaloud.com. It seems you have heard of this potion too? Hermione whispered. Professor Snape mentioned in class that it can make the user look like someone else. Yes, this is also a more complicated potion. It takes 1 month to brew. A standard measurement takes between 10 minutes and 12 hours, depending on the quality of the potion. What about you? I'm this? It's probably enough to transform myself for half an hour. Hermione was disappointed. It seems that I still have to cook it myself, and the question is back to the starting point. How do I get the professor's signature and get the recipe? Felix's explanation continued. He waved his wand and let the last vial fly in front of her. The sixth, Ecstasy. It is also known as the love potion. Once taken, you will enthusiastically fall in love with the person who gave him/her the potion. Hermione couldn't help but open her mouth wide. You will find that its usage is somewhat similar to compound decoction. Compound decoction is added to other people's hair or body tissues to become others. The ecstasy is to add one's own hair or body tissues to others to drink, so that they can fall in love with themselves. The little witch said angrily, "This potion is too nasty." Felix shrugged. Indeed, it will only give you false love, just like a soap bubble, just like its smell, which is exactly your favorite taste in your heart. Felix waved his magic wand, and the stopper of the small bottle popped out. You can try its smell, don't worry, it is the purest liquid, not dangerous, at least it won't affect you. Reason. Hermione leaned closer and sniffed lightly. It was the smell of books, sunshine, and her home in the Muggle world. Chapter 42, Quidditch and 2 Attacks. The following week passed very fast, everyone was busy flying. Felix had to focus more on the 5th and 7th grades. After all, this year is related to the future of a little wizard. Of course, he also sincerely hopes that more people will be engaged in the study of magic text, not the old-fashioned translation, but the kind of research like him. He also needs to take care of the little devil net, and at the same time use magic power to soak and beat human willow branches, which is related to the success or failure of his first magical creation. There are instant killing skills, and I can't give up. The many banned books in the library are waiting for him to screen and read. The others were also very busy. Harry was busy with Quidditch training. As the first game approached, the entire Gryffindor Quidditch team became anxious. They used the evening after class every day. Time to practice. In addition to daily practice of magic text, Hermione also finds time to find a professor to get an autograph. She successfully got an autograph from Professor Lockhart. With a slightly exaggerated flattery, Lockhart signed her own name without even reading the content of the note. "You caught the last ghoul with a filter, so wit." Hermione blushed at the thought of what she said. Fortunately, the project to make compound decoctions started smoothly. It will take about a month to get through, around Christmas. Hermione said cheerfully. Harry and Ron squatted on the bathroom floor with a sad face. The environment here was really bad. In the following days, the school was calm, no new attacks occurred, and no unknown monster suddenly jumped out and turned the little wizards into stones. The little wizards also lost interest in the legends and secrets 1,000 years ago, and even suspected that the last incident was a bad prank. After all, the victim was Filch's cat, the most unlovable castle keeper accomplice. There is already a little wizard who vowed to say that before the incident, he saw a sneaky shadow hovering on the 3rd floor with a piece of cake in his hand. It must have been mixed with petrochemicals. This kind of rumors spread faster than the truth, so within a week, everyone was discussing what petrochemical potions could achieve similar effects. Dumbledore was at a loss and could only wait for the Mandela grass to mature and equip the antidote. But the professors at Hogwarts knew the truth. They searched the entire castle for a week, but found nothing. So they can only order the prefects to take responsibility and do a good job of propaganda. Percy gave an example of his brother wandering near an abandoned girls' bathroom at a Gryffindor rally to illustrate the irrationality and danger of this behavior. The scene was so hot, Ron almost got into a fight with his brother. "You shameless careerist, you only care about your own power. I'm your brother." "Your brother? You an animal of total power." Ron's ears were red and he cursed loudly. "I'm the prefect of Gryffindor. I have to think about the badge on my chest, understand you idiot?" Percy also yelled with red ears. "You too. You also went to the girls' bathroom." "I am performing the duties of the prefect." Gryffindor deducts 10 points. But in general, Hogwarts is harmonious and friendly. This calm continued until Saturday, the first Quidditch of the school year. This Quidditch has attracted much attention. First of all, the two sides of the game are old rivals Gryffindor and Slytherin. Secondly, Slytherin shamelessly received off-court assistance, and the whole team rode the world's most advanced the Broomlight Wheel 2001. The other two teams both want to witness the power of Hikaru 2001 in the game. Felix did not come, just stood outside the tower and glanced from a distance. He has no interest in Quidditch competitions. This is not because he failed the first-year flight class. There is no causal relationship between the two. He just likes to be quiet and not to move, he doesn't like places that are too noisy. But Felix still wants to complain about the Hogwarts course arrangement. Why is the flight class only available in the first year? This makes him even have no possibility of scoring. He is flying steadily now, okay. That afternoon, he heard a big news: Harry Potter was injured on the court, his arm was comminuted and broken into pieces. Thanks to Professor Lockhart's fearlessness, he used powerful magic to extract the broken bones from Harry's arm, and he saved the career of the Gryffindor Genius Seeker. This is all nonsense. In the evening, Hermione said angrily that this incident completely broke her fan filter, and Lockhart has been black since then. The truth of the matter is that Harry simply broke his arm, something that could be solved by a healing spell, but with Lockhart's enthusiastic help, he had to stay in the school hospital and take bone reagent to let the bones grow back. Felix shuddered at the thought of the sewer smell of the bone-forming agent. That night, Felix sent away the little witch and prepared to watch a movie to cultivate his sentiment. Dumbledore's phoenix patron flew in from the window. The patron saint appeared in front of him, and Dumbledore's solemn voice came from his mouth. "Felix, come to the professor's common room, there is an emergency." When Felix arrived quickly, many professors had already gathered in this office. It was obvious that they were in a hurry, and some of them were still wearing pajamas. Dumbledore sat at the table solemnly, his eyes half closed, and Professor McGonagall kept rubbing his hands. "What happened?" Felix moved closer to Snape and asked in a low voice. Snape glanced at him first, and then whispered, "The attack has happened again, the second attack." Felix looked terrified. "Who is it?" "Colin Creevey, that ardent admirer of Potter." Felix had no impression of him at all. Professor McGonagall said with a sad expression, "He only enrolled this year and has always admired Harry, yes, he always carries a camera with him." I am very impressed with him. I heard that he has already mailed 3 albums to his home. Oh, my goodness! Felix picked up the broken camera on the table, and a strong burnt smell came upon his face. 10 minutes later, a cheerful voice pushed open the door. Did I miss something? Lockhart, wearing golden pajamas, walked into the room and was slightly surprised. So many people. But his next sentence made the professors glared at him. What he said was, "Aren't everyone having a pajama party? I'm the best at this, I have a lot of experience with it." Lockhart blinked, revealing his iconic grin. Chapter 43, Meeting. Felix found it difficult to understand the Professor Lockhart. He has seen through the nature of this man, a businessman who sells books by making up stories and self-hype. As for magic skills, I have already returned it to the teacher after graduation. The author's routine is to name the protagonist of the story, and also shamelessly use the banner of autobiography to make money. This kind of thing is not uncommon in the Muggle world, but the magical world is not that open, and to a certain extent it can even be said to be quite simple. You said in the book that it was your own adventure, and everyone chose to believe it, and this was suspected of fraud. Once it broke out, it would basically be a ruin. Doesn't he know this? Why do you still jump when you know it? And still performing in front of a group of the best wizards in the British magical world? To be honest, Felix didn't understand it at all. He and Lockhart are completely two kinds of people. Quiet. With Lockhart's arrival, Dumbledore presided over the meeting. The second attack occurred, just an hour ago, and it was also petrified, just like Mrs. Loris. Dumbledore said with a slight weight. But the nature of this time is completely different. The victim is a little wizard, a first-year freshman, which shows his blue eyes looked around oppressively. The secret room was really opened. Hogwarts is facing a crisis. All the professors became solemn. Next, Professor McGonagall recounted the information of the last time the secret room was opened. She pursed her lips and began to tell the story. The secret room was opened once 50 years ago. A student was killed because of this. Her name was Myrtle Elizabeth Warren. Yes, she still remains at Hogwarts as a ghost on campus. However, since then, the secret room has been closed until now. That said, Lockhart couldn't wait to comment. The attack is over? I mean, one student has already been recruited, isn't it? I have seen many similar cases, such as the water monster in Morgan Lake. It appears once every 30 years. Since I gave the residents my self-made amulet, they have never been troubled again. Professor McGonagall's lips tightened. She said in a very rare voice, "I must remind you, Professor Lockhart. Colin Creevey was only petrified, and he did not lose his life." Dumbledore followed McGonagall's words and said, "Yes, none of us knows whether the monsters will attack or whether the consequences are just petrification. If you have any suggestions, you can put them forward." Professor McGonagall said, "I currently arrange prefect inspections. Little wizards are strictly forbidden to go to remote places. For the first and second grade young wizards, they have to queue up and down to get out of class, and try to minimize independent actions." "Very well, Minerva." Dumbledore applauded. Principal Dumbledore, Felix felt it necessary to tell the information he had. "My focus has always been the secret room. Around the secret room, there are 3 key words." He glanced at everyone: unknown monster, heir to Slytherin, the location of the secret room. As long as we know a little bit, we can figure out the truth. Dumbledore closed his long fingers and seemed to be thinking. "Please go on, Felix." "Unknown monster, why don't we think of it from Slytherin? Slytherin's symbol is a snake, maybe this monster is also a snake, so the problem of how it appeared in the castle is also solved with the help of Hogwarts pipeline." Everyone thoughtfully, Snape spoke, and said in his warm and indifferent tone, "Felix, Slytherin may be the symbol of a snake, but this is only because he is a snake-like voice. If you study him a little bit, you will find that he is a master of bloodline research, and the magical bloodline he studied is beyond your imagination. But we can't rule this out, can we? That unknown monster murdered a witch 50 years ago, and 50 years later, all it did was petrify. Snape stared at Philip with his stone-cold eyes. Lex, if I understand correctly, Felix, isn't that the same monster? Felix shook his head. I can't explain this either, so my opinion is for your reference only. He continued, Heir of Slytherin, there are two possibilities I can think of. Active and passive. Perhaps this heir is sober, he knows what he is doing, such as inheriting the will of Slytherin and driving out the little wizards of the Muggle family. But it is also possible that he accidentally acquired the relic of Slytherin and was controlled by it. Dumbledore raised his head. A very insightful view, you have expanded our thinking for us. He is thoughtful. www.readaloud.com. We ignored this in the past. It seems that we need to strengthen the ideological education of the students. Felix's manipulation theory has attracted many professors' discussions. He waited a little bit, and continued, as for the location of the secret room, I don't know. Maybe I can ask about the portrait and ghost of the castle. After a long silence, an elderly professor hesitated and said, I shouldn't have said it, but I think Hogwarts is in a critical period. Any clue is very important. Felix looked at the old professor. His name was Sylvanus Kettleborn. He was the teacher of the magical animal protection class when he was in school, but it is said that he plans to retire. This professor is famous for his love of researching and caring for dangerous creatures. He has set an unprecedented record, and has undergone 62 visits during his tenure at the school. Let Felix comment, it is another version of Hagrid. At this moment, Kate Elbin said, that kid is definitely not a bad person, but I want to say, if he is like me, he made mistakes because of curiosity. He paused, and said a name, Rubbo Hagrid. It's not him, Silva, Dumbledore said firmly. I was a transfiguration teacher at the school. I knew he was innocent, but there is no evidence. Under pressure, Principal Dippet fired him. This is a serious mistake. We did not catch the real culprit. At the end of the meeting, Dumbledore assigned a series of tasks. At present, he can only focus on prevention. In addition to conducting daily inspections, he also called on the little wizards in class not to trust any nonsense about magic items. When Felix went out, he saw Lockhart talking to Dumbledore. The principal's expression is very intriguing. Chapter 44, Influences. On the second day of the weekend, the attack on Colin Creevey spread throughout Hogwarts. This time is different from the last time. After all, it was just a cat, but this time it was a student. If it hadn't been heard that it could be rescued, I'm afraid it would cause widespread panic. On the other hand, the regular inspections of professors and prefects also aggravated everyone's anxiety, although this is a necessary behavior. After the end of the magic text teaching at night, Felix and Hermione briefly talked about some information that could be revealed. The professor at Hogwarts will ensure the safety of the little wizards, and you can publicize it with them. Hermione happily agreed. But, Professor, why do you guess the monster in the secret room is a snake? Hermione asked cautiously. Felix certainly can't tell the truth, he can only tell the little story that Slytherin and the snake have to tell. Slytherin controls a snake to serve him. Of course, after all, he is the most famous snakeman voice known. Felix replied. From the few words left by Ravenclaw, it can be seen that Slytherin has all kinds of snakes around him all year round, driven by him, which made his reputation at that time very loud. Hermione exclaimed, Professor! What do you mean, snake voice can control snakes? Her heart thumped. I am just guessing, after all, the number of snake Laoqiang is too scarce and there are not many sample studies. But since this ability can be inherited, it means that it is not a simple alien language, but contains magic. In the corner of the common room, a violent conflict broke out between the trio. "Harry, I think you should tell Dumbledore or Professor Hypo that you are a snake-like thing." "Don't tell me," Ron retorted without thinking. "Ron, you still don't know the seriousness of the problem." Hermione glared at him angrily. Ron lowered his head and whispered, "Harry, I mean, don't disclose this secret. If you expose the snake-like accent in public, you are done. You will definitely be regarded as the heir of Slytherin. We can just tell Principal Dumbledore and ask him to keep it secret." Hermione argued for reasons. Harry rubbed his forehead, "But it doesn't make much sense, right? You know I'm not the one who opened the secret room, which shows that there is still a snake-like voice hidden in the school. If I was exposed, he would hide deeper." Harry didn't want to reveal his secrets, not only because of his bad reputation in Snake, but also because of some kind of hidden resistance. When he was in the first grade sorting house, the Sorting Hat strongly invited him to enter Slytherin College. Does this indicate anything? And the Sorting Hat sees his essence clearly? Harry said to Hermione, "What's more, we still can't be sure if the monster is a snake, right? Maybe all I heard that day was the babbling of a passing snake," and Professor Hypo admitted it. "You are in the library. After searching for so many days, haven't I found the corresponding snake?" Hermione has nothing to say. Among the materials she found, the closest thing was a creature called a basilisk. Its eyes were lethal, but it couldn't make people petrify. Ron finally said in a mellow voice, "We still have to make the compound soup as soon as possible, and asked Malfoy to ask about it. The elf called Dobby is also weird." In the new week, in addition to calming the little wizard's emotions in class, Felix also reminded him, "Don't trust any talking magical creature unless you can see where its brain is hidden." "Professor, are you talking about the Sorting Hat?" Fred asked one of the twins. "No, it has been tested for 1,000 years, we can trust it enough," Felix said seriously, "but some other things, such as you from the mezzanine of the library, from the abandoned old broomstick, like these accidents, if you find that you can talk to them, you must be careful. They may be extremely dangerous black magic creations. I can cite hundreds of similar examples." In the next half of the class, Felix used real cases in various countries to constantly intimidate these unreliable little wizards. Judging from their expressions, his goal was achieved. In the evening, when the twins told everyone the story they had heard, everyone was fascinated by it. "I never expected Professor Hypo to be so knowledgeable." Fred and George came to the corner of the lounge and said to Ron. He squeezed his eyes and motioned to the depressed Ginny, "Ginny, I still have a lot of stories to tell, if you want to listen, I—" "No need," Ginny said dryly. The twins glanced at each other and began to perform exaggeratedly www.readaloud.com. They imitated a hapless person who had picked up a black magic book, and their eyes grew on the book ever since. Ginny trembled all over her body. "Okay, don't scare Ginny anymore." Hermione took the little girl's hand and said comfortingly, "The professor will protect us, as long as we are not overly curious." Ginny nodded. At noon the next day, Ginny glanced secretly, left the army, and came to a secluded place. She took out a black notebook from her school bag and threw it out forcefully. After the potions class ended in the afternoon, the trio quietly went to the abandoned bathroom to make a compound decoction. "Everything is going well so far." Hermione looked at the color of the potion and announced happily. "Wait." Harry looked at a corner of the bathroom. There seemed to be something there, but it was too dark for him to see clearly. Just about to get closer, suddenly there was the sound of footsteps outside the door. The three of them looked at each other in horror. "Who is there?" Harry shouted. The sound of footsteps ran away quickly. Harry gritted his teeth, opened the door and chased after him. After a while, he came back. "It's Malfoy," he gritted his teeth, "he must have followed us." "Then did he find out?" "I don't know. But it's not safe here anymore." Harry, Ron, and Hermione agreed to change places. This time, they chose an abandoned classroom underground. It's very remote here. The three are very satisfied with the new location. In the evening, a little wizard sneaked to the place where Harry and the others had made the potion, hesitated slightly, and walked into the girls' bathroom. After a while, he walked out and left quickly, with something in his robe. Chapter 45, Guest Psychologist. With the fermentation of the Creevy incident, the little wizards of Hogwarts showed a very unreliable side. They kept the teacher from the teacher and exchanged amulets, exorcism, and other toys to protect themselves. During this time, this practice quickly swept the school. Neville Longbottom bought a big smelly onion, a pointed amethyst and a decaying water newt tail. As a result, the other boys in Gryffindor told him that he was not actually in danger, he was of pure blood, so he would not be attacked. "They attack Filch first," Neville said, his round face full of fear. "Everyone knows that I'm almost a dumb gun." The professors had to make repeated orders in class, repeatedly stressing that these things were completely useless. Among them, Felix has won many fans of Little Wizards with his good reputation and gentle attitude. There are even many lower-grade students coming in admiringly, asking for psychological guidance. "Professor, can I talk to you?" A curly-haired Hufflepuff boy stopped him as he was patrolling the corridor. "Of course." Felix sighed inwardly, the fourth one this week, tired of fame. The two came to a pillar, and the little wizard seemed a little restrained, but Felix had a very high praise rate among the little wizards, which made him calm down quickly. "Professor, I have encountered some difficulties." Felix motioned to him to continue. "My name is Justin Finley and I come from a Muggle family." Felix knew it in his heart. "When I received the admission letter, I was not sure whether to come to Hogwarts, but, well, you know, I was going to Eton College, and my parents graduated from there." Felix agreed. "I've heard of this school, it's quite famous in the Muggle world." "Yes, that's right." Justin was more interested. "But I'm more curious about magic. I convinced them and let me come to Hogwarts." Professor McGonagall's performance frightened them. Felix nodded. Hogwarts has always had the habit of visiting new students from Muggle families. But it must be very interesting to think of the Muggles' expressions when they first saw magic under the materialistic view. Justin continued, "Many things have happened this year, the situation is difficult, everyone is panicked, and many people write letters to their families." "Your parents are worried about you too? Did they temporarily suspend you from school?" Felix asked. No, Professor," Justin said quickly, "I didn't tell the family. I believe Hogwarts will continue, Professor, I like magic. I'm just a little scared, there are many rumors that Harry is the heir to Slytherin. Most of the rumors are unreliable." Felix said quietly, "Do you believe this argument?" "I'm not sure, from logic, Professor, do you know the word logic?" "Great, logically, they just appeared in the wrong place, but I don't know much about magic." "Don't worry, it's not him. I can assure you that the professors have enough insight to distinguish between facts and rumors." Justin was obviously relieved. "Do you have any other questions? Also, Professor, I heard that you are also from Muggle? Are you assigned to Slytherin?" "That's right." "Then you must have been embarrassed by many people? You retaliated severely." I can barely say that." Justin's expression became excited. "Professor, many little wizards, especially wizards from Muggle families, admire you very much. You are their idol. I am now, become the idol of the commoner wizard? Professor, everyone wants to be as brave as you." Sending away this little wizard who was initially shy and then quickly turned to talk, Felix was still a little surprised. After a long while, he smiled lightly, this feeling, not bad. The time came to December. Thanks to the tireless efforts of the professors, the little wizards finally abandoned the unreliable amulet and turned to look for more practical gadgets, such as a sight glass that can spot potential dangers in advance. It is rumored among the girls to carry a small mirror with them and take a photo with the mirror whenever they turn a corner, but this practice was quickly abandoned, and not many people can stick to it. The devil's vine that Felix has raised for a long time is also growing strong and ready to use. There are also the branches of the beating willow. After more than a month of hard work, every inch of it is soaked with Felix's own magic, which makes its surface radiant and still maintains sufficient vitality. Felix tried the effect. He drew out his wand and said, quickly getting smaller. The 7 to 8 meter long branch shrank quickly, turning into a long snake-like shape in the blink of an eye. It's still a bit rough. He kept casting spells, and the branches became smaller and smaller, but the process became more and more difficult. Fortunately, the branches soaked his magic power and did not reject him. With the help of several ancient books, he successfully turned it into a green, flexible string. Without taking a break, he quickly carved dense magic texts on the surface to maintain the effect of magic. Looks pretty good. But then, he got into trouble. According to his idea, he will rely on the beating willow string as the skeleton, and weave unicorn hair into it to form something like a small pocket. But he is stuck in the first step, how to weave them together in a proper way. I know this, my mother and I learned how to knit sweaters. In the end, it was his assistant who provided help. Hermione provided 7 knitting schemes in a row, which made Felix admired. After 3 days of busy work, the little witch did her job brilliantly, and even after getting the permission of Professor Hypoo, she knitted herself a small beaded bag with the leftover material. Beads are also readily available, made by Hermione using chestnut blocks for practicing magic text. Used beads to embellish it because the original materials were insufficient, and she had to compromise. The final semi-finished products are the exquisite men's wallet belonging to Felix and the beaded pouch belonging to Hermione. The remaining work is to carve the magic text circuit, let the devil net move, and mistakenly think that he is still growing, and debugging. It will take about a week or 2. When it's dangerous, you can use magic power to inspire the devil vine to attack. Of course, Felix explained, your beaded pouch is not good enough, and may not be able to hold too many devil vine branches. This is enough for me. Hermione said happily, Professor, can I complete the construction of the magic text by myself? You can't do this yet, but you can help me. On Thursday afternoon, a small group of people gathered around the bulletin board, reading the text on a piece of parchment that had just been nailed on. The words on the top are shining, constantly attracting people's attention. That is Duel Club. Chapter 46, Poor Professor Hypoo. Duel Club. The word has spread throughout Hogwarts in just a few hours. In this special period, learning to protect yourself is simply a pain point for all the little wizards. In addition to the first-year freshmen who are ignorant, any other little wizard in the other grades can shed bitter tears on this topic. Hogwarts is not reliable. Was originally responsible for teaching little wizards to resist danger, the dark arts defense class. Over the years, the water has been very high, but there is still something to learn. By this year, it has been recognized as a drama performance class. Therefore, the little wizards have a fanatical interest in duel clubs that can improve their strength. Simo Finnegan looked excited. They finally thought of starting a duel club. It should have been done long ago. Which professor is in class? Ron squeezed through the crowd, searching constantly on the parchment, as if he wanted to circle the name of 1 or 2 professors. A Ravenclaw girl next to her said, It's not written on it, but I hope it's Professor Flitwick. He was a duel champion when he was young. Professor Hypoo is more powerful. Ron quickly retorted. Since the trip to the Forbidden Forest that night, he has been so confident in Professor Hypoo's abilities that he can slap Snape. President Dumbledore is hard to say, but at least it can be 50-50. Harry wanted to nod subconsciously, but when he caught a glimpse of the talking girl, he stopped moving involuntarily. Chujong noticed Harry's eyes and smiled friendly at him. Harry felt his breathing stop. "What do you mean, Harry?" Ron asked. "What?" Harry got Ron an elbow on the rib, but it didn't hurt at all. He said vaguely, "Oh, yeah, you're right." The little wizards talked a lot, asking each other's opinions. "First party tonight. Man, will you go? I am not opposed to learning some dueling courses, it may come in handy one day. I think we can use it now. Do they think they will fight the Slytherin monster?" Although Ron mumbled, he read the notice with interest. "Harry, what do you think? That girl is really, what did you say?" Harry suddenly woke up. Ron looked at him suspiciously. "Duel, yes, of course I am going." Harry concentrated on reading the words on the parchment this time. By the time dinner was over, most of the table was news about the duel club. Someone vowed to say that at least 3 professors would be responsible for the operation of the entire club, and they would show a high-level unlimited duel. Is said to be very wild. The name Felix Hypo reappeared in the mouths of many girls. His public challenge to a pure-blood family in the 5th grade has also become more and more outrageous. From the original chic and calm, neither humble nor overbearing, to the later grief and helplessness, fight to the death, Professor Hypo's personal image has also changed from a cold and powerful genius wizard to a swiftly rushing towards the spinning windmill with a magic wand. Tragic character. Many lower-grade little witches who have never met Felix hold doll-like magic puppets in their arms, and their eyes are full of tears of sympathy. They said too far. Ron kept holding a piece of potato with his fork, and said dissatisfiedly. It almost destroyed the powerful image of Professor Hypo in his heart. He turned his head, trying to ask for approval, only to see a mist of water in Hermione's eyes. He was really too bitter, in that era. The little witch said very emotionally. "Who? Professor Hypo?" Ron had a question mark on his head. "Are we talking about the same person?" Harry ate dinner with his head sullenly, except for the occasional glance up, without saying a word during the whole process. "Harry, something is wrong with you," Ron said. "I'm fine." "It's not right since you came back," Ron leaned over and asked in a low voice, "Did you hear that voice again?" "No, I'm finished, see you in the common room." Harry quickly left. Halfway, Harry lightly hammered his head. What happened to him? But he heard her friend call her name, Chujong, it sounds so nice. After a while, Ron came back alone. "Where is Hermione?" "I don't know, she said she left beforehand, let us wait for her in the auditorium." Ron shrugged. "By the way, you said, if Professor Hypo came to teach us, what would he teach?" This topic attracted Harry's attention. He quickly passed the scene when Professor Hypo was casting the spell, and the most impressive thing was the Forbidden Forest. He expressed his opinion to Ron. "Harry, that magic is too deep." Ron glanced left and right, and said to him slightly mysteriously, "I asked Fred. No, I didn't say it was Professor Hypo." See, Harry wanted to open his mouth and say something. You read www.yuyuganshu.com, and he quickly added a sentence. They were all asked to keep secret by Professor Hypo and could not tell what happened that night. Apparition is a very dangerous magic, at least we can't learn it until we reach adulthood. Phantom what? Apparition, it can make you disappear from one place and appear in another place at the same time. Harry quickly remembered the name of the magic. Professor Hypo's performance in the Forbidden Forest that night gave him a great shock, but he thought it was the professor's exclusive magic. Furthermore, I have learned that this magic is used to hurry. Few people can use it repeatedly in a short period of time. A little carelessness will cause the result of splitting. Separate. For example, your head flew away, and your body was still in place. Ron explained slightly exaggeratedly, not to mention, you have to cast spells while moving. Honestly, when I talked with Fred, he thought I was telling a joke. Harry ignored the danger in Ron's mouth and looked fascinated. Ancient Magic Text Office. You mean the Duel Club? Felix asked with interest. Yes, the bulletin boards are all posted. It's in the auditorium at 8 o'clock tonight. Professor, don't you know? Felix shook his head. Hermione's expression was rather disappointed. Immediately she said goodbye, and after a few steps out, she suddenly turned around, clenched her fist, and encouraged him with a blushing face, Professor, we all think you are a very good wizard. I read a sentence from the book, the suffering of youth is nothing, it will only become the driving force for you to move forward. A lifetime is still very long, come on. Watching her run away, Felix had a question mark on her face. Chapter 47, Farce. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the school auditorium. The long dining table disappeared. In the center of the auditorium is a square gilded stage temporarily built up, and the edge of the stage is a 3-step wooden step. Hundreds of candles float in the air, adorn the center of the auditorium beautifully. Harry and Ron hurriedly returned to the auditorium. Almost all the students in the school came, crowded and huddled together, they were discussing in full swing. The two squeezed forward along the gap in the crowd. Harry accidentally touched the toed glasses of a first-year witch, and he quickly apologized, I'm sorry. The witch took the glasses and put them on her forehead again, humming softly, Harry did not hear clearly. The two came to Gryffindor's little wizarding district, Seamus, Dean, and Neville were all there. Hey! Harry, this way! They breathed a sigh of relief, there are so many people here. Navi Longbottom's round face turned round, it's almost all here. It seems that everyone is curious about the duel. At this time, Hermione came from the other direction to meet, she still had a newspaper in her hand. You came a bit late, where did you go? Harry asked, curling his neck and looking out the corridor. I went to Professor Hypa first, and ran into Professor McGonagall on the way back. Something? Ron asked casually. Before she could answer, he suddenly let out a heavy sigh. There were many little wizards who acted like him. They saw Guidrolo in a gorgeous purple robe. Professor Hart strode into the auditorium. Next to him was a serious-faced Severus Snape. The contrast between the two was simply brilliant. The former was passionate, the latter was low and solemn, the former was brightly dressed, and the latter was completely dark. Harry let out a groan, and the two professors he hated the most were coming to teach him a duel lesson. Just like Professor Lockhart's handsome speech at the opening of the Peacock, he first described in 10 minutes how he worked hard to persuade Dumbledore to give everyone the opportunity to learn how to protect themselves, unavoidably interspersed with familiar ones. The link of self-boosting and book-buying advice, they have been immune to this set of rhetoric. In the last 30 seconds, Lockhart introduced the assistant Professor Snape. Professor Snape himself knows a thing or two about duels. He generously agreed to assist me in a small demonstration before class, but don't worry, I will return your potions, Professor, to you in good condition. He grinned. Snape curled his upper lip and pulled out a polite smile, making Harry feel cold. If Snape smiled at him that way, he would have slipped away. During this time, the school doctor Madame Pomfrey stood impatiently on the edge of the field, carrying a white medicine box with her, and Professor Felix Hypa quietly appeared in the corner of the auditorium. He was quite interested in this so-called dual course, and there were some thoughts deep in his heart, so he decided to come and take a look. If Professor Lockhart messes up, maybe he can take over. Based on his knowledge of the professor, a car rollover is a high probability event. This was a temptation to subconsciously feel dissatisfied with the mediocrity and chaos of the magical world and Hogwarts, but to be cautious, he decided to wait and see. The duel course officially began. In less than 3 minutes, Felix looked at Professor Lockhart, who was hit by the disarming curse with twitching eyes. He stood up in embarrassment, tearing a long hole in his gorgeous purple robe. The dishes are still yours, but can you be a little self-aware? Professor Lockhart was supported by several little wizards. he staggered back to the center of the stage. "Okay, everyone see." His wavy curly hair stood upright under the effect of the curse, and it looked quite funny, but the funny thing is what he said next. "This is the application of the disarming spell. I hope my demonstration just now impressed you." He glanced at Snape. "But don't mind if I say that. Your intention just now is obvious. If I want to, there is no need to stop you. But the little wizards need to increase their knowledge, so let them see." Lockhart couldn't continue, and Snape was looking at him murderously. Lockhart changed the subject wisely and took the course to the next stage. Without any specific teaching, he pulled out a dozen pairs of little wizards and asked them to stand in small grids on the stage. "This is the end of the demonstration time. Let me see what you have learned, Professor Snape, if you are willing to help me." Then there was a bad battle. Lockhart wanted to get rid of Snape's head-on or specific magic teaching, so he shifted his task to commenting and guiding, but he looked at Hogwarts highly. The level of spell casting and discipline of the little wizards. Especially Snape arranged for his own academy to team up with the little lions, consciously or unconsciously. It would be weird not to fight. Although Lockhart has repeatedly emphasized that he can only use the disarming spell, the little wizard has never learned it, if not counting Lockhart's just demonstration. So after the two sides blushed and chanted invalid spells several times, various small evil spells that were popular among the student groups appeared. From the perspective of Felix, Harry and Malfoy are barely interesting, but they basically don't have the concept of duel. They use a turn-based system. You have a grin and I am a tower. Lantella dance, the rest of the time is dry watching. The remaining little wizards, Neville and Justin, both fell to the ground, panting. If he read it right, www.readaloud.com, they did not release a spell from beginning to end. Ron grabbed the grey-faced Seamus and apologized again and again. His wand was still spraying green smoke. And the group of their own assistants, they lost their wands a long time ago, and they were fighting with each other. The Slytherin girl had the upper hand with a huge size advantage. Her arms caught Hermione's head, but Hermione was also one hand stubbornly grabbed the opposite hair. "Oh my God, my God!" Lockhart screamed, but he had no effect on the situation on the court. Felix had to cross the crowd, swaying a dozen spells with his wand, separating the little wizards. "Professor Hypoo!" Lockhart was a little flustered and hesitant, but soon his mind was attracted by the miserable situation of the little wizards. "Miss Fawcett, pinch it hard, the blood will stop right away. Bout, your nose is broken," and Ernie. Madame Pomfrey stepped onto the stage and pulled Lockhart away. This outstanding school doctor quickly cast a spell and poured various potions into the mouths of the little wizards. "Dumbledore shouldn't have approved, it's ridiculous, totally disqualified." Simo took a sip of the green stuff, his face turned greener, and finally he hiccuped and expelled a cloud of green gas. "Let the little wizard engage in dangerous activities, and lose the face of the professor." Pomfrey kept muttering, but she quickly solved the trouble. Within 5 minutes, the little wizard stood up again. Lockhart looked a little overwhelmed. "Well, He was stunned for a few seconds. "Let us thank Madame Pomfrey for her efforts. She is a powerful support staff for our dual course. Of course, there is also Hypoo. Professor." He took a peek at Felix. He was standing on the stage and had no plans to go down. Chapter 48, Exhibition Match. "Then," Lockhart stammered slightly, "I think it's best to teach you how to stop unfriendly magic. Yes, unfriendly, just like the personal experience I wrote in my book. That way. Please voluntarily come up with a couple. Longbottom and Finley, how are you?" "Professor Hypoo, Professor Snape, we better leave the stage to them." Felix played with his wand casually. "A good suggestion, Professor Lockhart. But before that, I think it is necessary to let the little wizards understand what a real duel is like, even if it is a performance." "Duel?" Lockhart's expression was dull for a moment. He looked around and found that the little wizards in the audience were very interested in it, and he couldn't speak. "Professor Snape, what do you think?" Felix asked Snape, who had been silent. The potions professor looked at him with a deep and unexpected gaze. He grinned and pulled out a smile. "Are you going to duel with me, Felix? It's just an exhibition game." Neither of them took Lockhart into consideration. Snape took a deep look at him, did not say much, and drew out his wand neatly. Lockhart, awkwardly aside, suddenly realized that he had escaped from the center of the vortex miraculously, and his face became enthusiastic again. "It seems that our course will temporarily add a duel. Let us welcome the two professors." The applause from the audience rose up this time, and Ron happily said to Harry, "Honestly, I've been waiting for this day for too long." "Do you think Snape will be hospitalized?" As Professor Hypo's power fan, he naturally stands on Felix's side. "It's just an exhibition match," Hermione emphasized, but she still jumped up and down on her tiptoe. Lockhart stepped back to the edge of the stage and imposed a sound loud for himself thanks to the signing of the speech. He was quite proficient in this spell. Let me comment on it for everyone below. Although this is just an exhibition match, the real duel is not like this. You need to be more keenly aware of the danger in advance. For more details on this, please see my published work. Lockhart talked eloquently, but it's still very good for you. Bow down. However, neither of the two on the court paid any attention to him, and instead chatted a few words with each other. "Felix, what do you want to do?" "Professor, I just came here to take a look and help me by the way. Don't lie to me." The two were very close, which made this conversation only audible to each other. "Is it because the professor is proficient in psychic theory?" Felix joked. Snape snorted. In his eyes, this former student had a strong purpose in doing things, and his current behavior is of course classified as Felix's first step in preparing to seize power. The two bowed, each took 7 steps backwards, turned to look at each other, and held their wands to their chests at the same time. As you can see, the two professors held their wands in a normal dueling posture. Lockhart performed his narration duties. This is one of the 3 common dueling postures. Next, I will count to 3. They will cast the first magic. The students underheld their breath, and Lockhart's demonstration was completely 2 atmospheres. 1, 2. Snape won't be killed in a second, right? Ron shouted excitedly. "I don't think so." "Oh my god." Hermione just wanted to say that Professor Hypo admired Snape, but she was quickly taken aback by the dazzling scene on stage. 3. Snape shouted, "Accept your weapon." A dazzling red light flashed, and the curse quickly flew in front of Felix. Felix turned his wand and smoothly released an iron armor curse. The invisible magic barrier stood in front of him, flicking Snape's spell flying, and then he gently shook his wrist, and the magic barrier emitted a dazzling white light toward the front. Flew quickly. Snape issued 2 spells in a row before breaking Felix's iron armor curse, and the magic barrier quickly dissipated. However, the white light of the iron armor curse obscured Snape's vision. When he subconsciously deflected a position, years of habit saved him once. 3 dim black lights passed by him, and the nearest one was almost close to him. Nose. All this happened between the rabbit's ups and downs, from Snape's strong first hand to Felix's defensive counterattack, and with the help of white light cover to quickly release 3 spells to sneak attack, less than 3 seconds. Lockhart. Little wizards. The duel was still going on, and Snape didn't dare to take it lightly. He hadn't done it for almost 10 years. Although he hadn't given up on magic exploration, his main energy was still on potion improvement. However, he was quickly picking up his previous combat experience, and after several quite thrilling operations, he finally started a counterattack. The spells of the two kept flying around, but they both had a tacit understanding and did not accidentally hurt the students. Various defensive spells, offensive spells, and disarming spells cut through the air and made a sharp howling sound. The distance between the two of them sometimes quickly narrowed and sometimes moved away, and their feet kept moving slightly. Lockhart wisely jumped off the stage after wiping his hair with a curse, but he still commented loudly, "The duel is a bit fierce, do you see their steps? Move, move, don't stand stupidly. Land." Lockhart still has 2 brushes, at least he is very eloquent. Through his explanations, many little wizards suddenly realized that it was to save him a little image. But Snape sneered at this. He quickly picked up a spell and fought back with a gap. He felt that the power of Felix's spell was gradually strengthening, which made him more and more pressured. "Damn, this kid is putting pressure on me. How do you feel that Professor Hypa's spell is getting thicker?" Even many little wizards have noticed this, but based on their insights, they can only judge the strength of the spell from the appearance. Snape's wand trembled violently, an enhanced version of the armor body was blocked in front of him, and 2 hot red lights hit it, making a boom sound, and the magic barrier was torn open. Amazing magic skills! There was already a trace of sweat on Snape's face. www.readaloud.com. The little wizards in the audience were dazzled, and they realized for the first time that the so-called duel is not enough to cast spells face to face. The casting speed, timing, defensive methods, pace, consciousness, there are too many doorways in it. But they don't know, neither of them used their full strength. Felix slightly eased his head to avoid a red glow, and used this short gap to turn his wand to cast a spell, quickly assessing the limits of the potion professor in his heart. Professor Snape's strength shouldn't be so. In the next second, Felix's heart suddenly became vigilant. He threw out 3 iron armor curses one after another, letting it fly far away, blocking the only way. A powerful scarlet spell struck the air, quickly passed the first and second barriers, and then rushed to the third barrier. The little wizard's eyes widened. They might not be able to judge the strength of the spell, but Snape's spell left a burning track in midair and pierced the armor barrier in one fell swoop. They could see clearly. Boom! A fierce roar resounded through the auditorium. Felix's third iron armor curse took effect, bounce off Snape's surprisingly powerful curse. He smelled a hint of black magic. Incorporating the characteristics of black magic into the disarming spell, "Professor, you are really beyond my expectation. Do you have a stronger spell? Do you want to come back?" Snape was far less relaxed than imagined. He did hide some spells, but they were all black magic and could not be used in public, and seeing Felix's performance, even if they were used, the effect was not great. "He has surpassed me." Snape had never realized this so sharply. Chapter 49, Exposed. The two stopped casting spells at the same time quite tacitly. Wonderful! Evenly matched battle. Lockhart's voice appeared at the right time. "Have you seen? How tacit understanding they are. I bet the 2 professors must often practice spells together in private, 2 cunning guys." Snape's face was so dark that he walked off the stage without saying a word. But he did not leave either, but stood in the shadows. The fight between the 2 is not so much a duel as a temptation. He did hide a few dark magics, but they were learned from the Dark Lord. He hasn't used them since that incident, so it doesn't make much sense. And Felix, what about his ancient magic? What about alchemical products? What about black magic? In the duel, his magical power has been continuously strengthened, until the end of the duel. Will that be his limit? Snape tried to give a description of Felix's strength, but he found that he could not see clearly. Felix walked off the stage calmly, the crowd voluntarily yielded away, and the little wizards looked around in awe between Snape and Felix. From the eyes of the little wizards, this duel is evenly divided. Although Professor Hypa was very calm as a whole, didn't Snape also pierce 2 iron armor spells with one spell? That is the strongest defensive magic known to most little wizards. Snape is so strong. Ron was obviously taken aback. Professor Hypo admires Snape very much. Hermione whispered, she was a little worried. If they want to complete the compound decoction, they will probably break into Snape's private collection room. If they are caught. Harry didn't speak. The duel just made his blood boil. He wanted to replace any of them. But he realized that he might be able to see every spell clearly, but in a different place, he might not even be able to hide the first magic. At this time, Professor Lockhart returned to the center of the stage. He vigorously delivered a speech. It looks like the exhibition match just now worked pretty well. I think you can't wait to think, oh my god, I want to cast the spell as smoothly as the three professors. But don't be too high, you are still far from this height. Ron mumbled underneath. Harry didn't hear him clearly, but he intuitively thought it was Professor Lockhart's words, because his thoughts were similar. Next, we will select 2 representatives according to the predetermined plan and show them to everyone. What I just said, how about Longbottom and Finley? I don't think this is right, Professor Lockhart. Snape regained his calm. He quickly walked up the steps, his robe fluttered, like a bat sliding across the stage. Even the simplest spell used by Longbottom can cause unexpected damage. If you let him come up. Snape's gaze was rather cold, and his gaze swept across Felix. We can only hit Finley's wreckage. It's in a matchbox. The Slytherin student laughed. How about Malfoy and Potter? Excellent. Lockhart agreed quickly, no matter what Snape's proposal was, he would agree to it. He motioned Harry and Malfoy to the center of the stage. Watching Snape and Malfoy whispering, Harry first glanced at Professor Hypo, who didn't know what he was thinking on the other side of the stage. He could only turn his head and look at Lockhart. Professor, you can ask, do I demonstrate the use of the disarming spell once? Lockhart. He leaned over, next to Harry, paused for 10 seconds, then straightened up, patted his shoulder and said, just do what I said. What? Harry asked in amazement, but he found that Malfoy was standing opposite. 1, 2, 3 start! Lockhart yelled quickly. Oolong out of the hole! Malfoy yelled, his wand exploded, and a cloud of black smoke quickly turned into a long black snake. The black snake slammed on the floor with a boom, and it swam around its body, constantly approaching Harry. The little wizards clinging to the stage screamed back and made part of the empty space. Felix glanced, and then lost interest, just a simple curse. Snape drew out his wand lazily. Don't move, Potter. Seeing Potter's expression, he felt very happy, and the bad mood that had just been hit by Felix miraculously improved a lot. At this time, Lockhart saw the opportunity, and he thought he had to do something to restore the situation. So he stood up and shouted, let me come, I will solve this trouble. But then he found Harry's eyes more horrified. Lockhart's spell casting meant trouble. This was Harry's simple cognition in just a few months, as evidenced by the bones he had taken away from the Quidditch arena. Sure enough, Lockhart hit the black snake with a powerful spell, and the entire auditorium made a loud bang. The black snake not only did not disappear, but quickly expanded and turned into a large python. And this big python became mad as if it had been hit by hormones. It raised its head high, exposed its fangs, and assumed an offensive posture. Felix and Snape raised their wands at the same time. However, in the next second, a creepy voice came. It was a hissing sound like a snake, but it was even more terrifying and unbearable. Upside down. The two turned their heads at the same time. You read www.ucansha.com and looked at the little wizard who spoke strange language, Harry Potter. The black snake swayed and twisted its body as if cramped. It looked more and more ferocious, but it quickly collapsed on the ground and smashed the floor into a big hole, almost taking Justin in front of it in a wave. Although Harry still didn't know the situation, he knew that he had prevented the black snake from attacking, so he smiled brightly at Justin. But he soon realized that something was not quite right, and the auditorium fell silent. Everyone's eyes became very strange. Justin trembling all over, he shouted, "What are you doing?" He ran out of the auditorium quickly like a frightened rabbit. Snape stepped forward and turned the paralyzed black snake into a plume of black smoke. His eyes also became extremely deep, and there was so much in it that Harry couldn't understand it. The crowd began to whisper, pointing at him, "This is never a good thing," and Harry was chilly. Just then, he noticed that someone was pulling the back of his clothes. "Let's go," Ron whispered, "quickly go." "But, why?" "Stop asking, Harry, let's go first." Ron and Hermione almost dragged Harry out of the auditorium. The crowd voluntarily backed down to both sides, and when they walked out of the auditorium, the noise behind them suddenly exploded. Felix stopped in place. Fragments of the recent period of time continue to emerge. Snake Lao Qiang. Harry Potter turned out to be a snake-like voice. The things she couldn't figured out in the past were smoothed out one by one. Hermione stopped talking several times and asked him about the babble that other wizards couldn't hear. After the attack, she became particularly interested in snake magic creatures. Chapter 50, I Want to Learn Snake Voice. The three people walked out of the auditorium and followed a stone path in front of the door to a clearing. After 9 o'clock in the evening, the sky was completely dark. "What the is going on? Why are your attitudes so strange?" Harry freed their arms and asked angrily. Ron glanced at him. "Harry, you are exposed." "What?" Harry choked suddenly, and his internal organs were caught in great fear. "You mean, it's a snake-like thing? We heard you just talking to the snake, in another language." Ron's words made his heart fall continuously, and he desperately tried to find a reason for himself, "But, I am to save Justin's life. If it weren't for me to tell the snake not to attack him." "Is that what you meant?" Ron interrupted him. "Of course. You are also here. Man, your expression is a little scary, like you are giving it an order to encourage it to continue to attack or something." Hermione said sadly, "Harry, I think, the possible reason is that Snakeman looks very evil." Your voice at the time was a hoarse hiss with a terrifying echo. "Listen, it's creepy." Professor Hypa said that Slytherin also used the snake mouth talent to manipulate snakes without hesitation and let them serve him, so in the eyes of others, he is the image of a dark wizard. On the other side, Felix approached Dumbledore at a later date, and the two talked for a long time. "Felix, your sharpness surprised me. I will inform the portraits of the castle and the professors to work hard for a while. When the Christmas holidays, most of the little wizards will go home. At that time, the castle will be vacant. A full search can be carried out." "Dumbledore, have you ever considered the question of snake voice?" "Yes, maybe snake voice is the key to opening the secret room, but I think you can do it, Felix." "Of course. But, about the fighting club?" Dumbledore was non-committal. "If Professor Lockhart doesn't object, I have no opinion." "Lockhart will object. The duel club is already his." Felix got up with satisfaction, took a few steps. He stopped suddenly. "IMHO, Principal Dumbledore, haven't you considered telling Harry Potter directly? He and his friends have been chasing the secret room all the time." "Clue?" Dumbledore fell into silence. "I'm not sure yet, Felix. Harry's serpentine voice reminds me of something, and I have to figure it out." That night, Harry turned over and couldn't fall asleep. Through the gaps in the curtains, he watched the snowflakes drifting across the castle windows, feeling blank. He once again remembered the Sorting Hat's suggestion to him. "I belong to Gryffindor," he said to himself emphatically. Harry thought that this day was the second most difficult day of the school year. The first was the day Ron received the roaring letter from Mrs. Weasley, but he found out that he was wrong. The next morning, the news spread throughout Hogwarts. Everyone looked at him strangely. As if in the next second, he would suddenly open his mouth full of fangs and bite off their heads in one bite. For most of the afternoon, Harry hid in the underground abandoned classroom, watching Hermione make the compound soup with Ron. Harry watched as Hermione threw bunches of amphoras into the cauldron. He suddenly remembered something. Hermione, yesterday you said Professor McGonagall was looking for you, what's the matter? Ron raised his head and stopped dozing off. Hermione's expression suddenly came alive, and she happily announced, "My paper has finally been published." Harry almost forgot about this incident. He was expecting it originally, but more than 3 months passed and the thesis was completely emptied from his mind. "It's really weird that it took so long to publish," Ron said. "That's because it took me more than 2 months to revise the paper, not to mention the time for review. They sent me a manuscript acceptance letter yesterday, a copy of the Daily Prophet, and a copy. The sample issue of Who Determines the Ancient Magic Texts forwarded by Professor McGonagall." The little witch was in a good mood. She pierced some leeches directly into the bottom of the pot and kept stirring. "How are 2 newspapers?" Ron asked, puzzled. The text of the paper was in the Who Determines the Ancient Magic Text magazine, but the Daily Prophet also reported this. Hermione squinted her eyes and said, she was very satisfied. Both the Daily Prophet and Who Will Determine the Ancient Magic Text were carefully collected by her, and she prepared to take them home during the summer vacation. After Friday, it finally came to the weekend. On Saturday morning, the trio hid in a corner of the common room. Harry's mood became more irritable. He felt that everyone passing by him would look at him deliberately, and even his voice would suddenly drop. But the attitude of the little wizards of Gryffindor is really not bad. Harry now walks out and can have the effect of clearing a corridor. Its deterrence is comparable to that of the castle administrator Mr. Filch. This gentleman has been petrified because his cat is petrified, so he recently adopted a different strategy from the past, hiding in the shadows, waiting for the prohibited little wizard to deliver him by himself. Relying on his familiarity with the castle, he caught 3 couples in a row who violated the prohibition and went into hiding for dating, making the little wizards of Hogwarts frightened. Nearly noon, Professor McGonagall came to collect a list of students who stayed at school for Christmas. She would do this every year in the 2nd week of December. The 3 people found Malfoy's name on it, and they unanimously chose to stay in school. After Professor McGonagall left, Harry and Ron played wizard chess boringly, sighing from time to time. Just when Hermione couldn't help but say something, an owl flew in and landed on her shoulder. Hermione opened the letter on the owl's leg. It was a sticky note. "It's a letter from Professor Hypoo." She looked up at Harry and Ron, and said in a weird tone, "He invited Harry to his office with me tonight and said there was something important." Harry was dumbfounded. 7 o'clock in the evening. The 3 of them walked towards the ancient magic office, and Ron suddenly asked, "Can I go too?" "I mean, Professor Hypoo was looking for Harry." "You have asked it the 3rd time. Professor Hypoo mentioned you and said that if you are interested, he would be very welcome," Hermione said impatiently. The 3 of them stood at the door. She knocked on the door, and then pushed in. Professor Hypoo was leaning on the table looking at a book, with a rare ironic smile on his face. This kind of expression is not common. www.readaloud.com. Hermione quickly glanced at the title of the book, Amando Dupit, See or Idiot. The author is Rita Skeeter. The little witch discovered that there was a copy of the Daily Prophet beside the table. A photo of Principal Dumbledore was on the front page with the headline titled Dumbledore's Great Mistake. Her curiosity was immediately hooked, but Professor Hypoo pressed the book onto the newspaper. "Hermione." "Professor Hypoo, good evening." Harry greeted stiffly. "Come on, you 3, please sit down." Felix was sitting on a sofa, opposite 3 little wizards. "Professor, is there anything you want me to do?" Harry was nervous. "Don't talk about snake talk, don't talk about snake talk." "Harry, you are a snake-like voice." "Harry." "Professor, I swear, I was not the one who opened the secret room. There is another snake tongue in the castle." He is the heir to Slytherin! Harry yelled excitedly, and he almost burst into compound decoction and marl. Blessed thing! Calm down, Felix summoned 3 glasses of orange juice with his wand. No one said you opened the secret room. Then you find me. Harry was a little puzzled, but Professor Hypo on the opposite side motioned for the orange juice floating in front of him, so he took a sip from the glass. Hermione and Ron also sipped them. The purpose of my looking for you is very simple. I want to learn your snake tongue. Puff. Ahem. Cough. Professor, what did you say? Harry felt incredible. If he could get rid of his snake-like talent, he was willing to pay any price. But now, some people take the initiative to learn the snake and guy style. Chapter 51, Persuasion and Research. The prejudice of the human mind is a big mountain, Harry. When Harry walked out of the ancient magic text office dazedly, his heart was still echoing what Professor Hypo said to him. 2 hours ago, he tried to dispel the professor's terrible thoughts, but 2 hours later, he was already holding a scroll of magic and began to think about how to translate the evil language of Snake Guy. He even thought that he was benefiting the entire magical world. Harry, I think Professor Hypo's point of view is good. A person's talent is not important, what matters is what kind of person he chooses to be. As the person who listened to the whole conversation, Ron quoted Professor Hypo a sentence. What's more, Professor Hypo's gift is also very generous. Ron added. He looked at a magic puppet in Harry's hand with envious eyes. It was a magic puppet with ice blue hair. This is also the price Professor Hypo paid in the entire transaction, one of the most advanced magic puppets in his private collection. According to Professor Hypo, this puppet can easily defeat a 7th grade graduate. Harry's memory goes back to 2 hours ago. Harry, we always label others and unfamiliar things easily, but as long as we understand a little bit, we will find that this approach is quite one-sided. For example, Principal Armando Dupit, who is doing this on duty. There are a lot of facts, but what people can remember is only some absurd rumors, which have been distorted by those who are interested. Professor Hypo puts Armando Dupit, sea water or an idiot, on the table. Summoned over, the book Wailala turned to the middle page, and the 3 of them could see the content on it. Principal Dupit improved the Hogwarts school rules and abolished most of the corporal punishment. At the same time, he also rejected the Dark Lord's job application, freeing Hogwarts students from his influence. This is ordinary people's opinion, but is this really the case? With the idea of exploring the truth, the author sees a completely different logic from it. It is a covered-up piece of history, full of political filth. Felix said calmly, this book, full of lies and distorted facts, has been on the bestseller list for a long time. Harry was full of hatred for this woman named Rita Skeeter, and at the same time empathized with the experience of Principal Dupit. They were all misunderstood, except that he was because of the snake tongue. Out of a certain hatred of the enemy, he quickly agreed to Professor Hypo's proposal. So Professor Hypo threw him a dictionary and asked him to translate it. Ron and Hermione watched curiously. After the initial shock, they became very interested in the incident itself. In Ron's words, this is the process of uncovering the snake tongue. We're witnessing history. But the process was not easy. Harry turned to the first page of the dictionary, and after holding back for a long time, he couldn't say a word. Professor, I can't do it. Felix thought for a while. You are not proficient in the vibe, maybe you lack direct stimulation. He waved his wand and applied a detection feedback magic on the magic dictionary. The effect is that when someone is reading this book, they will feel that they are facing the face of a snake. Now Harry quickly entered the state. After skipping the first and second useless words, he made a hoarse, gloomy voice, which frightened Ron and Hermione next to him. This sound is too evil. Ron shivered, cold all over. This is serious magic research, Ron. Hermione was also very frightened. Which word is it? Felix asked. Harry pointed to the third word in the dictionary. This is it, away. How many sounds can you make on this page? Harry tried again, moving his fingers across the dictionary, allowing the other three to judge his progress. But then, Harry was either suffocated and unable to speak, or normal English words popped out of his mouth. Ron reminded him more than once, "Harry, what you are talking about is human and Harry, we can understand." Until the last word on this page, Harry finally said it in a snake-like voice. "This word is eat," he said excitedly. "I am familiar with this word, I heard it on Halloween." Felix's finger rested on his chin, that is to say, one page, to be precise. There are 23 words on the left and right pages, and only 2 can be transformed into snake language. "Professor, what does this mean?" Harry asked. "Ah, the language of animals is always not as rich as that of humans, and it is also very vague. For example, the concept of eating, we have more than a dozen words with similar meanings, which are very rare in the languages of other intelligent creatures." Felix thought for a while. "Let's pause first, I need to make some changes to the dictionary." The three people followed Professor Hypa to the workbench. It was a very wide concave table with a smooth wooden pattern on the surface, which was also waxed. In Harry's perspective, Professor Hypa tapped a little bit on the dictionary with a magic wand, and the tip of the stick glowed in various colors. The professor was silent from time to time, sometimes chanting words. After 10 minutes, he stopped. "Professor." Harry just wanted to ask him what he did, and he opened his mouth wide. The words in the dictionary suddenly came alive. "Is completely literal." The surface of the pale yellow page is rippling with water-like ripples, and the title of each entry begins to twist, as if it has hands and feet. Then they struggled free from the dictionary and appeared in the three-dimensional world. Next, the dictionary flipped through the pages, one by one the title words were thrown out. They fell on the surface of the workbench, and the black hollow lines shook and bounced. In less than a minute, the number reached several thousand. This scene was extremely shocking, and the two-dimensional plane suddenly came to the real world. "Professor, am I dreaming?" Harry asked foolishly. "This is magic," Felix said calmly. Hermione's eyes burst with a strong brilliance. "This is magic." She has always believed that magic is a concrete thing, such as a curse, a potion, or a moving portrait, but Professor Hypa told her with practical actions that magic can be it's far more than that. Magic is unknown, there are many possibilities. Felix glanced with satisfaction at the army of words in front of him. www.readaloud.com. They were temporarily activated. He shook his wand violently, and the suitcase in the corner opened with a bang and flew from inside. "Take out sheets of parchment." Felix held up his wand and drew a circle so that they were connected end to end. These parchment papers were glued together under the effect of magic. Then, Felix's wand hit the desk, and the words on the workbench were melted into the parchment, and words appeared on it, and they were clearly arranged in an orderly manner. When all this is over, the long parchment, or parchment roll, rolls itself up and becomes a magic scroll. Pattern. It fell on the workbench. "Here you are, Harry, fortunately I know a lot of unpopular magic." Felix smiled. "How do you use this, Professor?" "It can store your snake language pronunciation, of course. You need to tap the corresponding content with your magic wand before using it. Moreover, I also excluded some English vocabulary. You know, there are tens of thousands of words in the dictionary, but there are many things it's useless at all." So in the remaining time, Harry unrolled the scroll and translated word by word. This time the translation progress was much faster. Throughout the office, a hoarse, gloomy voice will be heard every tens of seconds. And Ron and Hermione also went from the initial discomfort to habit and then to numbness, less than an hour before and after. At 9 o'clock, Professor Hypa sent the three out. "Harry, you can usually find a place where no one is to record it. If you encounter any problems, please come to me." Then he said to Hermione, "Tomorrow's magic text study is temporarily cancelled, I have something to deal with temporarily. I'm going to meet someone," the professor said. Chapter 52, Lies and Truth. The next day, weekend morning. Harry and Ron staggered out of the bedroom and saw Hermione sitting in a chair in the lounge. As soon as the two of them sat next to her, they saw Hermione snap a newspaper on the table. "I knew it," the little witch said angrily. Harry and Ron woke up suddenly. They looked at each other, and Harry asked, "What happened, Hermione? Remember the book that the professor showed us?" Regarding the book of President Diepeter, there was a copy of Daily Prophet on Professor Hypo's desk at the time. "I felt something was wrong. I found it this morning. The newspapers of the last few days, that woman, Rita Skeeter. How dare she slander Principal Dumbledore?" Hermione trembled with anger. Harry quickly picked up the newspaper. Ron sat down beside him and poked his head over. "That was yesterday's Daily Prophet. The most striking thing is the photo of Dumbledore looking up with his white hair. From the perspective of the shooting effect, it looks old and shameful. The headline name is Dumbledore. Leto's big mistake." Harry felt bad, and he quickly read. "Our newspaper special correspondent Rita Skeeter reports that the school principal at Hogwarts, the weird Albus Dumbledore, has always been a very controversial wizard. As recognized as the greatest contemporary wizard, Dumbledore has been hiding in the Hogwarts castle since he defeated the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945, and rarely appeared in the public eye. Everyone is full of praise for this, thinking that he is guarding the hope of the British magical world, and constantly sending all kinds of magical talents to the magical world, but is the truth really like this?" The author recently received letters from some parents of students saying that there had been appalling attacks in the school, and the murderer has not been found. Mrs. Farian of Top Hill wrote this: "My child trembles at school every day for fear of suffering. Life is threatening and the professors are helpless and do nothing. I have to send my children home for Christmas." The author found the parent who cared about the child with a feeling of excitement, and interviewed her. The incident was far more serious than imagined. It was not the first time the attack occurred. The attack had already occurred more than a month ago. "Yes. It's just that the victim was a cat, but the news was tightly sealed. In order to reduce the impact and avoid being discovered and attacked by the outside world, this principal did not hesitate to fabricate a sensational lie. He pushed all this to the Hogwarts Millennium Legend, the Slytherin secret room. The funny thing is that he did something similar 50 years ago, when the principal was still a professor of transformation. During this time, a poor Ravenclaw witch died. Hogwarts was arrested for a while. The suspect stayed there, but Dumbledore had a huge influence on Armando Dippet, who was the principal at the time. Under his mediation, the matter was eventually settled, and the suspect was only expelled from the school. 3 days before the author wrote this article, 2 weeks have passed since the second student attack, but the outside world knows nothing about it, and the murderer is still at large. We have to worry about this. The omnipotent Deng Blido, is it really old? The author will follow up and report on this matter and give you the truth. In the next issue, we will start with the principal's work and reveal a more realistic image of Dumbledore for everyone. This is the end of the text, but at the bottom of the page, there is a small line of text, which is a preview of the next report, and it says: Dumbledore has always dared to hire controversial faculty members, such as this year's Guydro Lockhart and Felix Hoop, but are these two really suitable? Let's wait and see. Welcome insiders to break the news. Contact Rita Skeeter, the gold medal editor of the Daily Prophet, author of 12 best-selling books, best-selling record holder. How could she say that to Dumbledore? Harry said very angrily. There is also the secret room, what we saw with our own eyes. How could it be a lie? Rita Skeeter can't believe a word of this woman. She often fabricates celebrity gossip rumors. Ron said knowledgeably. The news that she and Lockhart had a fight in the newspaper a few years ago made a special noise. My mother hates her very much. It seems we already know what this woman is. Hermione said mockingly. Ron picked up the newspaper. Have you noticed that this woman actually wants to do a series of reports? The next issue is about Professor Lockhart and Professor Hypoo. How would she arrange them? Hermione said helplessly. Principal Dumbledore is portrayed by her as a conspirator, and it is estimated that the two professors will not be spared either. I don't care about Lockhart, he is just a fake. You said, Professor Hypoo will rush into the Daily Prophet building and give that woman a bad curse. Ron. That's illegal, how could a professor do this? The three people discussed the matter, and the final results were relatively pessimistic. Harry pointed to a sentence in the newspaper. She said that the suspect was caught 50 years ago. Who is she referring to? Come on, Harry, do you still believe that woman's nonsense? Of course I don't believe it, but Harry fixed her eyes on Hermione. Her face quickly turned pale. 50 years ago, was expelled. Is that suspect Hagrid? Ron licked his lips nervously. Harry said quickly, I believe Dumbledore, Hagrid will not be the murderer. But since he is listed as a suspect, he must know something. The three of them were about to brave the wind and snow to go to the Forbidden Forest hut. They just walked out of the castle and ran into a burly figure head-on. It was Hagrid. His face was covered with wind and snow, his thick beard was frozen with ice, and he was holding one in his hand. Only dead chicken. Hagrid, oh, Harry hit him directly. Watch out. Little guys. Hagrid said gruffly, still waving a soft chicken in his hand, a few feathers flying in the air with his movements. That evening, Harry, Ron, and Hermione had just returned from the abandoned underground classroom, and everything went well with the compound decoction. Harry took the magic scroll given by Professor Hypoo with him, translating the language of Snakespeare word by word. In the empty abandoned classrooms, hoarse, gloomy and terrifying voices reverberate from time to time. This made Ron, who was dozing off, never slept well, half asleep and half awake. He could always see a witch brewing a potion like mud, and a wizard hissed like a snake. Sound. And in the earlier afternoon, they finally heard the secret room information from Hagrid. At this moment, they are hiding in the corner of the lounge. Almost everything is up. Hermione said suddenly. What? Monster in the secret room. Waiting for me. Hermione obviously had perfect thinking. She hurried back to the bedroom, and soon took back a piece of parchment. The three people got together and looked at the text above. It was about a kind of terrifying magical creature named Basilisk. After Harry and Ron finished reading the information, Hermione said one by one the clues collected these days. The basilisk can sleep for a long time. The eyes of the basilisk are lethal. The basilisk is the natural enemy of spiders, and the basilisk is afraid of chickens. What did you think of? So, the monster in the secret room is the basilisk? Ron asked excitedly. You can't go wrong. Harry hit the table with a punch. There are two main news they got from Hagrid. One is that the chickens he raises always die inexplicably, the other is that he raised the eight-eyed giant spider 50 years ago, and the eight-eyed giant spider is very afraid of the monsters in the secret room. Refused to disclose even a word. Can all match up. But the biggest problem is that the basilisk cannot be petrified. I initially ignored it because of this, but now, the side evidence is very sufficient. Hermione said very rigorously, maybe it's time to ask Professor Hypoo if there is any way to make the basilisk's gaze less damage. She hammered her head bitterly. It's weird, I feel that something is right in front of me, but I still can't find it. Harry swallowed sharply. Hermione, I think I know. Chapter 53, Rita Skeeter. Meanwhile, Felix is neatly dressed and standing in the office fireplace. He sprinkled a handful of fluo powder, said Diagon Alley clearly and loudly, and he disappeared into Hogwarts. Diagon Alley. Felix came out of the public fireplace, shaking the dust off his body, and digging out a note from his pocket that was an address. The next moment, Felix directly apparat and left. In the suburbs of London, in front of a single-family house, a tall figure suddenly appeared. Felix looked at the house number, walked up the steps in the wind and snow, and knocked on the door with his magic wand. A moment later, a delicate woman opened the door, her gaze through a pair of jeweled glasses, looking closely at the stranger in front of her. Felix introduced himself gently and said, "Felix Happ, currently the professor of ancient magic at Hogwarts. You mentioned me in the newspaper, Ms. Skeeter." "You're Felix Happ?" Rita Skeeter's eyes lit up, and in the blink of an eye, her fingers with bright red nails grabbed Felix's arm and dragged him into the room. Please come in." The tables and chairs in the living room are neatly arranged, and the air is filled with the smell of magical fragrance. On the two walls, one side is a huge floor-to-ceiling wine cabinet, and the other side is a square shelf, which contains various books, trophies, and newspapers. On the shelf behind the door, there is a crocodile leather handbag. "That's my honor. Felix, I am very interested in you. I wanted to interview you a long time ago." Rita Skeeter sat across from him, her hair being made delicate, stiff, and weird. Her big curls, paired with her face with a big jaw, look particularly awkward. "Miss Skeeter." Felix was quickly interrupted. The woman was terribly powerful. She waved her magic wand and flew out a shorthand quill and a roll of parchment from the crocodile leather handbag. "Felix, I use a shorthand quill pen to record. You won't object? So that I can free up my hands and talk to you normally." Before he could reply, the parchment had been unfolded automatically, and the shorthand quill fell vertically on it, and the tip of the pen quivered slightly. "Well, from where you came today. I guess." She laughed suddenly, revealing 3 golden teeth. "Who is entrusted by you, right?" The long, green shorthand quill danced quickly, pouring a stream of smooth words. This late-night visitor was full of thoughts. When faced with the author's question, he showed strong dissatisfaction, but it was not against the author, but the shadow hidden behind the whole incident. Felix smiled slightly. He looked at the wall clock on the wall. It was just 7 o'clock. He did not reply, but looked at the furnishings of the living room with interest. The floor-to-ceiling wine cabinet occupies 1/3 of the wall. The wine cabinet is filled with large and small, exquisitely shaped jugs, and some scattered decorations. Rita Skeeter raised a heavily drawn eyebrow. "Are you scrupulous, Felix? It doesn't matter, our readers like people with rebellious characters. They will protect you." "Rebellious character?" Felix repeated. "Yes, it's like people who don't fear power and rebel against authority. If you are threatened, don't worry, say it, we will give you fair treatment." The sketch quill was still recording, but Felix was not interested in watching it. He stood up and went to the honors shelf opposite the wine cabinet. The shelf is full of personal honors belonging to Rita Skeeter, including her articles, newspapers, bestsellers, and certificates of sales figures that she has published over the years. There are so many things like this. For example, he saw Amando Dupit, Sea Water or Idiot. This book. He sighed, if half of the content in this book is true, it would be a good toilet reading. Rita Skeeter's eyebrows tucked up, her large fingers gripped the wand tightly, and the 2-inch bright red nails pierced into the skin. She quickly stood up, came to Felix, and looked at him intently. "Felix, I know you. A colleague of mine advised me not to take your idea, ridiculous remarks. He has only graduated a few years, a new system that only entered with family background," she said pointedly. "Let me say that our readers have the right to know the truth, such as..." "The truth?" Felix interrupted her. "Yes, the truth." She deliberately emphasized, "Let's talk about you, your experience, childhood and other topics. I think this can help you have a clear positioning of yourself." "I think there is no need for this. I know exactly what kind of person I am." However, Rita Skeeter did not give up, and the parchment and sketch pen on the table flew in front of her. "Felix, you were born in a Muggle orphanage but entered Slytherin when you were enrolled. You must have been bullied a lot. Right? Are you interested in talking about it? I think many readers will be very interested in this. Rita, do you really know me? Of course. Her gaze was firmly fixed on him, as if looking at a precious treasure. Felix, you are famous in the wizarding world, and you have many labels on you, from a Muggle orphanage. Slytherin received a lot of death threats during the school. Under the protection of Dumbledore, he defeated the Shafik family, one of the 28 pure bloods, and a group of dark wizards. After graduation, he became an expert in the Muggle field and is now back. Hogwarts teaches. As Rita Skeeter said, you read www.yuyugonshu.com while letting a quill record quickly, watching Felix's noncommittal attitude, she said seductively, your experience is legendary. If you agree, I am willing to write a biography for you, that means countless jinjialong and great fame. However, the label of Muggle expert is too weak. Our readers like wizards with strong characters. It is better to have a relationship with celebrities. Let me think about it. What should I do? Felix was amused. He pointed to the book in front of him, like this kind of biography. Art needs a certain amount of imagination, she said slyly. Felix became a little impatient. He decided to solve the problem as soon as possible, so he returned to his seat. This behavior made Rita Skeeter mistakenly believe that he was acquiescence, so she sat down on the sofa, eagerly and arrogantly instructed, let's start with your relationship with Dumbledore. Miss Skeeter, I need you to stop the false reports. I noticed that you mentioned me in the Daily Prophet and are preparing to make up. I'm not making up, but at best from a different perspective. Felix nodded. Let me tell you what a different perspective is. His fingers tapped on the table. Today, the fingertips collided with the tabletop, making a crisp sound. What are you talking about? Rita Skeeter choked suddenly, and she found the world in her eyes suddenly changed. The color is disappearing quickly, the exquisite purple long-necked pot, the crimson robe on the body, the golden trophy in the cabinet, the dark brown crocodile leather handbag, the pale yellow parchment paper, the green sketching quill. All the colors are constantly fading. Chapter 54, You Are in My Way. There are only 3 colors of black, white, and grey left in the whole world. Rita Skeeter stiffened her body and watched with difficulty as Felix tapped her fingers on the tabletop. She was white and slender, and her nails were healthy pale pink. That was the only color in her vision. With the tap of the finger, a circle of black-grey ripples bloomed from the fingertips, and the ripples passed through the bodies of the 2 of them, spreading silently in all directions. You, the woman said grimly. Her wand was in her hand, but she couldn't raise even the slightest height. You see, I occasionally use this perspective to observe the world and observe magic. It is still very interesting. Felix introduced. His attitude remained unchanged from beginning to end. But Rita Skeeter doesn't think so. You did this, illegal. Azkaban. She closed her lips with great difficulty and said word by word. Rita, you don't think I will do bad things to you, do you? Felix said amusedly, I just asked, do you really know me? Obviously, you don't know me. A colleague of yours advised you not to give me an idea? I guess he must be Slytherin. Rita Skeeter's eyes were fixed on him. Felix said calmly, I used the vacation time to visit a few stubborn pure-blood families when I was in the 5th grade. After that, they never talked about me in public. Do you know why? Her eyes widened. Do you think whose power I need to rely on to fight the threat of the extreme pure-blood family? No, Rita, he said softly, I just showed them a possibility. As Felix's mood fluctuated, the white and grey of the entire world quickly died into ink like pitch black, which was a deep and suppressed darkness. Rita Skeeter's body trembled slightly. Yes, one possibility, if I become the Dark Lord. He didn't continue. The darkness faded quickly, returning to a black and white look again, like an old faded photo. Think about it carefully, I'm actually very good at talking. As long as you don't come to provoke me, I won't have the time to take care of you. But unfortunately, it happened. You blocked my way. Ignoring her, Felix invited the parchment on the table and read casually. This parchment had filled a foot of content unknowingly, which made him a little bit dumbfounded. If the little wizards at Hogwarts had this ability to make up, they would definitely laugh out of their dreams. Tisk tisk. This paragraph is too much. Did I say that? Keep a close relationship with Dumbledore. Who, me? He shook his head. The colors in the room gradually come back. This is also a magical scene. It's like a child finds a faded photo in an old storage room and picks up a crayon to paint on it. The world has become alive again. Rita Skeeter found that she had regained her mobility. She glanced at the magic wand in her hand, then looked at Felix, who was still reading the parchment. Her eyes kept rolling. But she quickly gave up this stupid idea. Have you thought about it? Do you want to do it? This may be an opportunity. Catch me, and you can make up the following story. Felix raised his head and looked at her with light blue eyes. You joked, Felix. No, Professor Hypoo, sir. Rita Skeeter kept changing her name. Ah. He dropped the parchment in his hand lightly, and it quietly turned into ashes. About the purpose of my coming. I apologize. I will stop all false statements, she said quickly, with a pleasing smile on her face. Thank you, Rita. Felix stood up, smiled slightly and bowed politely, then he opened the door and his figure melted into the night. At this moment, the sky is completely dark, and the north wind is blowing the snowflakes and blowing his robe. Hunting, Felix walked 2 steps against the wind and snow, and in the next second he disappeared in place. After a while, Rita Skeeter opened the door quietly and glanced left and right. There was nothing outside the room, and she closed the door quickly. A vicious curse came out of her mouth, and she almost cursed someone with the worst words she knew in her life. Felix Hypoo. She called the name viciously. I want revenge. Revenge, his secret, yes, yes, this damn, he doesn't know that I am animagus, maybe, no, too risky. After scolding for a long time, Rita Skeeter was dry www.readaloud.com and finally stopped. She came to the wine cabinet and wanted to take out a bottle of wine to quench her thirst, but as soon as her finger touched the handle, the gorgeous silver product turned into fine sand in her hand. Rita Skeeter was stunned. She tentatively stretched out a thick finger and clicked on a purple long-necked jug. It was her favorite jug. But in the next second, the jug quickly decomposed into fine sand, including the liquor stored in it. Her eyes became horrified, her body stumbled and bumped into the chair behind her, and then she found that the chairs were also scattered on the ground and turned into a pool of fine sand. Rita Skeeter looked around. Her house, every place was constantly sanding, including her exquisite picture frames and crocodile leather handbags. Not even the floor is spared. Ah! She ran out of the house in horror. Under her gaze, the whole single-family house was crumbling, and a whirlpool of sand gushed from the bottom, engulfing the house slowly but firmly. This is a lesson. A very abrupt voice rang in Rita Skeeter's mind. Her lips trembled, as if she wanted to say something, but this time, she closed her mouth quickly. The edge of the forbidden forest. Felix's figure suddenly appeared, facing the wind and snow. He hurried to the castle step by step. The weather in December is terribly cold, especially when the wind is mixed with blizzard. Every step is a severe test. When he saw the outline of the castle from a distance, a thought was touched, and he shook his head. Felix pushed open the dark brown door, shook off the snow, and entered the warm castle. He flicked his magic wand, and the door behind him closed with a bang, blocking the snow and darkness outside. Chapter 55, Mountain Knowledge Contest. As Christmas approaches, the festive atmosphere is getting stronger, and the learning enthusiasm of many little wizards has plummeted. Many professors said that they could not relax, but they did not exert too much pressure. This is reflected in the amount of homework assigned. But this kind of tolerance does not include 5th and 7th grades. They need to deal with owls and newts respectively this year, that is, the ordinary wizard rank exam and the ultimate wizard rank exam. The 5th grade class of ancient magic writing. Felix once again reiterated the importance of the owl's exam. You are only 6 months away from the ordinary wizarding level exam. Excluding holidays and weekends, how much time is left? I will do the calculations for you. 6 months, even 25 weeks is fine. Amidst the stunned expressions of the little wizards in the audience, the professor did the math. 2 classes a week, 1 big class for 2 hours, 1 small class for 1 hour, count. It's only 75 hours in total. Does your study time be as long as this? How can I count it? It's less than 200 hours. Seeing Professor Hypo's regretful expression, the little wizards were silent. But Felix is in a good mood today. He decided to do a student survey. Which subject do you think you are the least good at? A little witch timidly said, does the ancient magic text count? Not counting. That's the history of magic. The Hufflepuff girl said, Professor Binns always asks us to memorize a lot. I don't have a good memory. He never focuses on the key points in class, and other professors are a little bit suggestive. A Ravenclaw said angrily. Professor Binns belongs to the type of I talk about the key points, and everything mentioned in the class is the test site, and this professor is known for his average language and no ups and downs, and it sounds like he is chanting. The hypnotic effect is superb. The history of magic, very good, Miss Selton, Mr. Paldus. Any more? My astronomy class is not good. I always confuse the position of the planets. The practical lessons in the herbal medicine class are very interesting, but I always can't remember the characteristics of magic plants. Don't you think arithmetic divination is very complicated? Divination class is simply a nightmare. Someone immediately retorted, nonsense. Divination class is the easiest to pass. Trelawney is a psychopath. Professor McGonagall is very strict. Ketterborn's class is always full of dangerous magical creatures. Professor Snape is terrible. The little wizards were discussing in full swing, and they quickly crooked the floor. Felix hurriedly called for a stop. How did it develop to criticize the professors of various subjects? He summarized the views of the little wizards. So, you generally did not perform well in courses that require a lot of theory and require a lot of memory, such as ancient magic, history of magic, and astronomy. Felix thought of an idea temporarily, and he decided to try it out. Well, let's play a game. Please, 2 students. Well, just Miss Selton, Mr. Paldus, I need your cooperation. The 2 little wizards stood up curiously. The little wizard in the class suddenly became energetic. Take out your wands. Selton and Paldus pulled out their wands excitedly and stared at Felix. Professor Hypo's teaching is always full of various novel tricks. This evaluation is widely circulated in other grades, but the 5th and 7th grades are relatively less exposed. Let me think about it. Felix moved his wand, and a 9-square grid appeared in front of each of them. In the grid, there are 9 magic words flashing with sparks. On top of the heads of the 2 little wizards, 2 hot gold names were displayed: Pat Selton and Warren Paldus. Professor, what is this? Hufflepuff's Pete Selton asked curiously. A friend of hers pointed a finger on the top of her head, and she found the name on the top of her head. Strangely, there was a number 0 next to the name. We have a magic text knowledge contest. Next, I will explain the meaning of the magic text. You need to find the corresponding magic text as quickly as possible, and touch the corresponding grid with the magic wand. You need to be faster than your opponent to get a point. When one of you scores 100 points first, the game is over. Felix looked at the 2, let's try it first. He said a series of interpretations, bright, illuminating the road ahead, also represents the brilliance of knowledge. Pat Selton and Warren Paldus stared at the magic text floating in the air in front of them. When Professor Hypo said the second phrase, Pat's eyes lit up and she quickly used her magic wand. Knock at the bottom left corner of Jugaga. I know, it's Ken. When her wand touched the magic text, that area suddenly turned bright gold, and at the same time, A+1 sign appeared on the top of her head, which disappeared after a pause for 2 seconds. Pate looked at the top of her head afterwards. The initial number 0 became 1, she glanced at the professor. I won. In a sense. Felix said, I think you should understand the rules of the game, right? The two nodded at the same time. This kind of gameplay is really interesting, and Warren on the other side couldn't help holding his wand tightly. He was a step slower just now. Felix waved his magic wand to make the first group of 9 squares disappear, and the second group of 9 squares appeared in front of the two. The second word, reward, symbolizes victory and satisfaction. Warren suddenly threw his wand in the middle of the 9-square grid, watching that area turn dazzling gold. His face was flushed with excitement. It's win, Professor. The answer is correct. Felix nodded, an A+1 sign appeared on Warren's head, and the score became 1. The game continues, poor, hard, and it also represents some kind of misfortune. Warren didn't even think about it. The wand hit the upper left corner, but this time, the area quickly turned pale gray. Wrong answer, Mr. Warren. Felix waved his wand, A-1 sign appeared on his head, and the score returned to 0. Warren threw his fist in annoyance. At this moment, the little wizards have fully understood the rules of the game. If you answer correctly, you will get points, and if you answer incorrectly, you will lose points. Whoever reaches 100 first is a victory. Harvest, bookmaker, or growth cycle. Warren quickly waved his wand. Correct, add 1 point. Next. Very good, Miss Pete. Next, our game will be more difficult. The first dozen groups are all pretty superficial magic texts www.readaloud.com, but very quickly, the difficulty climbs at a speed visible to the naked eye. The speed of the two slowed down, they spent more and more time thinking, and the score was difficult to reach 73:71. Get skills or random luck, reveal hidden secrets, and nurture life. Pate bit his lip, and Warren kept beating the knuckles of his fingers. It's Piorth, Piorth. The little wizards watching the play couldn't help it, and someone quietly said the answer. Pete's eyes lit up, and his wand was tapped on the correct answer. Felix was non-committal. He did not stop the reminder behavior of the little wizard in the audience, but he did not give them extra points. He just changed another set of Jugaga. So the two understood what the professor meant. Next, you have to compete with the whole class of little wizards. The two looked at each other, sorrowful. But the little wizards in the audience became excited. In the next dozen groups of 9 square grids, they worked together. You talk to me, chattering and chattering, but the two on the stage only scored 1 point each. The school bell rang, but no one moved. The scorecard is 99:98. The little wizards are quiet now, and are not making a sound. Felix said quickly, the power of the sun defeats the devil and the darkness. It's Sigil. The tip of Pat's rod was in the center of the Jugong grid, and the golden light flickered. I won, I won. In her screams, Professor Hypo waved his magic wand to let the bright fireworks bloom in the classroom. Thank you for the wonderful performance of the two students. Hufflepuff adds 10 points and Ravenclaw adds 5 points. Now, get out of class is over. Chapter 56, Harry, show one hand soon. The little wizards are discussing enthusiastically. As 5th grade students, they seldom come into contact with such interesting courses. Every professor is pushing their potential as much as possible. Of course, to some extent, this is also the debt they owed in the previous 4 years. In the hallway, Warren Paldus said to his friend a little annoyed, I can actually win, but I'm not very lucky. You are too radical. You answered at least 10 wrong questions. His friend replied. The little wizards walked out of the classroom in a hustle and bustle. Felix rubbed his sour fingers. The stage effect of this quiz is all made by him by magic. From jugaga, to score changes, and to color feedback on correct and incorrect answers, he will do it all by himself. I made a mistake, I will change it to the 10th system next time. In the 2 classes in the afternoon, Felix tried it out in the 6th and 7th grades, and the results were excellent. Even the extremely poor students of the ancient magic texts remained awake enough in class. This made his thinking become clear. In the future, we can engage in more game-style teaching of this kind, but the premise is to make sufficient preparations. In the evening canteen, Felix weakly inserted a potato drenched in black sauce. After the day, he felt a little bit physically imaginary. If the accumulation is small, the amount of spells he casts today is obviously beyond the standard. Common lounge. The twins of Fred and George are controlling magical puppets. They have already learned the 2nd and 3rd sets of practical magic. This makes their battle very interesting. The magic puppet in Fred's hand will emit a circle of lightning every time he swings his fist, making a cracking sound. Because Lee Keaton is too close, his hair stands upright. Stand up. George on the other side didn't do too much. His magic puppet is a very popular fireman. Whenever he uses the iconic big fireball, it will attract a lot of admiration. At this moment, Percy Weasley got in from outside the lounge. He had just completed his inspection mission. As soon as he saw him, Ron in the corner turned his head sharply. The two are still in the Cold War. Ron, haven't you made up yet? Hermione asked worriedly. Unless he apologizes to me. Ron said stubbornly. Harry sighed. He didn't say much. After all, Ron was equivalent to carrying the pot for the 3 of them, losing a lot of face. Hey! Percy, I heard you got 10 points from Professor Hypo today, a Gryffindor asked. Percy held out his chest reservedly, making his prefect badge more prominent. Yes, Professor Hypo tried a new teaching method. I have to admit that he is quite a wise man. You also defeated Slytherin. Percy said modestly, it's just a game, 1 more sentence, 10 points, I'm ahead of my opponent by 9 points. The Gryffindors were amazed again. Percy is indeed a student who has passed 12 certificates. 9 points ahead. Ron repeated disdainfully. Harry quickly changed the subject. Hermione, did you ask Professor Hypo about the basilisk? Hermione shook her head. I rarely see the professor from Monday to Friday. Unless there is a paper that needs her to correct. But it's too late until the weekend. Harry said unwillingly, in case there is an attack in the middle. He smashed the table hard and shocked the 2 little wizards passing by. They gave Harry a fearful look and quickly passed him. Look, they all thought I was the murderer. Harry, shall we go to Professor Hypo now? Hermione gave him a careful look. Harry glanced at the wall clock. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Tomorrow. He collapsed on his chair, like a spitball. They basically determined that the monster in the secret room was the basilisk, and the confusion about Hermione the basilisk's eyes were lethal, but the 2 current attacks were just petrification. Harry also had his own speculation, those victims were not looking directly at the basilisk. Mrs. Loris is reflected through the standing water, and Colin Creevey is through the camera lens. Whether this is correct or not remains to be confirmed. At this time Ron said to him, Harry, is the magic puppet that Professor Hypo gave you in your school bag? Yes. Harry replied feebly. He practiced several times in private, but his skills were still a little worse. He was able to control the puppet to walk normally just now. Should we try? Ron glanced at Percy in the crowd. Here. Harry couldn't make up his mind. Hermione's eyes lit up. She wanted to try it a long time ago. When the public class started, she had a soft spot for this look. Ice blue hair, delicate and lovely face, perfectly hit her heart. Perhaps, it's not a good choice. Hermione said nonsense, but she didn't stop Harry from taking out the magic puppet from the bag. Hey! What are you doing? Fred came over with his arm around George. Oh, it's just a magic puppet. Ron tried to say in a calm tone. Fred saw the puppet in Harry's hand and was taken aback. This is not an ordinary puppet. From the outside, the two are completely incomparable. Professor Hypo sent it. Ron said. Fred picked up the magic puppet. This thing. He glanced at George. I can hardly feel its magical fluctuations. It is more delicate than Diggory's ghost doll. It is even worse than the one we have taken apart. Farewell. You guys have taken apart. International. George took the puppet and said, "One time we broke the magic puppet in our hands. It was accidentally broken, and we were very scared at the time," Fred said. "I'm worried about being deducted and detained. Or hang it up and use a whip soaked in cold water to smoke. So we tremblingly apologize." "And then? What punishment did you get?" Ron asked. "No, Ronnie," Fred blinked his eyes and gave a smirk. "The professor said that we are talented in alchemy. He gave us 10 points. But," George sighed, "when we put the second damaged puppet part in front of him, he resisted and didn't give us any points." Hermione rolled her eyes. George looked at this very delicate magic puppet, exclaiming from time to time, and finally he gave Harry back. "It's amazing, what did you do?" Yes, Ron just wanted to speak, when Hermione stomped heavily. The twins looked at each other and shrugged. Fred said, "Should we show it for you? This puppet must have a lot of new features. I think you are not very skilled." "Who said that?" "Harry, you reading www.yuyugonshu.com will show you soon." Harry pulled out his wand, and under his lead, the magic puppet swayed to its feet. A few little wizards looked over from a distance. Harry tried his best to control the magic puppet, but unfortunately, at best, it could only splatter icy blue snowflakes. "Harry, you don't have enough control." Fred said the reason. He used his wand to point at the magic puppet, and he felt that he had touched its core. So he concentrated all his attention, trying to awaken the silent magic circuit. His magic touched a world of ice and snow. The sharpness and coldness made him seem to have eaten 10 popsicles in one breath, and his consciousness seemed to freeze. Harry's face turned purple with cold, and he breathed out a cold breath. "Harry, what's the matter with you?" Ron stood up in a panic. At this moment, no one could see that something was wrong with him. However, the next second, the magic puppet suddenly lit up, light blue ice crystals fell one after another, and the surrounding temperature dropped sharply. She suddenly raised her arms, and a series of icy blue icicles rose from the ground, and the cold air spread to the surroundings like a rolling wave of air. Several people watched this scene dumbfounded. In front of the palm-sized magic puppet, a row of half-person-high icicles stretched 7 or 8 meters away, completely icing the door of the common room. The cold icy mist filled, and the little wizard in the common room sneezed collectively. At the same time, Professor Hypo, who was far away in the office, was sipping tea and happily reading an ancient alchemy book. Next to him is the Daily Prophet of the day. Today's front page headline is, "Good and Bad, The Great Gap Between the Two New Professors" by Rita Skeeter. Chapter 57, Emergencies. On Tuesday morning, the weather was rare and clear, and the winter sun shone on Hogwarts, staining the old castle with a layer of golden light. Felix slept until 8 o'clock and opened his eyes to the laughter of a few little wizards playing snowball fights. Opened the quilt, the cotton pajamas on his body were automatically separated, and a delicate and smooth cardigan sweater was put on him. He moved his neck to make the adjustment of his clothes more comfortable, and then under the influence of magic, he put on a pair of velvet trousers. Magic will make people lazy. Felix couldn't remember what he saw in a few grades, but he believed it. Finally put on a dark wizard robe. After everything was done, he opened the window and looked down at the snowy scenery outside. The weather has picked up quite a bit. Felix did not feel the cold, and a thick layer of white snow piled up in the open space and courtyard in front of the castle, and several little wizards were rushing to the cafeteria for breakfast. Fortunately, I didn't have class in the morning. As expected, happiness is all contrasted. Back to the office, he sorted out the tasks he had on hand in the last period of time. Find out the secret room and deal with the basilisk, make an appointment with Dumbledore to solve it during the Christmas holiday. Find out the relics of the Dark Lord that are suspected of Horcruxes. There is no clue after the 3 propaganda, the little wizard is not reliable and another evidence. Practice instant kill skills, some slack recently, stagnating on the progress of 4 jumps. Acquire the rare skill Snake Voice, to be feedback, person in charge, Harry Potter. The agreement with Klein, shelving indefinitely. The next contact with the local tyrant Hagrid, in preparation. Search the Hogwarts Millennium Collection, in progress. Deal with public opinion threats brought by Rita Skeeter. Complete the vines bound by magic artifacts. Instructed Hermione to complete the thesis. Prepare Christmas gifts. Undertaking the Dual Club Plan. Ancient Magic Text Curriculum Teaching Reform Plan. Befriend Lockhart, the brain is flooded, this task is void. Felix smacked, there is nothing particularly urgent. Less than a week before Christmas, he was also a little lazy. You can visit Professor Snape to finalize the Dual Club assistant. Felix went down the stairs of the castle and walked through the courtyard. There were a few weird snowmen beside the road. This was obviously the work of junior students, limited to magic skills, and they could only do this work by themselves. After breakfast, he went all the way down to the underground space of the castle, and found the office of the potions professor familiarly. Knocked on the professor's door, and Snape blankly refused his request to enter. I don't think I invited you to my office, Felix. However, Felix has already familiarized himself with the character of this professor. Unless you want to tease him, you have to be straightforward and tell him what interests him most. So Felix said, Professor Snape, I have been approved by Principal Dumbledore to be responsible for the follow-up dual course. Regarding the teacher, I need to understand your wishes. He stopped and looked at Snape's eyes. Snape pressed his lips tightly, and his black eyes looked at him motionlessly. After a while, he stepped aside and said, Come in, Felix. The office of Professor Potions is located underground, and it is dimly lit. The shelves against the wall are filled with numerous glass specimen jars. Inside, it is Professor Snape's private bedroom. Felix walked to the specimen rack and looked at one of the jars carefully. Is this the big claw of the 8-eyed giant spider? The group that lives in the Forbidden Forest? He asked with interest. Professor Snape walked out of the back room, followed by 2 glasses of pumpkin juice. No, he said coldly, and handed him a glass of pumpkin juice. The conversation between the two enters the topic. Felix, when did you Lockhart's Dual Club from him? Professor, I must remind you that it is Professor Lockhart who is too busy in his daily work and has to reluctantly make a choice. I don't think, Snape sneered at it, what's the busyness of an acting class? Of course I am busy writing letters to fans. As far as I know, he spends at least an hour a day to complete this job. Felix smiled mischievously, I understand Professor Lockhart well, after all, we all writers have to face harassment from fans, and he is more productive than me. The book he wrote. Snape didn't go on, his expression said everything. But, do you also reply to fans? This is really beyond my expectation. I don't think you will spend time on these trivial matters. No way, Felix said emotionally, most of them are officials from the Ministry of Magic of various countries. We discuss Muggle legislation and how to deal with Muggles. Snape choked. He said, Felix, don't go around with me. Tell me what you are here. Professor, I want to know if you still want to participate in my duel course. Your duel lesson. Snape dragged a long note on the word your. Yes, my duel course. Felix stared at him steadily. This is the primary and secondary distinction. Snape fell silent. Felix was in a leisurely manner. He didn't know if Snape would agree, but according to the information obtained from Lockhart, Snape asked to be an assistant in this course at the time. This shows that he is interested in dueling courses. As for the reason, Felix didn't know, and he didn't care much. But he heard that Snape had been seeking a teaching position in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, but unfortunately, Dumbledore never agreed. Is there a connection between the two? For example, Snape used the dueling course as a substitute for the Defense Against the Dark Arts course? Felix speculated in his mind that www.readaloud.com I need to participate in the selection of course content. Snape made a condition. Felix smiled. Of course, your experience is worth paying attention to. He said. Felix put the cup full of pumpkin juice back on the table. He stood up. Professor, the next duel class will be held after the Christmas holidays, and I will communicate with you on the content of the class at that time. Have a good time. No, Snape said sternly. Felix, who was about to walk out the door, suddenly stopped. By the way, Professor Snape, I have prepared your Christmas present in advance. And I am sure you will be satisfied. Snape pulled a smile on his mouth, and said, I'll prepare a gift for you, Felix. In the evening, Felix and Professor Flitwick changed classes to take charge of routine patrols in the castle. There are always some little wizards, with all kinds of legitimate and improper reasons, out of the sight of professors and prefects, and act alone. But what he didn't expect was that he ran into Miss Hermione Granger, who was hurrying and panting. Professor Hypoo! God, I finally met a professor, the little witch said excitedly. Miss Granger, what happened? The secret room, the monster in the secret room. Hermione wanted to speak, but she ran a long distance along the way and was out of breath at the moment. A new attack happened. Felix's expression became serious. Really, that inch? There was another attack a few days before Christmas? His assistant nodded first, then shook his head. The attack did happen, but no one was hurt. However, Harry, he went after the basilisk. Chapter 58, Basilisk and Basilisk. Calm down, Miss Granger. Felix asked, you need to tell me how long has passed since you and Harry last met? Can you determine his location now? How does he track him? Basilisk. Hermione quickly said, no more than 5 minutes, Professor. We guessed that the entrance to the secret room was in Myrtle's bathroom, so we made an appointment to meet there. Harry located the basilisk through the Viper's voice. Very well, Felix interrupted her. He waved his wand, and a silver light flew from the tip of the wand, condensed in the air into a small bird, suspended in the air with a pair of long and narrow sickles. Type wings. Felix said loudly, Principal Dumbledore, Harry Potter is tracking the basilisk alone, please come to Myrtle's abandoned bathroom, there is a high probability that the entrance to the room is located. After finishing speaking, this small bird waved its wings and turned into a stream of light and disappeared in an instant. Professor, what kind of magic is this? Even in an emergency, the little witch couldn't help asking. Guardian Curse, it can help you defend against Dementors, or send a temporary letter or something. Is that a kind of swift? Well, it's fast. Let's go to the bathroom first. Felix said to Hermione, you can tell me what happened on the way. When the two almost arrived at Myrtle's bathroom, Felix had already figured out the situation. An hour ago. Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat in the auditorium after a quick dinner. They glanced at each other and slipped out tacitly. "It's 6:20, Hermione said to the two before the action, "we have about 40 minutes. As long as we rush back to the common room before 7 o'clock, no one will find us out. They are going to have a showdown with Professor Hypoo, and after gaining his trust, they will report the secret room information to Principal Dumbledore." But something went wrong in the way. "Tear you to pieces, to kill, longing for blood." When they passed a dim corridor, Harry suddenly heard this voice, and he shouted, "It's a basilisk! It's out! Did you hear that?" Ron said nervously. Harry rushed out. He climbed up a flight of stairs, pricked his ears and searched. He seemed to hear the slight friction, so he strode wildly, Ron and Hermione following closely behind. But if this sound is not there, Harry will lose it from time to time, and he has to climb up and down to confirm the position. The three of them ran for most of the day, panting with exhaustion. "It's gone? Maybe it's just out for a walk?" Ron asked expectantly. "Absolutely not," Harry said, "it wants to kill, it says it wants blood. Tear you to pieces, target." Harry raised his head abruptly, his voice above his head. "It's upstairs." Harry ran upstairs quickly, leaving Ron and Hermione far behind. Turning a corner, he saw Justin coming from the other side of the corridor alone. "It came out, killed, torn to pieces." Harry's expression was terrified, and it was too late. He shouted to Justin, "Close your eyes, Justin! Close your eyes, the basilisk in the secret room comes out." Justin has been hiding from Harry these days, and asked in astonishment, "What?" Harry had no time to explain, he had clearly heard the click sound. "It must be a basilisk, it is about to come out, it is about to kill. There are many obstacles." Harry took out his wand, and an obstacle curse knocked Justin into the air, his face still with surprise and trepidation. Harry threw on Justin to drag him away. It was not easy. Justin struggled desperately after getting rid of the curse effect, and the two were entangled. "What are you going to do? Harry, what are you going to do? Shut up! I'm saving your life." Harry gave him a hard punch to calm him down. "Listen. The secret room monster has come out, and its eyes can kill people, so quickly close your eyes." Rustling voice came, especially clear in the corridor. Justin closed his eyes tightly, and his body couldn't stop shaking. Harry closed his eyes too, and fumbled for the wand with one hand. During the brief fight between the two, his wand fell to the ground. "Are we going to die, Harry?" "I don't want to die, Harry, I'm sorry I misunderstood you," Justin said incoherently. "Shut up!" Harry yelled, a clear echo echoing in the corridor. He came across a small wooden stick. It was his wand, but he had no way to fight the basilisk, his eyes were still closed. A door was knocked open, and the sound of click was getting closer and closer. Harry judged that the basilisk was less than 2 meters away from them, maybe its head was hanging in front of him? He even smelled a pungent stench. "Get out of here," he shouted. "What?" Justin asked tremblingly. "It's not you, get out of here." Justin only understood the first half of the sentence, and the second half. From Harry's mouth, there was a creepy sound, like a snake's hiss sound, but it was much more terrifying than that. "Is snake Laoqiang www.readaloud.com?" He woke up instantly. Harry kept talking snake language, making the basilisk leave here and go back. This worked, and the sound of the basilisk moving stopped. But it didn't move away either, and instead responded, "Kill, Master's order, tear, clear the muggles. Get out of here." Ha said in snake voice, "I order you to get out of here." Thanks to the fact that he has been using magic scrolls for these 2 days, he has become more proficient in snake voice. "Master's command. Your master and I are best friends. We are in the same group. Listen." You are in danger now. A powerful wizard is coming. Get out of here. Harry kept urging, and he didn't know. Can it work? But Hermione's inquired from Professor Hypo said that Snake Lao Tong can control snakes. He doesn't know the truth or not, but he can only pray in his heart that it is true. Finally, the basilisk moved. Harry held his breath and waited for the trial of fate. Fortunately, the sliding sound of the basilisk went farther and farther, and finally disappeared. Can't stop the killing, the next attack, soon. Too much patience. This was what Harry heard from the ceiling, and it seemed that the basilisk had returned to the pipe. Justin shivered and slumped to the ground, looking in a panic. It's over. Harry opened his eyes. A few dozen seconds later, Hermione and Ron chased from behind, panting, "Harry, what happened?" They lost track of them and took a long way around. Harry said fearfully afterwards, "The basilisk wants to attack Justin, I stopped it." "What? Oh my god!" Hermione pointed to the scratch on the ground. "This is..." "Yes, I met it head-on." Chapter 59, Split Action. Ron and Hermione's expressions are very wonderful at the moment. Harry struggled to stand up. "Thanks to your information, Hermione, Snakeman can indeed control the basilisk." Hermione covered her mouth. "Harry, you almost died, do you know?" "Yes, I'm sorry." Justin said on the ground, "He was to save me." He got up, wiped his hands on his clothes, and officially reached out. "Harry, I'm sorry, I have misunderstood you all the time. I once approached Professor Hypo, and he assured me that you are not a murderer, but that time I was terrified in the duel class." "Nothing." Harry pretended to be relaxed. He also reached out his hand, and the two held them together. "Successful result, right?" Ron said, "I don't want to interrupt the friendly atmosphere, but I think we need to inform the professor as soon as possible." "Wait." Harry walked to a wooden door in front of him, which was empty. "This shouldn't be." Hermione covered her mouth. "It's possible," Harry said, "but it should be gone now." He opened the door and walked in. Ron and Hermione followed him. This is a very small room, full of dust. A long trajectory dragged and disappeared on a wall. "Do you think there is an entrance to a secret room here?" Hermione asked. "We discussed, right?" Harry carefully looked at the place where the basilisk's traces disappeared. There may only be one entrance to the secret room, but to facilitate the basilisk's actions, Slytherin may have left it in the tunnels of the castle. "More than one exit." Ha used the snake guy voice and said, "Open it." Justin, who had just entered, shivered. The wall didn't react at all, which made him a little disappointed. Ron guessed, "Harry, if this exit was really prepared by Slytherin for the basilisk, he must have set special conditions." On the other hand, in other words, the real entrance to the secret room certainly does not have these restrictions. Hermione said excitedly. "What are you waiting for?" Ron said with an expression of "the problem is finally solved, we just need to inform the professor, whoever it is, as long as it's not Lockhart." Harry said, "No, you are going to inform the professor." The three of them looked at him puzzledly. "Listen, you go find someone, President Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Professor Hype, and even Snape." "What about you, Harry?" "I want to follow to prevent the basilisk from coming out again. From my conversation with it, it is not a good temper, in case it can't help but attack halfway." Harry gave them a meaningful look. "We have already guessed the real entrance to the secret room, didn't you? See you there." Harry took a deep breath and hurried away. "Let's go." Ron and Hermione acted immediately. "Wait." Justin stood up, "I'll help too." Hermione and Ron glanced at each other. "Well, if you find any professor, let him go to the abandoned girls' bathroom where Myrtle usually stays. The monster in the secret room is a basilisk. Tell the professor to be careful not to look at it." eyes. The three of them act separately. On the other side, Harry rushed all the way towards the bathroom, and when he was about to arrive, he and a person met at the corner, and the two slammed into each other. Harry's glasses were knocked off and his whole body hurt so badly, which reminded him of his experience of falling from a broomstick in a Quidditch game. He glanced at the little wizard opposite, and from his hair color, he recognized Draco Malfoy. Malfoy was also hit hard, his expression was very dull, as if he was knocked silly. A black notebook was thrown out of his arms. "Potter," he said with a bewildered look, and then finally came back to his senses. "Potter." Harry took his glasses from the ground and stood up quickly. "Get out, Malfoy." He left immediately. Draco, who was staying in place, glanced around blankly, his expression suddenly becoming horrified. "Who?" Harry ran all the way and finally came to the girls' bathroom. He pushed the door and entered, ignoring the standing water on the ground. He tentatively said in a snake-like voice, "Are you there? A monster in the secret room." At the same time, he was ready to close his eyes at any time. After waiting for a few seconds, when he thought everything was safe, he heard a rustling sound. "Is the basilisk?" Harry moved with the slight sound, and he judged that the basilisk had returned from other channels. According to their previous analysis, although Hogwarts Castle is full of various types of pipes, it is impossible for the secret rooms to be hidden in the pipes, so there must be a unique connecting channel between the two. And this place is the entrance to the secret room. As a result of their discussion, the entrance to the secret room is likely to be in the place where Myrtle was killed, the current abandoned girls' bathroom. Hear the voice of a boy. This boy can only be the heir to the secret room of the previous generation. Following the faint voice, Harry came to the center of the bathroom, where there was a row of circular sinks. He gently put his school bag aside, ignoring the stagnant water on the ground, lying on the ground, ears attached to the metal pipe of the sink. After a sound like a sticky hose across the ground, the sound disappeared completely. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, Harry stood up, went around the sink, and carefully inspected it. Unsurprisingly, he found a small snake pattern on the side wall of a faucet. He could hardly contain the excitement in his heart, and whispered in a snake-like voice, "Open." Suddenly, a dazzling white light appeared from the water faucet, and it began to spin quickly. Then, the sink moved, and Harry watched it slowly disappear from sight, revealing a very large water pipe. Harry walked over by stepping on the stagnant water, and peering intently. The water pipe was pitch black in front of him, as if it were going straight to hell. Harry was hesitating whether to go down. According to his past habits, he certainly didn't want to jump straight down. But last time he was detained by Professor Hypo and copied the reckless behavior and punishment measures of previous little wizards for 2 days. He felt that he could be stable. "What are you doing?" A very melancholic voice appeared behind him, very close to him, as if talking close to the back of his head. Harry was taken aback, slipped under his feet, he fell in and disappeared into the secret tunnel. At his last glance, he saw a rather surprised expression on Myrtle's face. "My bag! There is Professor Hypo's magic puppet." Chapter 60, Ron's Adventure. On the other side, Ron, Hermione, and Justin each searched for the trail of the professor. After 7 o'clock, the little wizards returned to their academy lounge under the leadership of the prefect, and the entire castle was empty. A few minutes later, Ron first met a professor. He ran over in surprise, and then showed a desperate expression. It was Lockhart. "Lockhart is also a member of the patrol today." "Ha! See what I caught? A little wizard who wanders at night, committing crimes against the wind. What's your name?" Lockhart showed a surprised expression. He stepped forward and grabbed Ron's arm. "Let's go, kid. You should be a Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall won't be happy. Anyway, come back to the office with me first." "No. Let me go, Harry is in danger, we have encountered a basilisk." Ron struggled to free himself from his grip. Basilisk! Monster in the secret room! Ron yelled, and he was furious. The secret room, the basilisk. Lockhart got nervous. He took a magenta handkerchief from his pocket with his other free hand and wiped the sweat from his forehead. What are you talking about? Don't expect to fool me with lies. I didn't lie. Ron was almost mad. He pushed hard, and drew a wand from Lockhart's chest pocket. Hey! Lockhart fell to the ground. My wand! The quarrel between the two quickly drew another free existence in the castle. Pepe Ghost. He passed through a wall and just saw the picture of Ron and Lockhart being torn apart. Students and professors are fighting. Students and professors are fighting. Pippi shouted gleefully. Dang 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 dang. Filch's footsteps came from a distance. Ron ran without looking back, and in a panic, he found himself in a familiar corridor. Myrtle's girls' bathroom. They used to make compound decoctions here for a while, although they have now moved to the abandoned classroom underground. Ron swallowed and carefully unscrewed the bathroom door handle. With the lessons learned from Myrtle, he was afraid that he would see a pair of big yellow eyes when he pushed the door. Ron closed his eyes and opened the door. Is anyone there? Harry. He's not here. Oh, that little poor, said a weird voice. Ron recognized that it was Myrtle's tone, and he opened his eyes. A silver, transparent ghost floated in the air. Harry has been here, where is he? Ron still wanted to ask about the situation, but the sight before him made his eyes widened. The sink in the middle of the bathroom disappeared out of thin air, replaced by a deep one. Black hole. He stepped forward, glanced at the bottomless and dirty pipe with disgust, and asked, Myrtle, Harry jumped in. Yes, it was too sudden, I just wanted to talk to him. Myrtle said in a rather sad tone, his things are still there. Ron then realized that under one of the sinks, Harry's schoolbag was piled crookedly on the ground. Oh, Merlin! Ron prayed in his heart, and he opened Harry's schoolbag. A magic puppet with ice blue hair was lying quietly in it. Ron let out a cry. What's the matter? Myrtle floated to him and watched the contents of the schoolbag with him. She pointed to the magic puppet with interest and said, What is this? Is this the new popular doll in the castle? Harry is in danger. Ron murmured. What? I said, Harry is in danger. Ron took a deep breath, grabbed the magic puppet, and walked to the entrance of the chamber a few steps. A few seconds later, he turned his head to look at Myrtle, and said pitifully, Can you give me a push? Before she could reply, Ron jumped in as if he was dead. On the other side, Justin found Professor Snape, and almost at the same time, Hermione found Professor Hype. When Felix and Hermione came to the girls' bathroom, they saw Pippi chasing the crying Myrtle with a box of rotten bread. What's the situation? If you hit the belly, you get 10 points. If you hit the head, you get 50 points. Very good, haha, haha. The small bathroom is full of Pippi's laughter and Myrtle's crying. Oh, my goodness, poor Myrtle, Pippi, don't fight. Hermione watched the scene sadly. Felix waved his magic wand and set the flying bread in the air. Pippi Ghost only noticed the two people who had just entered. Hello, Professor. He held the hat on his head and greeted. Pippi, get out of here. Felix said calmly. As you wish. Pippi disappeared. Professor, look. Hermione said, pointing to the entrance of the secret room. I saw it. Felix turned his head and asked another person in the room, Myrtle, did Harry jump down? Myrtle has silver teardrops on her face, but she still replied, yes, there is a boy with red hair, he has many freckles on his face. It's Ron. Hermione exclaimed. It's him, aren't you three still here? "Shut up, Myrtle!" Hermione hurriedly stopped her words, so that Professor Hypo could not discover the secret of their secretly brewing the compound soup, and then she carefully glanced at Felix. Myrtle whimpered. www.readaloud.com quickly flew into the innermost compartment and never came out again. The little witch was a little ashamed. She apologized to the poor ghost in her heart. At this moment, a crisp cry rang. Felix looked at it, and Dumbledore's figure suddenly appeared. He was wearing a grey pajamas with a speckled pattern, and his long beard was scattered as usual. His beard. Apparition, or? Felix's gaze fell on the phoenix on his shoulder. It was a rather strange scene. A silver, transparent phoenix stood on Dumbledore's shoulder, like a patron saint. No, it's the patron saint. It's just that, inside the silver transparent patron saint, there is a small, palm-sized bird. This is the real phoenix. Fawkes hasn't been long since Nirvana, its power is too weak, I have to protect it with a patron saint. Dumbledore explained. So, is the baby phoenix wearing a coat of phoenix patron saint? Felix nodded. Principal Dumbledore, Potter, Weasley, and Granger found the basilisk attacking in the corridor. They rescued Justin, and then Potter took the initiative to come to the entrance of the chamber. Guard, let the other three seek the help of the professor. However, Potter and Weasley didn't know why, so they went one after another. At present, it is not clear whether they are in danger. Very well, Felix. Dumbledore was lost in thought, but within a few seconds, he raised his head and said to Fawkes on his shoulder, "Fawkes, thank you." The little phoenix wearing a silver coat, the same type of Gundam, whispered. "Remember, the biggest threat to the basilisk is its eyes.